Hey, there we go. Hey, there we go. Aw, sweet. Alrighty. So at least I got the difficult part done. Now just to actually set up the stream properly. Honestly, the most stunning part about all of this so far is I learned how to do OBS, and also the fact that, you know what, I'll say it, I was on time. That's shocking, that's new, that's shocking, that's a brand new thing that I've never quite done before. But it's exciting. This is already pretty fucking neat. There we go, boys. Gotta send the link to the people I know. Alright. Hey, there we go. Now that I've set up a link and what have you, and have actually done things properly, perhaps it's working? That would be pretty neat. Thus far, this is about as far as we've gone. Just to the title screen, as it were. There we go. You know, I'm almost positive as I start setting up this stream, you know, the first time I've ever tried to stream, besides a test run that I did where I was learning OBS for the first time. I'm almost positive there are better ways to do this. Almost positive. Unfortunately, I am 87 years old and bad with technology. So, best we're gonna have to do is a lot of me going, oh, 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 just all the time. Just for the sake of politeness, I'm gonna give it a minute. I'm gonna allow people a moment to kind of filter in, because you know what, that's only fair, because I promise there was the very real chance that I wasn't gonna be on time for this. I woke up in a panic, in a blind panic I haven't had since I was like a kid who had to take the bus to get to school, of like, oh god, I'm gonna be late. And I wasn't late, thank goodness. But I sit bolt upright and sprinted out towards the nearest clock because I can immediately find my phone within 0 milliseconds. Man, people are starting to filter in. Hey, what's up? I couldn't find my phone in 0 milliseconds, so I sprinted out at top speeds to find a clock and squinted at it because I didn't have my glasses. And I think just scared the shit out of the people I live with, because they just heard frantic footfalls and then silence. There are scarier things to hear. Let me know if my mic quality is alright, by the way, because I would not doubt at all if, despite all of my testing, and despite my ability to set up microphones just regularly, because I often do, I wouldn't doubt if just suddenly my mic decided to just stop working in general. There we go, more people filtering in, hell yeah. Probably gonna wait until at least about maybe 11:15, I'll say, until I start actually reading, just because I want to give everyone a minute who would like to be in here to, you know, grab a cup of coffee before they filter in. Yeah, this is I will in fact be reading the Russian version, translated by Legacy. We find out I've spoken fluent Russian the entire time, and it just never came up. It's never come up on the basis of I've just never. We find out I've never written heavy before. Don't want to out myself as actually being a fluent speaker of Russian. Don't want to blow my cover on that one. Yeah, but I'll give it a minute. I am going to at some point start reading, regardless of whether I've quite gotten everybody in here, purely because we are in a bit of a time limit with this, because so I did the math. I did the calculations. I ran the numbers. The average read time, from what I understand, for running blind, being a nice healthy 63,475 words, 17 chapters completed. The average read time seems to be somewhere in the ballpark of about 4 hours. Most people who read it will say it takes, in the ballpark of that, 4 to 6 hours maybe. For some people, significantly less than that, especially if it's a reread. Some people, I think, will just like break it up over the course of their day. And I went, okay, 4 hours? That's not so bad. I can do 4 hours of continuous reading. Except for the fact that, uh-oh, gamers, I did some math. I figured out an average read out loud words per minute. And I know mine is a little bit higher than that, but, you know, I plugged in an average to be safe. And I ran the numbers and I did the math, and it told me that this would take somewhere in the ballpark of 8 hours, which is far too long. that's too much time. That would be insane. We cannot sit here as a society for 8 hours while I read about Sniper and Scout TF2 Smooching or what the fuck ever. We can't sit here for 8 hours waiting for the part where they smooch, which is 16 chapters in. That would be insane, and I'm not doing that. I think it's gonna take much less time than that because I think my math might have been a little bit off, but I'm gonna ballpark it probably. I gave it a nice healthy 6 hours. Optimistically, it will take about 4 or 5. And I also already have a system planned in place for. I have an allotted amount of ramble time that I'm going to do between chapters on things that have happened in the chapter that I want to talk about. Because otherwise, we will be here all day. And simply, that is far too much. I also have water, which is going to be exciting because, man, it would be nice if I didn't die. Regardless, the way that I'm going to try to make this work is I'm going to be I'm gonna be reading the chapters. Each of them, I usually try to ballpark my chapters around. Oh god, what was my math on it? I tried to usually make them at least 2,000 words, and I tried to never make them more than, I want to say 5,000. So increments of reading however long a chapter is, and then me taking the in-between time, or if it's, an urgent piece of commentary, waiting until the page break, should that page break exist. And then I will have my funny little rambos, my fun anecdotes about, during this chapter, would you believe it, I was trapped in a house of mirrors. Just anything I feel is interesting and would like to say about the process of writing this that I want to do. That's gonna be done on the in-between times. For 2 reasons. One, so that I don't interrupt myself halfway through a sentence. So I'm not halfway through reading one of my 18,000 run-on sentences with 37 commas, and then suddenly just get distracted and go, actually, God, this is the House of Mirrors chapter, where this is the chapter I wrote while on the run from French police. Which, maybe if that did happen, not like I'd tell you. So if I have anything I would like to say, I'm gonna wait until between chapters to read it, just because that only seems fair to me. And I'm gonna reiterate on some of these things as well, as we go, as people join and drop. And if there are any questions that are had during things such as what the fuck is going on, feel free to pop those into chat. Also, if my mic starts deeply acting up, absolutely do not be afraid to go, wait, the microphone. I to my knowledge, have no way to check. I don't quite have the big kid setups of different ways to check my own work on these. I would love to. I would in fact love nothing more. Instead, all I have to work with is a laptop. I was hoping to be able to. Hey, what's up, dude? I only have a laptop, so I don't have the ability to sort of check my work on things and make sure that the stream is running smoothly. I was hoping to maybe be able to borrow a laptop from one of my roommates, but they are they're also busy today. They also have shit going on. Man, I am a god at timing. It is in fact 11:15. And with that, I believe I believe we can have our start. I'm gonna have a very brief ramble up front about some basic situations here up in the top here. So this fic was posted originally on fanfiction.net. Not because I didn't have an AO3 account, for a different reason. I started writing Running Blind while I was procrastinating writing a different fanfiction entirely. And it was that's what this note is about right up here. Is I had been writing something else, and I was taking a brief quote-unquote break from it. I never finished writing. And in the interim, I'd started making Running Blind, and this really, to some degree, helps illustrate just how much I do not, just how much I didn't think anyone would pay particular attention to this one above anything else I'd written, purely because this is, I just got real silly, which is fair. I get silly. I'm full of a silliness at times. I'm known for this. But yeah, this is just cross-posting, no big deal. And then that shout out to Sharon and Ann. That's to a couple of people who in real life had been helping me with this writing process, just in terms of when I'd been writing it the first time with not really any intention to post it above other things. I had essentially been just handing them those things because I had been rambling about TF2 to some degree in real life as well. So I would write a thing and then show it to them and be like, hey, check this out, how's this look? And the original few chapters and concepts for this fic were me writing because they went, okay, but like what happens next? Shout out to them. I am still friends with those people. The last time we hang out was before I moved, so about a month ago. They're doing well, and they're more gay than ever, so in great health. Let's see. I also edit November 28th, 2019, with phonetic accents for readability. This fic has gone through a couple of iterations. This is the iteration that is, it's only gotten increasingly readable. There have been periods of time when it was, I think, pretty difficult to, I'll say, slog through. Just overall, and I also can't stress enough, I never get used to these big numbers down here. There's no period of time where I'm like, yep, that makes sense. Yep, I'm cool and attractive and have huge fucking muscles. Nah, you never get used to it. I don't know how people do. I assume someone has, couldn't tell you how. Regardless, let's jump into it. Hard stretch, hard sip of the water. Let's go. Running Blind by The Triggered Happy. Summary. Scout's eyes are badly damaged in battle, and for some reason, Medic's gun can't fix him. Until they figure out how to heal Scout, he needs someone to look after him and keep him safe. Sniper is given the job. Third-person limited Scout's point of view, some character development done on a whim. Featuring a Russian translation that I will not be reading, because I don't speak Russian. The world is clear, then white and orange, then he hears blood-curdling screaming. Tumbling to the ground, skin being riddled with gravel, is nothing new to the young man. Scout had taken his fair share of falls in his lifetime, and at the very least, he's managed to turn this particular fall into something of a roll. But the pain in his skull is new. Even when his body was riddled with shrapnel or blown to bloody pieces, it never felt like this. No, never like this. This was every death he'd ever felt all put together. This was a pain unlike anything in the world. This was the sort of pain that he thought should be able to knock him unconscious, but it didn't. It just raged on. He realized after about 30 seconds, detachedly, that the screaming was his own. He thought he could hear something else, too. Other voices. People calling his name. He didn't think he could move. Had he been blown into 1,000 pieces and just gotten trapped in his head somehow? Had he somehow, after so many times, simply failed to die? He wanted to die now, but it wasn't happening. Instead, he felt something pulling at his mind through all the screaming. Someone was certainly calling his name. It almost sounded like spy, or was that medic, or perhaps both? He didn't know. His dying felt different this time. He wasn't being siphoned into a new version of himself. He was leaving this time. He needed to go. He was late. Was he being picked up off the ground? He couldn't feel the sand and gravel beneath his cheek anymore. He needed to hurry home. His older brothers were all waiting for him, he knew. Ma always worried when he came home late from school. He never stopped being the baby of the family. It only made her fret even more at the end of the day. He wished she wouldn't worry so much, but he didn't blame her, not after all the trouble his brothers put her through. He heard more screaming. He wished it would go away. What the bloody hell happened to him? Yelled a voice. Something was yelled back. He never missed dinner. Even coming in late was unacceptable. He couldn't do that to Ma, not after all the times his older brothers came home battered and bloody or didn't come home at all. He hated to see her upset or scared, even for a second. He had to go home. He was slapped. He blinked his eyes open to look for who did it, but he couldn't see anything. He didn't know why this was happening. Didn't they know he was going to be late? Jeremy, his eldest brother chided, walking beside him as he was carried by someone he couldn't quite see, ruffling his hair. His hat was gone. Ma was going to be mad about that. You're going to be late soon. Quit playing around already and come on. He didn't know why his heart ached. Maybe because Jack, the oldest brother of 8, had been dead for 6 years, but he was here now, so Scout felt he might as well forgive him just this once. Someone else was calling to him. He could hardly hear it over the ringing in his ears, over the pain. He wanted to go home. Why wouldn't they let him go home already? He'd woken to the sound of arguing. It was Medic and Heavy. The two were yelling at, "Is that Spy?" And the Frenchman was yelling back. And why weren't his eyes opening? Then what do you propose we do? Spy snapped. If the medigun does not work, what then? I do not know, Medic shouted right back. It is obvious that the usual methods are off the table, and at this point I do not know if he would come back with them fixed if he died. Any surgery would pose its own risk. So he is just like this now? Is that it? Spy shouted. There was the sound of something clattering from elsewhere, closer to the medic. Do not shout at Doctor, Heavy roared, and Scout winced at the volume, sucking air through his teeth as he realized how bad his head hurt. Suddenly all sound seemed to be pulled from the room, movements stilling, voices falling silent. Scout slowly sat up with wobbling arms. Ah, her Scout. Medic's voice was level now. How do you feel? Well, Scout coughed, his voice hoarse, raw. He'd been screaming, he was pretty sure. He thought he could remember that. He tried again. My head hurts a lot, and I feel like I swallowed a campfire, and my face is weirdly numb, and my eyes ain't opening up for some reason, so maybe like a 6 out of 10, he answered. A beat of silence, stillness within the room, the softest sound of shifting. You do have your eyes open, my friend, Medic said, and Scout blinked. Then he blinked again. Then why is everything not, like, there at all? He asked, despite his protesting vocal cords. Yes, so... Medic was silent for a few seconds. You have lost your eyesight, Spy said after that long moment. Scout paused. What do you mean, he asked, unable to process the words. Your eyes have been very badly damaged, my friend, Medic said, voice even. The enemy team's pyro got a very, very lucky shot on you and burned them quite badly, and for whatever reason, my quick fix is not, well, fixing them. My current hypothesis is that the quick fix in my medical fluid can only replicate existing cell types, not create new ones. That seems to be the primary explanation, at least as of now. So, what does that mean? When do I get them back? Scout asked, panic mounting in his chest. Like, a few hours, a day? Well, I don't know. The medic's voice was full of bitterness. I would try and operate on them, but that might just make the problem worse. Our best course of action is to simply wait and see if they will heal on their own. And if they don't, what then? Scout asked. Then little Scout may not be able to see, Heavy rumbled, and Scout felt his heart plummet through the bottom of his feet. But, no, I gotta see. How else am I supposed to fight or run or do frickin' anything? I know, Medic said, and his voice was sad. I will try and figure out a solution. Until then, someone will need take care of you, help you out while your eyesight hopefully comes back. Make sure you can eat and move around. Is there anyone in particular you would want to assist you? I will not have the time, as I will be busy working to find a solution. Suppose the spy is already here. Hell no, I'd rather die, Scout said flatly without hesitation. Spy grumbled a bit at that. Then perhaps Heavy. I know I would like his help with my research, and generally he is around the lab regardless, but if you would like, no to that too. Sorry, big guy. You just don't always know your own strength, and I want to keep my bones intact, Scout said apologetically, reaching out a hand in the direction that he thought he could hear Heavy occupying. He found the giant's upper arm and gave it a pat. It's okay, little Scout, Heavy said, unoffended. Well, then I suppose you could choose Pyro or Soldier. Pyro is a maniac, and Soldier is a separate kind of maniac. No thank you, Scout replied, wincing at the very idea. Perhaps her demo man? Medic tried. Nah, guy would probably give me alcohol poisoning. Well, that leaves Engineer or Sniper. Scout thought about it for a second. Well, Engie is always busy, so I guess Snipes? He's responsible at least, and I think he can cook. He can cook, right? You mentioned that once. And he's quiet, which should help with this massive freaking headache. Think that'll go away soon, too, Doc? It might. We'll have to wait and see, Medic replied. Or Spy, if you could... And he's gone. Just, ugh. I'm going to assume he went to fetch Sniper. Until he gets here, if you would not mind answering a few questions to find the extent of the damage, Scout. Sure thing. It turns out that Spy did go to get Sniper. Scout was just finishing up answering the last few questions when he heard the door open. Ah, Sniper, hello, Medic called cheerfully. Donka Spy? G'day, so how is he? Sniper asked, almost too quietly for Scout to hear as he approached. Alive, mostly, Scout answered, turning and raising a hand to wave towards where he was pretty sure Sniper was. Dear God, I didn't believe Soldier when he said you got your face shredded, but he wasn't lying. My face is shredded? Scout asked, feeling panicked. Aw man, how bad is it? You are quite scratched up, my friend. Look as if you lost a fight with a very angry cat. But only superficial wounds. They'll go away within a few days, probably. Scout deflated. Dang it, freaking perfect. Don't even have my good looks to fall back on now, he sulked. Either way, Spy didn't tell me what you wanted? Oh, well, my eyes are all messed up, and the doc here says it'll take a few days for me to get my sight back, so I need someone to help me get places and do stuff for a while. Figured you were at least the least busy and or crazy guy to go to, so, yeah. A few beats of silence passed. Scout, I did not say it would take a few days, Medic said softly. I said that it could, but it may not come back at all. Yeah, a few days. I heard you the first time, Doc, Scout said loudly, and he heard a sigh. So until that happens, I need, like, a seeing eye dude. Another silence. Scout felt his grin falling flatter. Snipes? Another long silence, then he was turning his head this way and that. You still in here? I came the man's voice from just one side, and a hand landed on his shoulder. Still here, just thinking is all. So if he doesn't get his eyes back, what then? Medic laughed nervously. Then, whatever happens after that isn't up to me, my friend. Scout felt himself going pale. It's gonna come back, though, so why are we even talking about this? I'll be fine, he insisted. Yeah, Scout, you will be fine, Medic said after a beat, no energy behind the words. So, where'll the little bugger be staying? Sniper asked. Oh, my room isn't gonna work, Scout said instantly. It's a mess. I'll, like, definitely end up tripping over stuff. Well, I suppose my camper has space if you wouldn't mind it being a bit of a walk. Would help me keep an eye on you at least, Sniper said finally. Okay, sure, doesn't matter to me, Scout said, shrugging. He moved to hop off the operating table and instantly had to reach back for it to keep his balance. Whoa! Holy shit, okay, this is gonna take getting used to. He laughed nervously. Hey, what time is it? Oh, dinner's just up. He slept through it, Sniper said awkwardly. I doubt he is hungry, Medic cut in. Side effect of the pain medication he has been under. He'll be needing plenty of bed rest, and fainting will be a risk for the next 48 hours or so. Yeah, I figured. Man, I do feel pretty tired is the thing, Scout said, the nervous laughter bubbling forth again. Like, real tired. Well, I suppose we'll get you to sleep then, Sniper said slowly. Cool. See you later, Doc. Thanks, Scout said, waving towards him. A bit to the left, my friend, but yes, good knock, Medic replied with mild amusement. Avoid much exercise for the next 48 hours. Try and keep emotional strain to a minimum, or you may faint again, and if anything gets worse, come back here as quickly as possible. Scout felt a hand on his shoulder again and let himself be steered from the room, only interrupted by a mild stumble at the threshold. Sorry, Sniper said quickly, catching him by the biceps before he could eat concrete. It's cool, Scout said quickly. Maybe it'd be better if I... He reached blindly and found Sniper's arm, then moved to grip at his sleeve. There, lead the way, and try and warn me if you see any stairs. Right, Sniper said, and then they were walking. Scout was confused. Suddenly he felt himself going silent, trying to pick up on everything around him by listening, mentally tracking his progress through the base by their turns. It was eerily quiet by his standards, but he didn't want to miss anything, so he had to just listen. It was starting to freak him out a little. His go-to was talking. Every new or weird situation could be pushed to the back of his mind if he distracted himself with running his mouth. But he couldn't do that here. You alright? Sniper finally asked after so many halts and turns. Uh-huh, Scout said, snapping out of his thoughts. Oh, maybe. I mean, yeah, I'm cool, just trying to figure this out and all. Right. Sniper was silent again, and Scout assumed the conversation was over. Then suddenly he spoke again. You sure seem like you're taking the whole thing rather well. Oh, I'm totally not. Scout laughed, and it was shaky, and he felt Sniper faltering slightly, but all the panic and emotions were bound to come spilling out eventually, and he couldn't stop the flood now. I don't know what to do. If I can't see, my life is over, ain't it? All I'm good at, like, professionally is being fast, and if I can't see where I'm going, there's no point, is there? I'm gonna lose this job, and I don't know what I'll even have to say to Ma. She'd definitely cry, and then I'd start crying too, and it'd be a whole big mess, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. He reached his free hand towards his own neck to clutch at his dog tags. He stopped dead in his tracks, and Sniper had to brake hard to avoid pulling the smaller man over. Mate? The Australian asked slowly, apparently noting the growing horror on the younger man's face. Oh no, oh no, oh god, oh no, oh god, no! And Scout was patting his pockets, feeling under his collar, clutching at his own hair. My tags, where are they? Were they in the lab? He demanded. I didn't see them, mate, Sniper answered, stammering. I didn't see them when you were getting carried out, either. Oh god, there's some more out in the field. Oh god, this is bad, this is so bad. Scout felt the tears welling up too, now furious tears that stung his eyes, and no, he couldn't cry, not in front of Sniper, but he went and lost his dog tags right after he lost his eyes, and he didn't think it could have gotten worse, but somehow it did, and mate, breathe. Sniper had him by the shoulders now, and Scout tried to snap himself back to reality. Find him as soon as we can, alright, but you need to calm down. I can't lose those, Snipes, you don't get it. I need those back now. He found himself caught on that last syllable, breath catching with it, and everything felt like it was spinning, and Sniper was all that held him up now. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. And for the second time that day, he wasn't in his own head anymore. Everything was far away and muffled. He was being half walked, half carried. He thought he might be crying, and he winced at the thought. He was a grown-ass man. He didn't cry, but he was. Then he was laying down on something soft, under something soft and warm. A blanket? Maybe. He let himself fall asleep, because what else was he supposed to do? And somewhere in the very back of his mind, he registered that someone was murmuring to him all the while. He didn't know what that someone was saying, but it was bringing him back down to earth. He was grateful. The same dream. It wasn't Jack this time, it was Henry, second eldest. Scout was stood out in the street, and there was nobody else around. He could hear the sound of traffic, but not in his vicinity. There wasn't much of anything nearby, really. Then a hand on his shoulder, and he was turning, looking up. His brother's hair looked like fire, and it was curly and untamable, even by Ma, so much so that apparently they made him shave it off before he was shipped out to fight. But Scout never got to see it, not even for a funeral, because technically he didn't die, he just disappeared. He couldn't imagine Henry without his orange curls. Well, Jay, you gotta come back home eventually, you know, Henry said, voice quiet. He was always like that, gentler than the other boys, despite being so big and distinct, broad shoulders and ginger hair. I know, but Scout said, and he tried to remember what exactly he was waiting for. It felt like something important, he just couldn't think of it. Why didn't you then? He challenged and felt bad instantly for the words. His brother couldn't help it, and he was back for now, so... I did though, little Jay. Came back when it was my turn, Henry said, gesturing down the road. You know it's gonna be your turn soon. That ain't fair, Scout said, brows furrowing. I've got a while, don't I? You had a while, slugger. You've been using borrowed time. Henry ruffled his hair, and his smile was sad. Sooner or later, someone's gonna come collect. He pushed his brother's arm off him without much real force. Well, not now, not just yet, Scout said firmly. He might not be able to remember what he was waiting for, but it had to be important. Henry shrugged, jangling faintly as he moved. All right, he said, and Scout woke up. End of chapter 1. I need a fucking sip of water. Gulp, gulp, glug. Gulp, gulp, glug, glug. In case anyone was wondering, I'm still at Triggered Happy on Tumblr. Yo! 690 guests, what's up? Leaves a comment on my own fic. Yeah. This fun note: if you don't post fic, this I write in a completely different document. I obviously don't write in the text editor for AO3. I use that for formatting. It does this every time I copy and paste my 8 billion word chapter, and it's like, oh, why is there no words in this words? Shut up. I'm gonna go ahead and start my ramble mode timer. Only because, man, again, we would be here all fucking day. So, Chapter 1, you'd think I have a lot to say about it, and you'd be right, but I'm gonna keep it kind of brief. So, well, first of all, In the Dark is a joke for two reasons to me. One is for, In the Dark is my favorite, it's my favorite track by the band The Killers. That's not a joke. There's the somewhat punny nature of it. And there's also the fact that, that was also kind of a quip at myself for not knowing where I was going with it. It was named that from the beginning because I went, who knows where this is gonna go? And if I'm being honest, the first chapter is easily my least favorite. I don't know what it is. Whenever I write any long-form fic or story, because I don't actually exclusively write fanfiction. Anytime I write a long-form piece of work, I always deeply, deeply dislike the first part of it. I don't like it much. I don't like this section specifically, the rhythm of it's very confusing. Fucking Jack entering stage right was super heavy-handed. This argument felt like I rushed the entire thing, and it was way worse when it was written with phonetic accents. Deeply, deeply unreadable, but as it is, it feels very rushed. It feels very rushed, and I deeply dislike it. I like how I went with spy on this one, because this is also when I was learning how to write a lot of these mercs, is, you know, by writing a fic with them. And it shows that I didn't quite like this section. I feel like it feels the weakest out of pretty much any conversation in the fic. Although I do enjoy this. I do enjoy this bit. This is one of the only parts that I would straight up keep if I was rewriting this entire section, which I won't. I'm committed to leaving it pretty close to as it is with edits for accessibility. But I just don't like this chapter much. I'll be honest. Fucking controversial opinions. I appreciate the heart emojis. Regardless, this section starts out strong for me. I enjoyed it a lot just because there's a bit of dramatic irony with it, because you read the fic, right? You go and you look and you go, I want to read a story about these boys kissing. And you look and you go, ooh, what's this? The running of the blinding? And this being the first conversation they have, and Sniper not even opening with talking to Scout, and Scout going, no, you're talking to me, is very fun. I enjoyed that a lot. The dramatic irony of, like, this is such a not great opener. Like, and to some degree, I also wanted that to be, they have talked. They're not meeting for the first time. They're both, you know, each other, you know. But, just they're not like friends. They are not friends, and that rules to me. Yo, what's up? Let's go. But yeah, it's a yeah, this is my favorite part of it. Also the I don't know. It feels like I wanted to go very early on and explain everything that I was gonna do with this. So like medic foreshadowing. Yeah, you'll be okay. Uh, fucking spy being kind of a dickhead, but not a complete dickhead. The thing with Jack, the thing with Henry, talking about his brothers a whole bunch. Just in general, it feels very heavy-handed. It's definitely the least elegantly written out of any of the chapters, and like I'm not gonna change it, but I would love if I had put in slightly more effort. You know, hindsight's 2020, and this was written in 2018. Um, it's I don't love it. I'm gonna leave it. It's important that I leave it because we all need to remember to be fucking humble, because this was the first chapter of what is now easily my most popular fan fiction, my breadwinner almost, and it's my least favorite one. I think I might even go so far as to say this might be my least favorite chapter of anything I've written. Just because it doesn't feel clean, it definitely didn't feel polished. This one has been through the most edits after posting, easily. Oh, here's another fun fact, if you really want to get the full painful experience. This is still up on fanfiction.net the way that it was originally posted. There are some edits I made to the AO3 version that, like, from the moment that I cross-posted it, in terms of spelling mistakes especially. The full original supremo shitty version of Running Blind, phonetic accents is all, is still up on AO3. With also some author's notes that are not the same as the ones that I have here. Yeah, I think that's about all I have to say about this one. I'm trying to think of any other ridiculous flavor text that I have for this. Let's see. Hey Aaron, what's up? Yeah, it's I don't know. It feels clumsy. I'm not super happy with it, but I can't help that I wasn't good at writing TF2 fanfiction yet, is the best way I can put it. Like, I would improve just over the course of this fic. Hi, Aaron. Oh, sleeping in again, I see. Oh, one more bit that I feel like I could say. This is from the era that was then later. This was during the era of when I don't respond to a lot of comments on the internet now because I get so intimidated. Now, you might not believe this from the Clout doll, but I am an extremely shy person. Me projecting a lot of my social anxiety onto Sniper is a big part of this fic in particular. Man. Was I literally that obvious? Yes! It was super obvious and for no reason. Well, really obvious, at least in my opinion. Yes, it was! Sunday the 29th of April 2018, 1:15 p.m. Yes, it was that obvious. Yeah, during this fic, there was a moment, I honestly stopped replying to a whole bunch of comments on this before it started getting super popular. Just because at some point my social anxiety started getting the worst of me. I think that's about all I have to say about that. Too Good's one of my most popular fics. It's downright cringy to me now, but it was also one of my earliest fics back in high school. I had an earliest fic I had ever posted, and it is gone now, because I deleted it. because it was literally bad. It was, and even at the time of writing it, it wasn't even something I was super proud of. I wanted something I didn't give that much of a shit about to break the seal on my anxiety about posting. And that was also, I want to say that was back in high school. Would have been probably about like 2014. Yeah, there's a, I have a lot of unfinished fic, just because I didn't quite set myself up for success. I have a lot of things I've written that are just, in general, very, very, could have just been done better from the get-go. And instead, I simply didn't, because I didn't quite understand how writing works. Now I understand how to structure a story a little bit better. It was not as bad as a Sonic fanfic. Here's a thing you can make fun of me for the rest of time. I did write Sonic OC fanfic when I was younger. No, I didn't even write Sonic OC fanfic. I made Sonic OCs for people on Wattpad. And one of them, this is not a joke, was pretty directly a rip from the Sonic Underground series of Manic, because I really liked the idea of a musician-themed Sonic character. That is true. That is a true thing. I will never be able to find it. I will never in my life be able to find it. But primarily because an amount of what happened was also just me talking in comment sections to people, and I'm sure that the things don't exist anymore. And also that was during a point in my life when I was making Wattpad accounts, using them for 4 weeks, then forgetting what fake email I put it on and losing it and having to start over. Oh, to be young. Oh, to be young during the era when you could post rips of cartoons on YouTube and they'd be up there for like a year and a half. God. I also, just reading these authors' notes, am reminded of truly the dramatic irony. Truly the dramatic irony. Sonic Underground was the weird... I have so many opinions about Sonic Underground. It's very fun. So, listen, Sonic is a very fun fandom to play around in because they have a very interesting template for how characters are made and work. Like, they... in almost an adjacent way to how a lot of TF2 OCs work, and like your Scout OC, for example, your Sniper OC. You get a very basic set of traits about what is often true, and then you riff on them continuously from there, and riff and get rid of things and add things until they're a fully fledged character. They're very fun. I also can't stress enough that mine in particular was literally... It was during the era when people would wear, like, we're starting to wear, like, slap bracelets again, and, like, glow stick necklaces, and neon green shirts that, like, said YOLO and a splash paint font. I think my first fic I ever read was an Oran High School Host Club fic, because I heard about what fanfiction was, and was like, what's that about? Fanfiction.net, you say? God. Now I'm just thinking about that fic. It was fine. It was, I wish I could say it was horrible and cringe, and like, fucking kids these days. It wasn't. It was, like, fun. I think it was just something about, like... I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. It was... It was during an era where people wouldn't conceptualize that the anime takes place in Japan. Sonic Underground was fucking wild. I cannot just talk for 15 minutes about Sonic Underground, because instead it would be 3 hours. Sonic, God, I cannot even start about Sonic. There are people who know me in real life who have had to hear me talk about Sonic way too much. Not even in a way of like hyperfixation or complaining, just in general. What was I saying? But yeah, it was during the Oran High School Host Club fic. It was during the era during which people would what was it? Aaron, you're not cringe. I'll obliterate your entire your arithmetic. I will delete your code. The fact that Sonic's stuff to parents stuff. Yeah, there's so much. We can't just talk about Sonic Underground because I would. Or in high school, let's go pick. It was during the era during which people wouldn't conceptualize that animes take place in Japan. Because they were speaking in English, and it was, you know, Maya Fey from fucking Ace Attorney talking about how much she loved burgers. You know, like, so, like, they would shittily, for kids translation, like, remake things, and so the fic was about them discovering, I think, like, what Pocky was, or some shit. It's like, oh man, I got this weird thing in the mail, it's called Pocky, you say? And it was, like, just surprisingly cute. I think the entirety of it was just, like, Honey really liked it, and then Haruhi really liked it, and then, like, I think the twins were like, this tastes pretty good, and then the other ones are like, oh, you kids with your candy, and, like, that was literally it. It wasn't well written, and the pacing was kind of funny. It was clearly just, like, based on some conversation they had with their friend. It was fine. It was just, like, and I was just like, ooh, so that's what fanfiction is, and internalized it, and that's why all my shit's like this. That's not true. That's not true. But it is a genre I've continued to enjoy. I think immediately after that I cut to the, like, ooh, boys kissing fanfiction? Ew, Haruhi having complex gender? I don't think host clubs exist in the United States. I also think that they explained it. The way it was, like, explained in the English version of the anime, and don't quote me on this, was something like, yeah, this is what a host club is. It's a thing that rich people do, hoping that no one would check in America. I think there are equivalents in the United States, but so much less frequently, and definitely not. Yeah, it was like wholesome. It had some, like, it had a little bit of weird misogyny to it, in that it was like portrayed as, like, being almost girly to, like, candy. But also, I just really liked Honey Senpai, so I didn't notice. And then later on I was thinking about it, I'm like, man, wonder what that was about. Okay, so a host club. We're almost at my timer, so I need to talk fast. So a host club is basically you go to a place and you pay money to hang out with somebody cool, is the long and short of it. Usually what it is like you have a dinner with, like, an attractive woman, someone who is paid to just be very friendly and charming and enthusiastic about being around you. And obviously to some degree that can escalate and get weird and bad, but there are absolutely very, you know, it's a thing you can pay to do. I would say in the United States there's a kind of almost similar experience in terms of, like, waitresses at nice restaurants are absolutely paid to laugh at your jokes. It's just a much more direct version of that, I guess. It's you pay to hang out with cool, attractive people who will tell you you're cool. That's about all I have to say about that. Oran was fine. It's I'm not gonna say it's a good anime because it's not, but it was fun. it was extremely silly. The plot was very basic a lot of the time. They did fall into the trope of like, and actually my mom's dead, and everyone going, what? It happens. It happens. Regardless, gonna move on to I've reached my ramble timer and used I think 15 minutes of it talking about Oron High School Host Club and Sonic the Hedgehog. I love that. I love that for me. Like, listen, a family can be a host club. Or maybe 3 hedgehogs, 2 of which were invented on the spot. One of which it was literally just... I'm not gonna talk about Sonia from Sonic Underground. I'm not gonna unpack Sonia from Sonic Underground. I'm just gonna say, if there are only 2 genders, why Manic exists. Checkmate liberal. God. I'm just saying. Chapter 2, Acquainted. No author's notes on some of these, just because at that point I was just cross-posting. Just posting over from fanfiction.net. God. This is also me learning how, I'm not joking, genuinely. This was, as I was writing this is how I was figuring out how to write conversations between these 2. And I often write just sort of setups for concepts, not quite tropes, I guess. Not that it's like, they find a puppy in a box. That's not quite how I do my, like, homework, I guess, on how to write characters. More just like, and also not quite like incorrect quotes, like setup and punchline. I just give them conversation topics and have them ramble, shit like that. And that is often my process. Just especially when I'm learning to write a character for the first time. Regardless, chapter 2, Acquainted. This one is after I had gotten the pressure of the first chapter, so I like it a lot. It's just also like, you know, it's still in the early era of before I quite knew where I was going with it. I had overarching themes I knew I wanted to hit, and conversations I knew wanted to happen, but I wasn't 100% sure on where exactly I was going with this. Regardless. Just imagine a conversation in your head and write. I do it a lot anyways. I guess, I don't do a lot of social scripting, to be honest, unless I'm really fucking freaked out about whatever it is. Mostly, I just, outside of, like, you know, I absolutely do the thing where I get on a mental topic of conversation, like Sonic Underground lore, and I'll just, like, kind of internally ramble about it. Stuff like that. I've also found that just means I need stimulation, so I'll just, like, pop on a podcast and do something else a lot of the time. Mostly I just try and, like, do my best. I just do my best. Okay, so let's move on to chapter 2. Take a little sippy so my throat don't die. Little sippy. Chapter 2. Acquainted. He woke up somewhere unfamiliar, unable to see, not knowing what time it was. For some reason, he was, understandably, a bit freaked out. The previous events flooded back all at once, and he was sitting up, twisting his head around, trying to get any sense of the space he was in. Yo, Snipes, you in here? He said hesitantly, and he heard the sound of motion just to his right, a bit below him. Yeah, just over here, mate. Did he sound tired? Scout wasn't sure. Where, in my place, he slept through the whole night. What time is it? He asked, reaching the arm out and feeling the edge of the mattress, kicking off blankets. It's about 10 in the a.m.? Huh? Why aren't you all fighting? Scout asked, brow furrowing. We're in a ceasefire, gonna be free of fighting for at least the next 5 days. Got called an hour after the mission ended yesterday. Scout winced. The administrator lady found out? Dunno how she wouldn't have, half the team leaving the fight midway through like that in some grand parade or something. Yeah, what was up with that? Scout asked, stretching his arms, wincing as his joints popped. I couldn't tell what was going on. There was fire, and I fell down, and I think someone carried me, right? What happened? And I heard the screaming, went down and caught a look while you lot were leaving. Suppose the spy saw you get hit and killed the pyro, then went to get medic when you weren't getting up or respawning. Heavy carried you out of the match for the dock when you weren't waking up, and spy went along to cover or something? Tried to help out where I could, got their demo on his way over. Huh, he probably got creamed, right? Scout said, moving on to stretching out his legs. It was more sore than he'd expected. Oh yeah, hardly even a proper match. We lost bad. Figures. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and went to hop to his feet. So when... Wait, Sniper cried, but Scout had already moved to get up, and then he was falling. His knee collided hard with the ground 2 meters below and made him yelp in pain, but the rest of him didn't follow, instead caught hastily just before contact. His shoulders were a bit squished, and there was a brief moment where it felt like they were both going to fall over from the momentum, but it was better than getting himself knocked out for the 3rd time in 2 days. There's a ladder down, you bugger, Sniper said from somewhere above him, voice a growl, clutching tightly, and Scout had frozen up. What are you trying to do? Give me a heart attack? Bloody hell. So sorry, Scout stammered, heart going a mile a minute in his chest, threatening to bust through his ribcage. Didn't know you had a bunk bed. Good catch, though. I gotta keep you on your toes, huh? He was hauled to his feet. He shook out his leg, wincing. It's not a bunk bed. It's just elevated. I slept on the chair. He heard Sniper moving around, and suddenly he took Scout by the arm, putting something in his hand. Fabric, familiar. Found your hat for you, Sniper said. I was planning on going back to look for your dog tags again today. It'll be easier to see with the sun up. Pain struck him in the chest suddenly when he remembered their absence. Hand went to his own collar, feeling it strangely bare. Right. Thanks, Snipes. I'd do it, but... He gestured vaguely up to his own face, pulling on his cap, brim lower than usual. He wondered how his eyes might look. He was too scared to ask. It's alright. There was a pause. What's the deal with him anyways? Got you in a right tizzy when you figured out you'd lost him. Oh, he fidgeted with his hat just a bit. Just something I had a real long time. It's real important to me, and it'd be... Well, I can't get him replaced, is the thing. There was a long pause as he waited for Sniper to reply. He didn't. Silence reigned for all of 20 seconds before Scout broke. So I'm hungry. Can we, get food or something? Yeah, sure. And Scout nodded, reaching out in the direction he heard Sniper from, hand meeting first what felt like his back, then managing to find his arm. Sniper stiffened at the contact. The hell do you think you're doing, mate? Sniper said sharply, and Scout flinched back at the tone as if burned, moving away as quickly as he could. I just don't want to trip on anything, Snipes. Scout said sheepishly. Jeez. There was a moment's quiet. Piss. Sorry, just a sigh. God, this is gonna take some getting used to, isn't it? Oh, hell. Scout just shrugged. Sniper shifted. Alright, just here, take the back of my vest and try and walk where I do. Lucky I keep the place clean, otherwise you'd trip left and right. Scout just had to believe him there. And again, when they exited the van and Sniper muttered to himself about how bright it was, and when they got to the base itself and Sniper handed him a glass of something, and when he brushed off Scout's question of whether he's tired, and when he said it's about 11 and that everyone else finished eating about 10 minutes prior, he can't tell for himself. He can't do much of anything. He hates it. It's been less than a day and he hates it. He feels scared and helpless and alone and useless, and he just wants to be able to function again. He's intimidated into silence by Sniper. Everything feels too close and too far away, and he doesn't know how to move correctly all of a sudden. And after the second time he almost knocks over his glass trying to find it on the table, he just keeps it at his fingertips. You're being quiet, Sniper mumbled from across the table. Yeah, well, Scout started to say, but then he thinks he hears something off to his left and he stops, head turning. There's a beat of pause. Mate, there's nothing there, Sniper said slowly. Oh, you sure? Scout asked. Sorry, a little jumpy over here. Like a jackrabbit, yeah, I noticed, Sniper muttered, and Scout felt his face heating up. He scowled at the offhanded remark, bristling. Hey, you try getting your eyes taken out, see how great you feel, he snapped. He heard Sniper shifting uncomfortably in the moments following. You're right, I'm sorry, he said, and Scout forced himself to relax. It's cool, Scout said back, and he took another drink from his cup. Hell, even that's ruined, because he can't see how full it is, and every time he takes a drink, he has to tip slowly or end up with soda up his nostrils. He drinks and resists the urge to turn his head to look over at the side of the room Sniper has already said is empty. So, can you see light and dark at least? Sniper asked. Huh? Can you tell the difference between when you're somewhere dim and somewhere bright, I mean? I don't know, Scout admitted, head falling. Well, it was nearly pitch dark in the camper, then bright sun when we left it, Sniper said. Oh, then I don't think so, no. Another lull, and the Scout itched to fill the hole in the conversation, only now he thought he heard something from behind him. He took another drink. Sniper spoke again. Any kind of, I don't know, place you want to go next? Well, not much I can get up to, Scout mused. Usually I'd go out and run or go bug someone or something, but I can't do much of that now. Not a fan of just lazing about, Sniper asked. Nah, nothing fun about nothing. That's what I always say, Scout said, and he tipped his glass to either side, listening to the sound of the single piece of ice hitting the sides of it. Interesting take. I got a lot of those. Good to see at least a bit of the old Scout is still swinging somewhere in there, Sniper said with a huff. What do you mean by that? Scout asked, turning his head up slightly, trying to do his best to approximate looking him in the face. Hey, no need to be so touchy. I just figured you'd keep being all mopey and sour for at least the next few days. I mean, instead of the sulking that you've been up to. And of course the peace and quiet ain't half so bad. It just feels odd considering it's, you. Hey, I took offense to that, Scout said, glaring towards the man, then promptly glugging down the last bit of his soda and starting to chew on the ice cube. Sniper chuckled. Yeah, there's some fire. Honestly, I would have started to think you were a spy in disguise if you kept that attitude up. Would have to ask Pyro to spy test you. Hey, you know what? Funny you should mention spy, Scout said conversationally, around his mouthful of melting water. And why's that? Sniper asked. Just thought it was a pretty funny coincidence that you'd bring the guy up, is all, Scout said, shrugging, turning his empty glass over in his hands. Hey, is this one of those nice new glasses we got, or the old ones? The old? Sniper answered, sounding more confused with each passing second. Cool. But yeah, funny coincidence. Turns out when you can't see, you end up listening to stuff a lot harder, and he heard a sound off towards his right where he knew the door was, and he threw the glass towards the noise and shouted, "Oh, no you don't!" He grinned when he heard it connect with someone accompanied by a yelp and some colorful French vocabulary. Ow, that hurt, you little spy! The hell did you get here? Sniper startled. Yeah, I could hear you, asshole. Look who's sneaky now. Scout snickered, and he could tell Spy was fuming. So the fuck you want, Frenchie? I was simply checking in, ensuring that you two were getting along, Spy answered stiffly. And why wouldn't we be? Scout asked, hoping that he was looking as annoyed as he felt. He hated not being able to see expressions. That was 90% of interaction. Well, for started, you are an extrovert, and the Bushman is most certainly not, Spy said dryly, and Scout had to admit that he had a point. Not out loud, obviously. Second, you are an annoying chatterbox. Thirdly, he looks ready to hit you in the face. Oh, please, he always looks like that, Scout snipped back. Hey, don't drag me into this, you mongrel, Scout said from one side. Fourth, you were gripping onto his jacket like a lost puppy earlier. Yeah, I guess I'll just frickin' trip over everything, sure, Spy. And finally, he has his goddamn knife on him, Spy snapped, finally getting to the point. That is a little bit concerning for most people, and I thought you should be made aware. There were a few beats of silence. Well, duh, Spy, Scout finally said. I beg your pardon? I said, well, duh, I knew that, idiot, Scout said, scoffing. You did. Spy's voice was flat. Yeah, do you need your ears checked or something? Yes, he has his knife. I knew that. You ain't telling me anything new. So if that's all, could you step off, maybe? Let me eat in peace, Scout said, waving him off. There was an annoyed sigh and a bit of French grumbling, some familiar cursing mixed in, as the man left the room, continuing as he went down the hall, and finally it faded into silence. The two still sitting at the table didn't move or speak. Yes, next, where are you? Right here. Scout punched him on the arm. The man yelped. Now, the bloody hell are you playing at, you maniac? He complained. You brought your frickin' knife? Scout hissed, trying to keep his voice low. What the hell, man? Do you carry that stupid thing with you everywhere? No, Sniper replied, voice falling similarly. But I ain't ever needed to watch someone else's back as well as mine before, have I? We're not gonna get ambushed in the frickin' kitchen, dude. Maybe cool it? Scout said, and he heard an annoyed huff from the other side of the table. Look, I get it, and I appreciate the sentiment, but seriously, you don't need to carry a frickin' knife around, weirdo. All right, Sniper surrendered, and there was a beat of silence between them. Scout scraped his fork across the plate, like bouncing idly. Oh shit, Scout said, suddenly, sitting up. What? I just realized I could totally still work a radio, probably, Scout said. Or my record player. Dude, okay, we're heading back to my room, and I'm grabbing my music, and you're gonna have to deal with me blasting nothing but Tom Jones, as it's not unusual, until I get my eyes back. Since when do you listen to music? Sniper asked. Would figure you could hear it over yourself talking all the time. Of course I listen to music, Scout replied, deciding to ignore the second part. I'm an alive human on this planet, aren't I? Music is great. Well, I suppose as long as you don't shriek along to the lyrics, I won't mind, Sniper muttered, and Scout smiled. If you're done, may as well go get your things. Alright, let's go, Wombat. And Sniper picked up their plates and they made their way out of the room, Scout holding the back of his vest, both of them surprised at how quickly they were finding a rhythm with each other. It's probably really messy, so this is probably gonna take a little while. Just bear with me. Define messy. Annoying to walk around on. This'll take a hot minute. Scout entered his room, picking his way through slowly and carefully, finally reaching his record player and kneeling, sifting through a box. He found his records and picked them out, putting them carefully atop the record player and picking the whole thing up. He heard shuffling in the hallway. Oh, feel free to come in, by the way, he called. He heard the click of a light switch behind him and Sniper moving into the room. If I'm being honest, I expected more of a mess, he said after a second. Didn't think I'd see carpet, let alone a made bed. Oh, no way, Scout said, half laughing, moving to pull the pile of things on the table. Moving to another part of the room where he was pretty sure he'd left his other records. I grew up in a tiny apartment with 8 other people, dude. I learned to keep my stuff clean. Or at least, like, neat. 8 folks in a 350 square foot apartment keeping neat is just good enough to live in. Kinda wrecked this place a while back with all these boxes, though. I can see that. You need a shelf or something. What's in all these? Take a look, pal. He found his other records and started picking his way back to his starting point, and he heard Sniper rifling through stacks of papers. Notebooks? Sniper asked slowly. Yeah, one of my brothers apparently ended up kidnapping like half of them when he moved out, and Ma found the others after the move, and when I went back home for a visit, Ma had them in these boxes, so I brought them back with me. We got all kinds of shitty old drawings of mine on them. I got better eventually, but yeah, that's what I did during classes all the time. He put his records down on the others and paused, his movement ceasing all at once. He heard Sniper stop shuffling around the stack, and he quickly schooled his expression into something more neutral. I guess I can't really draw right now, either. Sniper didn't reply. Scout tried to shake it off, moving to his closet and feeling through everything he had in there, trying to pick out some of his shirts and pants. Didn't know you draw, Sniper finally ended up saying. Yeah, it's a hobby. He got a stack of stuff and fished around for his duffel bag. I'm just gonna pack some other stuff too, so I don't gotta come back in here every other day to get a change of clothes and stuff. That cool? Sure, mate, I don't mind. No mention of the fact that Scout was planning for the long term. No acknowledgement towards his assuming that he'd be there for a long time. There was the sound of more shuffling. You said you grew up in an apartment with 8 people? God, that sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, but it wasn't that bad. Me and my brothers and Ma all in one place. I'm the youngest. He started stuffing things into the duffel bag, his fingers skimming over them, double-checking what was before him. What color's this? Red and white. Like a jersey? Yeah? Cool. He pushed it into the bag along with several bundles of socks. But there's a bunch of notebooks in one of them boxes, then the baseball cards, and I think I brought this big tub of, like, all my old track stuff, too. And my mom wanted me to have some of my bro stuff, too, but couldn't bring everything back, you know? Right. Scout zipped the bag and put it on one shoulder, moving back to his record player. When he put his hand down where it was supposed to be, it was gone. He was cut off by the feeling of his duffel bag being lifted from his shoulder. Hey, hold on! What? Sniper asked, voice level. You know I'm not letting you carry your stuff when you can't see. There's no manners to that. I'm blind, not crippled, Snipes, Scout said, crossing his arms and glaring. I can handle carrying my own freaking stuff. Yeah? Yeah. And how do you plan to hold on to me with no hands? I can hear where you are just fine. Can you? Yeah. Well, then you'll be right surprised to know that I'm a little bit to the right of where you're currently glaring, love. Scout felt his face heating up more so when Sniper started to snicker at him. Shut up, at least let me carry my bag then. Nope, too late, Sniper chimed, and Scout's hand was placed on Sniper's back. The Sniper leaned slightly to one side. He sounded like he was picking something up, the record player probably. And then they were leaving. End of chapter 2. I need to sip. Chapter 2 I like better. Not hard. What with how much I didn't quite like chapter 1. It was a little more fun to write, a little bit more silly, a little bit more whimsical even. A little bit of hee hee hoo hoo. Little bit of a rhythm that they're starting to establish, as it were. It's funny because it's a reference to one of these lines. There was there's a bit of a during this chapter. There's that bit where Scout's a sassy little man. I mean, we love that for him. There's a fun bit that happens called Spy skulking around like a little freak, and at one point I remember when I showed it to people who were reading it before I started posting it, they were just like, when the fuck did Spy get there? And I was like, he was there the whole time. And they were like, oh, that's scary. And they just found it a little bit uncomfortable. It's like, what the... I thought it was funny. I think it's really funny to make Spy just sneak around like a little thing. To quote a friend of mine, like a poor little Diablo. No, it's there's a lot of things in this chapter that I enjoyed. In my head, so much of this fic was written. Oh yeah. Listen, Scout didn't fucking know at all, but here's the thing: he could make Spy look really silly. He's really winning, if you ask me. So this entire fic, a lot of the premise of why I was writing it at all was because I wanted to essentially get more practice with writing without visual descriptors. Like, I relied really heavily on being able to describe what places looked like, and like positioning and body language and expressions, things like that. And so I wanted to get some experience writing from a point of view where I don't describe where anything is, other than like very basic directions and only very occasionally. But that doesn't mean that in my head I don't have some cinnamon topography about how people are spaced out. One of my favorite bits is Scout sitting and stretching and making it super clear he's gonna get up for about like 3 minutes, and then standing up and Sniper being like, oh no, like he couldn't tell or something, like there was no warning beforehand. It's very fucking funny to me. God, you love to see it. We love a no thoughts head empty king. I'm also very rapidly realizing as I read through this, because for a lot of it was me trying to like, I mostly scrolled back through all the characters who have very thick accents. Like, I wrote Medic with a very thick accent, same with Spy. And I knew that I gave Sniper's accent. Oh yeah. I was really happy with my ability to do this then. It was still a little bit of a struggle, a lot of planning ahead, but I still was very happy with it. Being able to visualize what's going on without visual descriptors. Because, like, that's all of writing, right? Like, you can't, if you spend an hour and a half describing the exact placement by degree of intersection, if you start doing, like, handing out the geometric shapes of the room through text, you're gonna want to fucking die, right? That's unreadable. And not since when a Sniper had an observation not directly related to something he'd already been focusing on intently. Kinnable character of the week, Sniper TF2. If I'm not looking at it, does it exist? There's no canon that in this fic, Sniper doesn't have object permanence. Yeah, that's really all of writing, is not describing things except for things that are relevant, and then allowing the reader to make up what's in between, right? The planning ahead of, like, the Chekhov's gun, as it were. The characters having to explain that something is there if that thing is going to be relevant later. Having to introduce concepts before those concepts actually come up so that it makes sense. Because you can't write an entire scene and then have a character suddenly pick up that sword on the table if nobody knew there was a sword on the table the entire time. To some degree, playing with that is what is... In mysteries, you very much have to be careful with the way that you do that in order to, like, explain appropriately the setting so it doesn't make it super obvious which things are relevant to the mystery. But that's also an element to horror to some degree, is not knowing something and then finding out about it and it recontextualizing the situation. I really enjoy playing around with limited points of view. I really enjoy arbitrary limitations on themes and concepts and characters, just because it makes them very fun for me. Context, I play D&D. I've played... Oh yeah. That is absolutely something I've played around with, is point of view a character who cares way too much about shit that's not actually relevant. I found that writing Scout can be very interesting for me because I have never written him without ADHD, you know? So it's always him. He makes note of a lot of things that aren't necessarily relevant, but are really fun for rhythm and flavor text. But in terms of limiting characters, I play D&D, and I have a lot of characters that I play where I introduce arbitrary, very annoying to deal with limitations for myself. Like, I played the rogue class, which is often the one that has to walk away from everybody else and go do dangerous or, you know, things that they can get arrested doing. You know, classic rogue built to be very good at that, in fact. But that was also my character, the cowardly rogue, who was very afraid of a lot of things. And at one point, actually just straight up ran away from combat, because they just didn't feel like they were in the right during that fight, and also didn't like fighting in general because they were a pussy. That's not nice to say. It's a game with fighting in it, so you should really be okay with it. Speaking of which, I also then have I have my pacifist bard character, who is not I'm not allowed to roll damage with. I have my blind paladin character. Aaron, finding out your character has problems based on what they focus on is that's all thick about mental health, I'll be real. Yeah, I like limiting characters because then it allows you to narrow the scope and have very interesting micro conversations. I enjoy, and I have written a thesis paper about this to some degree. It's the shoujo manga philosophy almost of, because for context, this was a thing that I was studying academically. In shonen manga, it's action-packed, it's fanciful, it's like characters with superpowers or in super strange circumstances, whereas shoujo manga, as a general rule, tends to be much more small scale. Often still very fanciful, but not necessarily about that, more about the relationships between those. Sort of this mentality of, like, finding beauty in very small things, finding intrigue in things that aren't necessarily even like cool or interesting, you know? Just about the way like shadows fall on an autumn day through the leaves. Just about how just very very small moments within big moments that are still given respect and relevance. That's a philosophy I like a lot in writing in general, and it lends itself really well to a thing I like to write, which is sort of just found family sorts of things, you know. If you don't want to write stories about the small moments in between, that's completely understandable, but I can't fathom a story about a character who doesn't, like, you know, do their own laundry, as it were. I very much need characters to be grounded in order to feel attached to them. Things like that. I think that's about all I have to say about that. Spy was there the entire time, and then he walked away grumbling like a little fucking thing. I'm sorry, this is gonna involve me being mean to Spy a lot. He's very fun to pick on. It's I enjoy sidebars so much. I enjoy conversations about just fucking nothing. Like, just also the idea of Scout TF2 being a complete goddamn slob, understandable, but like, please, like, he grew up. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Every character exists in such a context for me that there are some headcanons that make absolutely no sense to me. One of them being, like, Scout being a complete goddamn mess of a human being, incapable of keeping spaces clean, like, stinky, like, essentially acting like a very immature teenage boy. That makes very little sense to me, because if he's been an athlete, he is for sure showering regularly. If he's been living with a bunch of brothers, he's for sure been keeping his shit clean, because otherwise he will never see it again. Like, there's so many things of the way Scout's often characterized that I'm like, I understand why, because you're just basing him off of a dude, you know, who's kind of like him, but also, like, context is so relevant for these characters. And I'm sure I'll find more examples for Sniper later. Yeah, I have so many headcanons, and so many of them can be adjacent, and so many of them can change as time goes on, but some of them I hold to often be true are just like, Scout's like a little responsible. He doesn't have his life fully together, obviously, because if he did, why the fuck would he be here? But, you know, he's an adult man, is the best way I can put it. I really love the idea of taking a character who conforms to some aspects of a stereotype and specifically making them not conform to other aspects. Absolutely. Tropes and stereotypes are most interesting when not followed to the letter. Peak comedy is things playing out exactly the way that you expect them to. But that gets very slapstick after a while, you know? If the butt of the joke is Scout smelly, not shower, like, that's funny the first 3 times you do it, I guess. That's funny as maybe, like, a brick joke that you slide in, and then it's, like, important later because he, hoo, stink boy. But, like, at some point, you just have to have a conversation of, like, in this story, he's an adult man. He is an adult man who, like, gets paychecks and stuff. And is here for an important reason, even. Like, I take the characters so seriously and treat them with this very inherent respect so often in my fic. And I can't just make him hee hee hoo hoo stink boy. Cause that's not gonna stay funny. That's not gonna stay funny. And more than that, it's not gonna stay interesting to me. Regardless. God. 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 I think that's chapter 2 for me. Any person who has ever thanks, Eric. Felt anyone who's ever left a comment, I promise I'm not like ignoring people. I genuinely I'm so not good at replying because I get so nervous that I'm going to make it seem like I don't give a shit, you know? Like I'm some fucking rando who's being shitty for no reason, you know? I don't know if that makes any fucking sense. Also, I'm gonna say it every time. Fucking nice. Fucking nice. It's so dumb. It's so fucking stupid. Thanks, Aaron. God. So dumb. Right? Oh god, wait, what is that? Oh my god, I have to do math so fast. Right? 5,525 more words. Exactly. Now we're just doing math. Now this is just doing math. That's it. That's all we're doing. We just sit here for like 69, 420. Hell yeah. So dumb. The exact Born Ipsum number to make it fucking 69. As another 420. I imagine doing math couldn't be me. I write fanfiction on the internet. Takes a sip so I don't die. Super brief flavor text. I have on my desk at the moment a little bowl full of little chopped up carrots and 4 cans of energy drink and a massive glass of water with a little glass that I'm actually drinking out of, so I don't have to lift the fucking... I don't have to Atlas lift this glass of water every time I want to take a sip. Couldn't be me. Dehydration? Couldn't be me. Let's start in on chapter 3. Let's go for it. I will not be singing. I refuse to. I don't know how. You know something? Hey, if you haven't taken your meds, go take your fucking meds. It's important. Glug moments. Sweet chapter 3. Chapter 3, feeling it out. It's not unusual to go out at any time. As per your sniper's request, Scout didn't sing along to the lyrics, instead whistling and snapping his fingers in rhythm. He heard Sniper busying about the camper as the record spun beside him on its player, the sound coming through surprisingly clearly despite the obvious age on the thing. When I see you out and about, it's such a crime. This bloke needs to calm down, Sniper commented. Sounds like he's keeping the poor girl hostage. Scout laughed at that. Nah, he just likes her a lot or something. She doesn't even know he likes her. That's pretty much the whole point. Why doesn't he just say something then if it pisses him off so much? Same reason you never talk to nobody, probably, Scout replied brightly. There was a short pause filled only with the music from the record player. Scout felt his grin falling away. He wasn't sure if that had been funny or not. Was Sniper mad at him now? Would he kick Sniper out into the desert again? Which way was the base from here? You're a right bugger, you know that, right? Sniper finally asked, but there was a lightheartedness to the reply, and Scout felt the fear seeping out all at once. God, never talk to nobody. Wanker. I do not sound like that, Scout protested, and Sniper just snorted. Anyway, I'm headed out for a bit, Sniper said, and there was the sound of keys jangling. You want me to lock the doors behind me? Wait, you're leaving? Like, leaving. Going somewhere. There was that fear again. Yeah, I got some business to take care of. A pause. I'll only be gone an hour max, mate. No need to look like a kicked puppy, jeez. Scout quickly tried to school its expression. I didn't. You look like I just knocked out your grandma's lights over Smith's dinner. I did not. You did. Didn't. Did. Scout crossed his arms, slouching back in his chair. Well, what if something happens? What'll I do then? Die, probably, Sniper said nonchalantly, only to backpedal, presumably noting the way all the blood drained from Scout's face. Nothing bad's about to happen, mate, no worries. If it makes you feel better, I can set you back in the base where the others are around. Ugh, no. I start trying pranks and shit the second I showed up. I could always just nap until I get back, rest some more. I just woke up like 2 hours ago. Well, this is the longest you've been awake since the accident, Sniper reasoned, and Scout considered this. Yeah, okay, fine, I think I'll do that. But, question, you don't have, like, anything sharp or fragile just lying around, do you? Like, so I don't hurt myself on something? No, I put away anything made of glass and everything else is in boxes and drawers. Okay, cool, good to know. Sounded keys being put into a pocket, door opening. I'll be back later, I'm locking the door, you can get outside, but if you leave, it'll lock behind you, Sniper said, and Scout waved, lying back in the chair. The door closed, the sound of keys in the lock, then silence, but for the record player, waiting to be flipped over. Scout just moved the needle and turned it off, sitting in silence for a second, or a few seconds, or maybe a minute. Well, Scout said aloud to himself, time to explore. He spent about 20 minutes just memorizing how big the inside of the camper was, feeling out the walls and where furniture was. He found the bathroom after about 10 minutes and got the nerve to climb the ladder onto the bunk after another 10. Or it might have been 10 minutes, he had no idea in actuality. He couldn't tell the passage of time. He considered getting a clock with a second hand just so he could listen to the ticking of it, but decided that would be a waste of time anyways. He started to do little laps and circles around the tight inside of the place, memorizing how many steps this way or that way, then starting to commit it to muscle memory. It was easier than he thought it would be, but it was still a bit time-consuming. At least it was enough for him to be able to move freely, which was all he really wanted at that point. Doing these miniature laps started to make his legs protest with soreness, and he began considering what he'd do to keep in shape. He couldn't exactly go out on runs anymore. That was a staple in his entire daily routine. He ignored the thought and returned to counting steps. He was proud of himself for how well he had it down, walking with his hands loose at his sides instead of in front of him to catch himself, half jogging when confidence and boredom set in. He ended up back in the chair again, cap over his eyes and looking for all the world like he was asleep when Sniper did finally return with the jangling of keys from outside. Sorry, mate, lost track of... Sniper cut himself off, and his next movements were quiet, putting his keys back away, shutting the door behind himself. A moment's hesitation, then a finger tapping him on the shoulder. Mate. Scout. Mate. Scout tilted his head and the hand withdrew. He let out an exaggerated yawn. Oh, hey, Snipes. Mind turning the light on? I can't see a thing, he asked, smirking. Very funny, Sniper deadpanned, but Scout could hear the near laugh in his voice. I'm sorry, I lost track of a bit. It's almost 5. The team will be getting grub soon. Oh, huh. Scout suddenly had an idea, and he smiled, moving to stand, pulling on his cap a bit. Guess I'll go get my shoes, huh? And he walked over to where his shoes had been discarded, leaning on the table's edge as he pulled them on and managed to do the laces. Beat of silence. How the hell did you do that? Aw, man, might take a nap, Snipes, Scout said, grinning openly, and he moved over to the ladder, climbing up and letting his feet swing on the edge of the mattress. You're gonna bump your head, get down from... I should really wash my hands before I eat, huh? Scout said loudly, climbing back down quickly and walking to the bathroom. He pulled his hat off, tossing it onto where he knew the table was, and he heard Sniper whispering something, confusion nearly palpable. My face, too, probably, actually. Ow! His foot had hit something, not something heavy, but any contact at all was enough to make him panic and overcorrect just slightly to the side, causing him to walk face first directly into the doorframe of the bathroom. He ended up sitting on the ground, hand clutching at his forehead, hissing at the pain, eyes clenched shut. Bloody bogan, Sniper said, sounding tired, and he moved past Scout, who heard the water run for a few moments. Move your hand, that won't help. Scout did, wincing, and a wet towel showed up, draping itself over most of his face. Scout took it in his hand and balled it, then held it to what was probably going to be a bump come the next day. Thanks, he muttered, sure that his face was bright red. Mind telling me how the hell you did all that? Sniper asked, and he was sitting on the floor too now. Started trying to figure out how to walk around in here, figured out, like, the general floor plan just so I can get around by myself a little bit. And you just had to show off, did you? There was more amusement in Sniper's tone now. Well, if I hadn't tripped on that, whatever that was, it would have worked, Scout protested. That was my rifle, I just took it in with me now, Sniper explained. I wanted to do some maintenance when I've got the time. Well, way to throw off my game, Scout said, trying to cross his arms and failing as the towel started to slip off his head, and he had to catch it quickly. What would have worked? Huh? Scout asked, confused. You said it would have worked a second ago. What would have worked? Sniper repeated. I don't know. Showing off, not looking like a dummy, proving I can still do stuff? Well, maybe next time, Sniper said, and Scout just hummed, eyes still closed as he pressed the cold cloth to his forehead. Do you still want to eat with the rest of the blokes? Yeah, sure, Scout replied. Which way is the base from here? Scout could hear the yelled chatter and banter of the mess hall from far away. From his place holding Sniper's sleeve, he could feel the taller man tense up when there was a sudden roar of laughter, and he wondered not for the first time how Sniper could not like being around people. Feeding off of social energy, either getting attention or listening to someone who's enthusiastic about something, arguments and bickering, still a form of entertainment. Other people were a major source of energy for Scout. He just couldn't fathom what would have to happen to make him suddenly dislike being around people. Borderline fear it, like Sniper apparently did. Then they stepped into the mess hall, and every voice suddenly fell silent, and he understood. Shite, Demo finally said quietly, breaking the silence. Sniper took a tentative step forward, and Scout started walking again. He heard the sound of a chair scraping on the floor, and Sniper's hands on his shoulders guided him to sit in the chair, similar to how it had worked earlier when they went to go eat. Then Sniper was off, and Scout could feel the presence of so many people around him, but none moved to speak again. Silence pressed in, and Scout could feel it nearly restricting his breathing, clenching his chest like a vise. This was horrible. He hated this. He hated this. Fucking what? Scout snapped, and there was a palpable recoil from the table. Mate? Sniper warmed at the kitchen. Scout crossed his arms and sat back in his chair. Little Scout is looking better, Heavy finally said from somewhere to his right, and some of the tension lifted. Scout tilted his head up slightly. Oh yeah. Hey, I didn't actually say thanks yet for getting me off the field. That was cool of you, I appreciate it. It's no problem. Scout is small, not much heavier than Sasha, Heavy said dismissively. Hey, Scout said, trying to glare. Where have you been, lad? Demo cut in before the situation could escalate. Sounded like he might be sitting right next to Scout on the left. I haven't seen you since I caught a glimpse of your parade leaving the battle. Oh, I've been hanging out with Snipe, Scout said. He's been helping me out with all sorts of stuff. There, Sniper murmured from just behind Scout, and he felt the man leaning over him, putting something on the table with a dull thunk. There was a sound of a spoon clattering. It's soup, mind you don't spill it. Thanks, Scout said, picking up the spoon and pulling the bowl towards him as Sniper sat on his other side. See, he's helpful as heck. I can see that, Benji chuckled from another part of the table, surprising Scout, who hadn't realized he was present. Oh, hey, Hardhat. You know what? Okay, roll call. Who's all here? There was a short lap around the table, starting with Demo, and it turned out that everyone except Soldier and Medic were present. Medic was apparently still working. Heavy said this with a touch of bitterness, which had Scout wondering. And Soldier was just AWOL. So how is little Scout feeling? Heavy finally asked, a note of solemnness in his tone. Must not be an easy thing to happen. Well, yeah, Scout said, trying to keep his voice as level as possible. It ain't a walk in the park or nothing, but hey, I'm surviving somehow. Barely, Sniper muttered from beside him, so quiet that Scout wasn't sure anyone else had heard him, and earned an elbow to the upper arm. Mostly, I'm just wondering what the loudspeaker lady's gonna do. We can't stay in the ceasefire forever, right? Scout said. And if I don't get better soon, what'll happen then? Will we just have to wait it out or something? Me and Demo were talking about the same thing earlier, NG said quietly. I can't exactly do much in the way of capping points without a Scout, can we? Scout felt a swell of pride at that, sitting up straight with his head held higher. Well, duh, obviously, I'm the best at capping points. Arguable, Spy muttered. Excuse me, who holds the point cap record on our team? Pyro did something to reply to that. Scout was quickly beginning to realize that Pyro was even less comprehensible when he couldn't see their body language, but it sounded agreeable for the most part. Right, Scout said hesitantly. Well, I'm not... He was interrupted by the sound of the doors busting open, probably breaking some part of them by the sound of wood cracking. "I have excellent news," came the telltale yelling of their resident militant nutcase. "Soldier, where have you been?" Demo asked. "What the hell have you got there?" "I have been out searching for something, and I have found it," he said triumphantly. "Pyro, here is your fire axe back. I no longer need it." Scout was really starting to wish he could see, because this sounded like a real shit show, and he would have loved to see it. Pyro chimed happily, and Scout heard a few chairs scraping backward as some of the mercs presumably backed away from the masked person. "Now, to business. Cadet, I have a gift for you," Soldier barked, and it took a moment for Scout to realize that Soldier was addressing him. "Huh? Me?" he asked for clarification, getting up from his seat hesitantly. "A gift?" "Indeed, Cadet, a gift! Here!" The thing about interacting with Soldier is that you constantly need to be ready to dodge any wayward gestures or playful, read as painful, hitting of the arm, chest, gut, face, ears, head. Scout was the only one who could generally dodge Soldier, meaning Soldier usually hit a bit harder than he did the others, but Scout could not dodge this time in particular, and so he was clubbed directly over the head with some wooden implement. His ears were ringing and he was on the ground. A jolt of fear went through him as all of a sudden he felt like he was back on the battlefield again. There was definitely yelling. To his surprise, he could hear Sniper's voice over most of the others, yelling some really nasty stuff at Soldier, who wasn't being particularly nice in return. He was pulled to his feet, which was definitely disorienting, and he heard concerned mumbling from Pyro on his left and NG fretting to his right. Spy was yelling too somewhere, near where the other two were fighting. "You alright, boy?" NG's voice hummed, suddenly coming through to Scout's ears clearly. Scout was so disoriented that he almost moved a hand to press the talk button on his mic out of reflex, but halfway through he caught himself and just shifted to holding the side of his head. It was wet, probably with blood. He said eloquently, trying to remember how to make his mouth move to produce words. He felt cold water over his head suddenly, and he sputtered, wiping it from his face quickly. "Pyro, you gotta warn the boy before you do that," NG chided, starting to wipe away the water and blood with a cloth, and Pyro just hummed happily. Why is there yelling?" Scout asked hurriedly. "Scout," it was Spy standing in front of them. "Could you call off your seeing eye dog before he scalps the helmet-headed idiot?" It took Scout another second to process the statement. "Snipes," he finally yelled over the noise. He heard the fight stop. "Don't kill him, pal, come on." "He almost knocked your bloody goddamn head off," Sniper said angrily. "Well, yeah, but Medic's gonna murder the guy anyways when he finds out," Scout shrugged, tilting his head to help NG get behind his ears, making a face. Soldier laughed at that. "Huh, what, are you gonna rat me out, Cadet?" "No, heavy already left to get him," Scout replied. There was a beat of silence before he heard the sounds of a struggle. "Oh, no you don't, you bloomin' nutcase," Sniper growled. "Demo got an arm?" "No, I'm staying out of this, lad." "Fine, NG." NG went to go help hold Soldier still, and Pyro was just giggling to one side, bumping shoulders with Scout as they did. Scout could sense someone stepping into place where NG was, continuing where he left off with the cloth. "And how did you know that our heavy left?" Spy asked suspiciously. "If he was here, he would have stopped the fight or something, right? I mean, probably wants Medic out of his lab anyways, and I didn't hear him, so 1 + 1 + 1 is 3. Spy paused for a second. A good point. And how is it that you've become more perceptive without your eyesight?" Scout shrugged. "If I don't pay attention, I get clobbered over the head with something, apparently, and that ain't any fun." "Where is he?" All motion ceased when the doctor's voice echoed from down the hallway. The sound of boots clicking sharply on tiled floor rang throughout the room. Scout could practically hear Soldier sweating. The door swung open. Hello, Doc?" Soldier said stiffly. Boots continued to click. "How's it going?" Boots stopped clicking. "Anything new?" The sound of 2 slaps cracked through the air in quick succession, followed by an inhale and some very colorful cursing. "Do not hit a blinded man over the head with a cane," Medic said coldly. Scout tried to hold in his laughter, and he was sure his face was turning red with the effort. "Speaking of which, I believe this was intended to be a gift of some sort, Her Scout, albeit a misguided one, yeah?" Scout reached in front of him and felt the wooden thing from earlier enter his hand. He grasped it carefully, feeling it over. It was crooked and a bit splintered in some places, but it did indeed feel like some very shoddy but handmade cane. "If you would stand still, bitte," Medic said next, and Scout felt the slight sting of a needle in his arm, followed by the singular sensation of healing on the wound on his head, the skin pulling back together easily. "There. And her, Soldier?" "Yes, sir," Soldier groaned. "Hit Arjun again, and I will not heal you in battle until further notice. Good day." The doctor left the room again, and the door closed behind him. Heavy chuckled quietly. Your doctor is scary as hell, lad, Demo said in a stage whisper. Yes, very scary doctor, Heavy agreed, and he left the room as well. Scout heard soldiers shuffling out of the room and muttering, and Engie and Pyro sweeping away plates from the table as Engie started a conversation with the firebug. Scout managed to find his seat again, and he held onto his soup protectively, trying to finish the lukewarm meal as quickly as he could. He heard someone sit in the chair on one side of him. Hi, laddie, I hid a present for you as well, but I promise you that I won't hit it over the head with it. I prefer not to get twice slapped by our doctor today, aye? The American felt something relatively small and fragile pressed into his palm. Metal and glass, spindly bits. Glasses? Scout asked, frowning. Sunglasses, Demo corrected. My mom has a pair like them. She's got her eyes out as well. Guess it's supposed to protect what's left of them. At the very least, keeps folks from staring too much at the place they should be. Like my eye patch. Demo paused, and Scout heard him scratching at his stubbly chin. Though your eyes still look intact, just unfocused a bit. Wait, so you, got me these? Scout asked, frowning. You're sure you want me to keep them? Hey, lad, all yours, Demo said with an amicable pat to the shoulder. Oh, thanks, Demo. This is really cool of you, Scout said, turning them over in his hands. He poked the brim of his cap up and slid the shades on carefully. How's it look? He asked, swallowing back nervousness. Looked like a greaser, Scout snorted, but not half bad. Scout felt out the shape of them. What do these look like anyways? Aviators, smaller than snipers though. Scout nodded, opening his mouth to say something but hesitating at the last moment. Demo hadn't gotten up to move yet, but Scout couldn't be sure he was paying attention. Nevertheless, he tried to speak again. It's weird, he said. What is? Demo asked. I lost my eyesight, and all of a sudden everyone's being nice to me, he said, trying for a casual, light-hearted tone, but instead settling somewhere around confused. Demo didn't say anything for a moment. Well, when a real bad thing happens to your comrades, it makes you think, don't it? Realize what's important. You hear Demo standing, leaning in and lowering his voice to a whisper. Although, if you ask me, Sniper's always been nice to you, just the way he is. Yeah? Scout asked, the words lighting a spark of something good in his chest. Hi. Another pat to the soldier to his shoulder, and he was walking away, calling a goodbye to Engie and Pyro as he left. Scout felt someone sitting down next to him. It's me, Sniper muttered. You nearly done? Yeah. Did you see these shades? Cyclops got them for me, he said cheerfully. Looks good, Sniper said appraisingly. I hope so, Scout said, turning back to his soup and taking another spoonful. He made a face at how cold it had gotten. Ugh. Yo, Mumbles, he called out towards the kitchen. He heard an answering noise from Pyro. Could you heat this back up for me? He heard a cheerful noise and Pyro's heavy boots on the ground walking closer as Sniper pulled his bowl a bit away. The telltale click of a flamethrower and the bowl was placed in front of him again. Thanks, he said, and he heard Pyro humming happily as they left. The next bite of soup nearly burned his tongue, but he didn't complain. Why are you hanging on to that cane? Sniper asked with a tone of disdain. He shifted the cane to where it was leaning against his leg. I don't know, it's a gift, ain't it? He hit you over the head with it. Yeah, well... Scout turned it around a few times. His next words were spoken sheepishly. This and the sunglasses are the first gifts you guys have ever really given me. There was silence around the table, the only noise coming from the kitchen, where Engie talked fairly quietly over the sound of clacking dishes and silverware. Really? Sniper asked, his voice his usual half-growl, half-mumble, but somehow softer than usual. Yeah. What about birthdays or holidays or the like? The guys don't really give out gifts for stuff. They do you a favor or cook you something, but not like a whole gift. Gifts are for... Scout soft for a moment. He almost intended to leave the sentence unfinished, but Sniper didn't speak, waiting for him to finish the thought. Almost a full minute passed before Scout finally forced the end of the thought out of his mouth. Gifts are for friends. Mate, of course you're our friend, Sniper said softly. Nah, they don't like me much, Scout said, turning the cane over and over in his hands. He wasn't even sad because he wasn't realizing this just now. And I know that. They got friends between themselves, but none of them like me much. They put up with my shenanigans because I'm fast and good at my job, nothing else. They put up with me, and that's about it, you know. And I got no right to be mad about it, it just kinda sucks. Sniper was quiet. Scout realized he was probably being a dick by venting to Sniper. He was never a people person, he wouldn't know how to react to any of this. It's getting late, Scout said, and he picked up the bowl, gulping down the rest of his soup quickly. Don't choke now, Sniper fretted, and Scout waved off his concern, nearly slamming the bowl back down when he was done. Alright, he said back to cheerful, standing up. Let's go, Wombat. Sniper took the bowl and spoon over to the kitchen and returned to Scout within a few moments. When Scout took hold of his sleeve, he paused. You don't want to use your new cane? Sniper asked. Nah, you're more reliable, Scout said easily, and Sniper paused for a few seconds before he started walking. Scout frowned to himself. Did he just make this weird? He probably just made it weird. Way to go, Scout. You ruined everything. Now you gotta go find someone else to help you get around and do stuff, idiot. Thanks, Sniper said finally, the word mumbled, and that worry was gone in a flash. Scout was woken from another dream, home, fresh from track practice after school, talking to Ma and helping her with the dishes while his brothers goofed around somewhere else, by the sound of the door opening and closing. Snipes? Scout murmured, voice scratching from sleep. Why are you waking me up, man? There was a soft scuffle as Sniper stopped abruptly in his tracks. Oh, I was just out for a smoke is all, Sniper murmured slowly. No worries, go back to sleep. Scout paused, then nodded, rolling over and closing his eyes. It looked exactly the same as when they were open. It wasn't until next morning that Scout realized he hadn't had a clue what time that had been. End of chapter. This is sad. That's sad. Imagine not having friends. Imagine being a fucking loser. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, Bast. Don't know if you're still here, but hey, what's up? Yeah, rip. Rip. Sucks to suck, I guess. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm so... It's jokes. It's jokes. It's okay. It's jokes. What if I just laid into him? What if I just started... What if... So, indeed, part of the premise of this fic, I don't know who all has been around in TF2 and dove deep into the lore of how the TF2 fandom has worked, like, historically. There was a period of time where the trend was to just beat the shit out of Scout TF2. Just whenever. Just, like, for fun. It was, the punching bag Scout years. That was, rough. I still, to this day, I'm not quite sure what that was about. I think it might have just been a response to, like, a rise of a general douchebaggery that could be considered adjacent to Scout. It was a whole thing, though. And it just felt very much like it was in bad faith, and I did not like it. Yeah, the Scout abuse era. It was rough. It was a rough time. Didn't love it. And this is kind of a reversal on that concept, I guess. And that entire conversation with Sniper was sort of... I don't know, it's so often what it was just making Scout sad, but not really even giving him the agency to have an opinion on it. And that shit was rough. Not a great time. 0 out of 10. Would not do again. This fic is sort of a reversal on that, in that it's Scout being put in a bad situation and all of the team sort of banding together to make him feel better, you know? Making him... Also, in that this fic gives him a lot more agency, I guess, with the bad situation he's in than you might otherwise see. There's this almost horror movie-esque quality to a lot of the Scout abuse fics, in that he was often given like some degree of even just like the battered wife syndrome, you know, like never given proper agency, never fully like respected enough to be given actual chances to get out of it. This weird like amnesia regarding they kill people for money. They kill people for money. What do you mean? Why the fuck wouldn't he just at least try to murder someone? I'm not gonna say any names, but yeah. It was I don't know, that there was I'm about to give people a bunch of whiplash if they do know what I'm talking about with this. It was the feral sniper era, um, when you could just kind of do whatever the fuck. Um, it was rough. It was rough. 0 out of 10. Um, and it just felt so deeply in bad faith to me to sort of ignore the fact that they're all adults and all capable of making choices, and like also this a lot of people who write fic about bad things happening to characters are doing so because they have trauma. I am very sympathetic to that. It's also very exhausting to me. Um, yeah. He was sort of set up in that way. He physically seems to be one of the weaker characters. Spy got a very similar treatment for that reason. Um, he was, besides being physically very unassuming, besides some, like, I mean, like, he has slightly broad shoulders, I guess. Just, in general, it felt so bad faith to me to take the guy who that, and also making characters homophobic, which I hate. Um, just the amount of fic that was clearly just somebody with a lot of internalized things kind of taking it out on Scout. The fact that not only was it such a non-zero amount, it was so significant that as to become a trend was so stressful. It was so stressful to me. The idea of like making them just shitty and homophobic and sadistic for no reason. You know, like I don't really quite understand the appeal of like 150 word ficlets about medic with so much internalized homophobia. Not even in a fun way, just to make the person reading it feel bad. There's the bad faith engagement with pieces of media that don't necessitate that whole thing. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, Aaron, that was also a problem for a minute. It was so distressing to me, the idea of, first of all, that is canonically his father. Second of all, why are you writing Spy to be that awful? Is that in Russia? Is Sniper the punching bag? Is that true? Is that true? Is Sniper the punching bag in the Russian fandom? That's really funny. It's because he's Australian. It's his fault, really. Yeah. And there's so many bad faith engagements with things that make me feel sad, I guess. Like, so transparently, I often find these like shitty fics about put Scout in a meat grinder. Like, it's so transparently because they have shit going on. And it's very, I feel bad, but not bad enough that I feel it's excused. Blind Sniper? Oh shit. Have I have I been plagiarized? I am so funny. I am so hilarious. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh, the lore. And other things I would absolutely love to know about at some point. back in the day of fandom being of the fucking wild, wild west, um, I don't know. There was a period of time when it was just the wild, wild fucking west out here, and in my opinion, one of the, I don't know how to phrase this, one of the most revolutionary things you could have done when people were making so much stuff where so many people were being so shitty, to instead write a nice fun fic about people being friends feels very revolutionary to me. And I was very much on the tail end of that when I was writing fanfic, but like still. Oh, don't say the phrase cat punch rate, mate. Fic written in 2011 where Sniper got blind, he returned home, his parents didn't like it, and he fucking killed. Jesus! Jesus! Yeah, that sounds like some shit that would happen in 2011. And I really don't get to talk supreme amounts of shit about writing fic with sad premises, you know? But like, there's very much a difference between specifically I'm thinking of like Flowers Without Tombstones, which is deeply a fic about Flowers Without Tombstones is very much a fic about Scout dealing with internalized homophobia. And his strenuous relationship with the concept of romance in general. And not in as many words, much more indirectly, it's about a fic of Scout succumbing to the awful mental health situation of being in the closet and feeling incapable of coming out, not even because of pressure from the outside, but internal pressures. It's rough. It's fucking sad. But I handled it, I like to think, with an empathy for him that feels completely absent in so many of the like bad faith Scout gets his kneecaps shredded off with a fucking cheese grater fix, you know? Like, it's for the sake of a conversation more than the sake of being sad. And then there's also the Hanahaki fic for Sniper that I wrote, which was literally just the entire premise of it was that I could fucking trick people into reading a fic about, oh yeah, there were a lot of people around for a while that were not nice. There were periods of time when like people just write so much fucking sad fic about character is sad and then dies. So the Sniper fucking dies in this is my favorite one, just because I fucking trick people who are trying to read a sad fic into reading something about the inherent good and love in the world. Fucking got 'em. Fucking gotcha. The world is full of love, you stupid idiot. So, really aggressive. It's true. The world is full of good sometimes. Sometimes. It's been like 2 hours and we're 3 chapters in. I'm starting to find how optimistic I was being with my with my 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time frame. Thank you. I really enjoyed writing that fic. I'm really fucking stubborn about certain things, and one of them is I want to write fic that after you read it, you feel as though it was worth your time. Or that an important conversation has happened. Aaron, don't fucking fail your midterm. I'm gonna kill you. Aaron, I'm gonna dissolve your molecules if you don't go study for your midterm. And that's a threat. I'm not gonna repeat. God. I was being really optimistic when I said, yeah, this will be done in like an hour. Christ. This might have to be done over 2 separate streams, which is rough because, man, this took... It's the reason I put it off this long is because it took a while to have a day off. I work like 40 hours a week at an ice cream place because I got rent, you know, like I don't really have very many days off, and definitely not very many weekend days off. So I'm already just trying to think, like, when the fuck would I be free again for actually finishing this thing? Now I'm just like, will I even get fucking halfway? We're on chapter 4. It's been 2 hours. I could just really, you know, buckle up. I could speedrun strats. I could any percent glitchless speedrun through this. I just like turn on 1.5 or 1.5x speed, but in real life. To be fair, I'm also getting to the ones that are very dialogue heavy. This was... this is during the period of time when I was like... So, for frame of reference, literally like a week and a half before I started... Or like a week and a half after I started writing this fic is when we had the final show of a play that I wrote and directed. We had our last run, final performance of it. I was writing some of it during like the tech week things, just fucking sitting around while my actors like kept running lines and stuff. That is true. That is a true thing. Some of the time I would like pull it up on my laptop, hand it to the friends who were reading it, and then go to help with setting things up for performance. So I fucking love writing dialogue. Genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I love writing dialogue. So yeah, it starts to really show how much I enjoy just having characters talking about fucking nothing for like thousands of words, because I just have so much fun writing it. Yeah, I wrote a 1-act play, runtime of optimistically 35 minutes, often closer to 40. It was 4 characters, 1 setting. Basically just like just a time travel Groundhog Day plot. One character who like she's like in charge of this little lab. It's herself and then 2 interns and then their lab technician, he's kind of a doofus, and she is going about her day over the course of like 3 minutes, like fucking gas pipe bursts under one of the sinks and everyone in the room, you know, like fucking dies. Lights go down, lights come up, and she's standing where she was at the opening of the scene. And she goes like, what the fuck? And it's just her going through the situation again and again. It's trying to activate like safety protocol things that aren't working, like a bunch of opportunities, like different characters get to play hero for a minute and be very smart and cool. Shit like that. and it's just her getting increasingly hopeless. I had a bit. She and the lab technician guy have a very fun thing called "She's so mean to him," and he thinks it's the funniest thing in the world. They're just shitheads to each other like the entire time. It's just them talking massive amounts of shit. Um, and then the one of my actors, the actors for the two of them though, it was very funny because she's definitely his boss, but that actor was actually like several years younger than the other one. So, so I had a bit during it where, in like the first way that I made it, like the first iteration of it, there was the bit of them like replaying the first 15 seconds of the day over and over again. Um, and the first time she just locks the door so he can't get in, and he's like, well, shit, guess I'll go home. And then, like, car crash noise off screen. And then, like, the second time he walks in, she goes, hey, do you mind going and, like, getting me something from, like, the storage room? And he goes, yeah, okay. Walks off stage, crash noise of him fucking dropping a cement brick on his head. Just, like, her trying to cut things off at the pass if she can, and she really can't. Then at one point he walks in and she just goes, and the bit was she was just gonna kiss him, and then they were both gonna be like, that was horrible, we hated that, just to really drive home that that was not what was going on. And then both being like, that's super awkward, I'm gonna go home. And then finally, so I read that, and the actor for her was, she expressed to me, she's like, I don't want to kiss a person on a stage. And I went, I'm not going to make you you don't have to actually kiss, that's okay. You can pretend to, we can frame it in such a way that you don't get more than like 6 inches or closer to each other. And then fucking, eventually we ended up changing it all together, so instead she punches him in the face. He's like, what the fuck? She went out, I just wanted to know. Oh yeah. God, there was. Anyways, I like sci-fi. Is the end of that ramble. And I finished that and then immediately went into Running Blind. Is where I was at in my life. Immediate transition. I really like writing dialogue. I really like writing dialogue between characters who kind of argue. Having characters talking to each other is, in my opinion, the quickest way to establish what they're like. Having characters talk to different people with whom they have lots of different relationships is extremely effective at giving you an idea of what the person is actually like. More than that, having a character say something and then giving them internal dialogue to confirm or deny is also very important. Don't even over-intend to swear. I'm not. There's so much that was happening for so long. Fandom and your ability to just sometimes, there's so many tasteful ways to do concepts, and then there's also what happens in fandom, which is not the same thing. I'll say it. I'll be mean. I'll say it. God. I checked. Sorry, I checked my notifications to make sure nothing was happening. Just happened. I was like, wait, you wrote Running Blind? Yeah, that was me. Yeah, that was me. I wrote it. Christ. I love people. People are so extremely funny. There was, I don't know. There are people who give fandoms bad reps, and it certainly didn't help. Certainly didn't help. God. I could ramble for so long about how odd the TF2 fandom is about things, but Regardless, I should probably keep reading the fucking fanfiction. I stopped my timer and then promptly got on a different tangent entirely. I'm gonna try and burn through these next few as quick as I can, unless I have something particularly funny to say. Right back into it. Chapter 4, Downpour. What's this thing? He heard Sniper's newspaper shift as he looked over at the case Sniper had a hand on, sat under a few other boxes, but not wooden like the others. No, that's... Sniper paused, and his voice went quiet, almost embarrassed when he spoke next. That's my tenor saxophone, that is, woodwind instrument. Hold up, Scout said, tone deadly serious. You play an instrument. Might have done. And you didn't tell me this. Might have done. I'm gonna friggin' kill you. Scout managed to pull the case loose and turn it over in his hands. You play an instrument? Holy shit! Why? Why can you do this? I picked it up back in school, practiced a bit in my free time. It's been a while since I've played it, Sniper said, sounding embarrassed. Just figured I'd keep it around. Might as well. Dude, you need to play something right now. I don't remember how, Sniper said weakly. I bet I couldn't play a damn thing. Too late, you're playing, Scout said, shoving the instrument case towards him. He heard Sniper sigh after a second and the sound of latches and metal pieces being moved around and put together. After a very thick silence, Sniper played a note, and the next few minutes were spent with Scout sitting cross-legged and listening with interest as Sniper tried to put the old instrument in tune. Finally, he played a scale with ease only practice gives you, and he played a few more, obviously falling back into old habits without much of a problem. Any requests? He finally asked. I don't remember much. You probably never learned any Tom Jones, Scout said, and Sniper laughed at that. No, not really, but hold on, I do remember one song, I bet. I'm sure I've played it enough over the years, Sniper said, and he took a breath, and slowly at first started playing a tune. It was fairly cheerful, almost boppy, and easygoing. He tripped up once or twice, but after a bit, Scout perked up, the notes sounding familiar to him. He opened his mouth and began singing along quietly, voice hardly audible over the instrument. Old man trouble, I don't mind him, he sang, bopping his head along with the music. You won't find him round my door. Sniper started playing a bit quieter, and Scout got a little bit bolder, raising his voice to sing. I've got starlight, I got sweet dreams, I got my man who could ask for anything more. He sang the following scattered line while shooting finger guns at the Australian, and Sniper slipped up in his playing, interrupted by his own giggling, which quickly infected Scout as well. That's I Got Rhythm by Ella Fitzpatrick, right? Fitzgerald, Sniper corrected, and Scout snapped his fingers. How do you know that one? My mom had like 4 albums, and that was the only single that she had. So my brother started getting enough money to get music too, which was when I was 9? Until then, no. This was one of the only things we ever listened to. Huh. He heard Sniper fiddling with the keys on the saxophone. I just remember hearing it when I was younger, thinking it sounded nice, teaching myself to play it. Weren't hard, but since when do you sing? What's that about? Scout felt his face blush. He ducked his head down, fidgeting with his hands, with his shirt's collar, with his cap. I was in the church choir as a kid. A beat of pause, then laughter. Scout felt like his face was on fire, and he glared daggers. What's so funny? He challenged. You of all people, you were bloody churched growing up? Sniper managed to wheeze. Scout puffed out his chest. Damn right, Irish Catholic, what's it to ya? He replied, voice a bit raised. Oh god, I'm sorry, man. I just imagine you in this stupid, the white robe-looking thing, standing in front of anyone singing about Jesus, probably the shortest person there. I was not! I wasn't the shortest in the school choir, neither, Scout protested. No, I ain't making fun, love. Just imagine that you probably looked like a real piece of work is all. God, the Scout got churched. That's funny, it really is. Scout sniffed, crossing his arms, looking away as his blush refused to fade. What the hell ever, he said stiffly. Oh, come on, don't be like that, Sniper goaded. How's this? I'll play another song, and you can play choir boy again for a bit, Scout didn't reply, sitting with his arms crossed. Boy, I swear I ain't having a go at you. You got a lovely voice. I just thought it was funny. I'm sorry for laughing. Scout considered the apology for a few seconds before deflating, uncrossing his arms. Yeah, okay, play it again. Try and get the chorus right this time. That's the fire I know and love, Sniper said happily, and he started to play, and Scout started to sing, and the other mercenaries far away in the base were none the wiser about the musical talents of their teammates. I'm gonna freaking lose it. Calm down. Don't tell me to calm down, then cool it. I'm gonna slap you. At least it's something to do. You won't neither. Try me. Scout was about to start bouncing off the walls. He felt fairly recovered physically, and he was back to top shape in terms of energy levels. Unfortunately, he had no way to get rid of that energy. Usually he would go out for a run or do target practice in the makeshift batting cage in the training room, but neither of those were an option now, so he was going to lose it. Well, what can you do without eyes? Sniper asked, and Scout heard him putting down the gun he was maintenancing. Can't really lift weights, because that sucks, Scout said, ticking off on his fingers. Can't go jogging, can't do target practice, pull-ups or push-ups are boring. Jog in place, Sniper suggested. No, that sucks too, Scout said, making a face. They were both quiet for a second before Scout heard Sniper snap his fingers. Oi, idea, Sniper said, and Scout heard him moving to rummage around one of the storage bins that Scout had long confused for a counter before Sniper had taken pity and corrected him. He felt Sniper taken by the arm. Let's go outside. Scout felt the transition into sunlight as Sniper walked him through the door and a few yards away from the van. Sniper took one hand and put the end of a rope in it, then the same with the other. The hell's this? Scout said curiously. Jump rope, Sniper said, sounding proud of himself. Don't need your eyes, it's all about keeping a rhythm. It'll keep you quick on your feet, and if you get bored, you got options to keep it interesting. Scout considered this, then hesitantly moved to hop the rope a few times. Huh. He picked up a rhythm and felt himself starting to grin, and it only widened the longer he tried it. Holy shit, you're a genius, Snipes. Ow. He cut himself off as the rope hit him in the shin lightly. It's no problem, Sniper said, sounding proud of himself. No, for real, thanks. Scout went to hit him lightly on the arm, but his fist instead connected with Sniper's chest. Scout paused, sensing something a bit off. He reached a hand and found Sniper's shoulder, eyebrows furrowing before he felt a flush on his face. Wait, you don't have a shirt on? He asked, voice going a bit squeaky. Yeah? Sniper replied, sounding confused by the question. I just woke up like you did. I'm still in my pajamas, mate. Oh. Scout retracted his hand and paused for a second before finding the end of the rope again. Just didn't realize. In my head you were, like, in your uniform. You're not, Sniper pointed out. Scout reached a hand to his own chest where he put one of his old baseball jerseys after a very complicated attempt at a shower in the camper's tiny bathroom. Well, I've got my hat on, don't I? He replied. Wait, don't you? Alright, that I have. You want a play-by-play of my wardrobe now? Sniper asked, voice dripping sarcasm. Got my hat, pajama pants, and a pair of sandals on. Any more questions? Whatever, Scout said, rolling his eyes. Just go back to cleaning your gun, Wombat. Fine, Sniper huffed, going to his van as Scout started rhythm again. Oh, if you need me, shout. Will do, Scout replied, but I won't need you. I'm literally jumping rope in place. I think I can handle this. Sniper huffed at that, turning and entering his van as Scout started to jump rope again. Scout felt a better part of his day jumping rope, breaking briefly when the soldier came to deliver a sort of lunch, probably to try and get Medic to stop being mad at him, and later when he asked Sniper to grab him some kind of dinner. He apparently woke Sniper up from a nap the second time, and Scout inhaled the food he'd been given as quickly as possible before returning to the workout, where he started trying to do things like turns or crossing his arms. He'd nearly perfected the double jump when he broke for lunch. Aren't you tired, mate? Sniper asked, sounding amazed. Nah, Scout replied, his breath quick but still even. I don't get tired, I usually just get way out of breath before then. Probably need this endurance training, actually. You know, cardio and shit, make my lungs stronger or something. Right. He heard Sniper standing again. I'm gonna head inside, yell if you need me. Will do, Scout replied, but I won't need me, yeah, I get it, Sniper said with a touch of amusement. You said it a million times. You don't know, though, you could be attacked by a bird or something. If a bird tries to kill me, you'll be the first to know, Scout said dryly, and Sniper did laugh at that one as he entered his camper. Scout grinned to himself for a bit after that. He continued to jump until his arms got tired, then until his wrists got tired, then until finally he felt any kind of fatigue in his legs. That's when he stopped, putting down the rope and moving to do his post-workout stretching that he knew was the most important part. His muscles already ached, but it'd be way worse in the morning if he didn't stretch afterwards. Scout could be called a lot of things, but at least he knew good workout habits. He paused while stretching his arms as he felt the wind picking up just a bit. He hummed slightly to himself and continued down to stretching out his waist and legs. He realized, listening to the sounds of nature around him, that it was probably dark out. The sound of the light outside the camper buzzing quietly confirmed it. He froze entirely when he felt a drop of water hit his forearm, then one on his head, and within a minute rain was practically pouring down on him. A few minutes passed before Scout heard rushed movement suddenly start up within the camper, windows slamming shut, the door clattering against the wall of the camper as it shoved open roughly. Scout, Sniper shouted, only to audibly freeze in his tracks. Scout stood with his hat and new sunglasses off, face tilted towards the sky, eyes closed, unmoving. He was already long drenched with water, but he didn't care. Neither moved for a few moments. You know one thing I miss from back home? Scout said, her voice hardly audible over the downpour, quiet level. I miss it raining all the time. Sniper didn't speak. Scout heard him walking over to stand next to him. Back home, it'd rain a lot, every 2 weeks or so at least, sometimes for days in a row. When I was really little, my brothers would dig out rain boots and umbrellas, and us younger guys would go jump in puddles and stuff, even though Mom was always mad because we'd all need a bath after. He grinned. One of them, Jack, he would always say, "But Mom, we just had a shower," and she would get all mad at him for sassing her. It was quiet for a second. They kept taking me away after everyone else had grown out of playing in puddles, but I didn't say nothing. I think they never wanted me to grow up. I was always the baby of the family, and I still am. Then I came here, and you guys all treat me like the baby too, calling me kid, or lad, or little scout, or whatever. Sniper inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly. "You glad about that?" he finally asked. "Dunno, but you guys ain't my brothers." Scout pulled his sopping wet hat on, turning his head towards Sniper, blinking his eyes open for a moment. "That ain't a bad thing. That's not what I mean. You're just something else. Not better or worse, just different, you know?" "Right," Sniper said after a second. "Right." "You didn't have siblings, did you?" Scout asked, and Sniper hummed in the affirmative. Scout looked back up at the sky. "Well, let me tell you, it ain't a walk in the park. They're always picking on you and ditching you to go do other stuff, and making you do things if they don't want to do them, and trying to pull fast ones on you. They're just real jerks. And everyone's always comparing you to them. You're always introduced as someone else's sibling, never yourself." Scout paused. "But I'm glad I have them. Having 7 older brothers, that was 7 guys to walk me home after school and come cheer me on at track meets and baseball games. 7 people who I could always count on if anyone else picked on me. 7 guys I could turn to if I needed help with homework. Hell, it didn't even matter that I didn't have a dad, you know? They were more than some walkout could have ever been. And I love them." Silence reigned for a long, long time. It could have just been a few moments or a few minutes or much longer. It was silent for long enough that Scout thought Sniper might have left while he was talking. But all of a sudden, Scout felt a presence inches from his shoulder, and the rain stopped, pattering on cloth overhead. An umbrella. "You're gonna catch a cold out here in the dark and rain, mate," Sniper murmured, and Scout nodded, letting his head drop, face tilting towards the ground. He wasn't entirely sure what his expression was. Sniper took him by the arm and led him back inside the camper. Scout pulled on different clothes and climbed up onto the mattress without much problem, pulling a blanket over himself to try and stop the shivering that he hadn't noticed beginning. Neither of them spoke. It was clear that Sniper didn't really know what to say, just quietly, as Sniper did most things, doing his nightly routine. Scout murmured a good night to Sniper and dozed off within a few minutes. He dreamed of spring rain in a city. He woke to the sound of the door opening, and he heard the rain still coming down on the roof of the camper. Soggy footsteps, a sound Scout attributed to Sniper dropping his wet hat on the table. A faint jingling sound, and Sniper taking a rung or two on the ladder. He didn't move a muscle as he heard the faint jingling again near his face, something placed on the mattress inches from his nose, and he heard Sniper descending the ladder again, sighing faintly to himself as he moved about, changing into pajamas. Scout heard him settling onto the chair, and soon enough the noise of him breathing evenly. The rain petered out overhead, this light sound finally dying completely and leaving the camper oddly silent, and only then did Scout move his hand forward to feel what had been placed next to him. Metal. Cold metal. Worn ball chain with two thin, plate-like things dangling from it. Scout inhaled sharply, running his thumb over them and feeling up the letters inscribed there, scrabbling his fingers over the surface. O'Connell, Jack P. New line. A string of numbers, T42, 43, AB. New line. C. He picked at the notch towards the bottom of the small metal plate, staring out at nothing. He remembered the look on his ma's face when she was given these the first time, right at the end of the war, right before his brother was supposed to come home anyways, because the war was anything but clean. He remembered Henry taking them, wearing them every day, even after the worst of the morning was over, even when some of the brothers teased him for it. He remembered seeing Henry clutching at them as the big truck holding him and the other draftees drove away down the street after uneasy goodbyes to each of them. He remembered the look on Ma's face again when she was handed them for the second time, this time for a warmth that even Henry didn't support. The runner remembered her shoving them into his hands as she stormed away from the officer who'd been halfway through explaining that it was one of the only things they'd found of his, outside of a few letters and a picture of a girl none of them had been aware Henry was seeing in the first place. He remembered how confused they'd all been, because she was a really nice girl. For a Protestant, he had muttered, and that earned a watery smile from Ma, the first smile in some time. He remembered the way his brother Tony had eyed them hanging around his neck the day he left to fight somewhere in New Mexico, murmuring a sentence that Scout hadn't been able to shake from his head the whole ride over, sentence that still reverberated around Scout's skull whenever he got too scared or was in a lot of pain. "Don't be the third O'Connell boy to die and leave us those dog tags," he'd said once he was sure Mom wasn't listening. Scout didn't know if he'd technically broken those instructions now, but as far as he could tell, he hadn't sent them back the dog tags. He pulled them over his head and tucked them under his shirt, feeling the cold metal heat against his chest. He went to sleep and dreamed of war. End of chapter. Stretching. Ow, fuck. Shit, ow. My bones. Pain. God. As far as moments that stick out to me in terms of cinnamon topography, in terms of moments that have good framing in my brain, the one of Sniper rushing, like waking up from a nap, realizing it's raining, and rushing to close the windows, and going outside and seeing Scout just standing and staring up into the rain. That's one that I liked a lot conceptually. It's one of the few beats that I had fully planned conceptually. I knew that was a thing I wanted to happen as soon as I was trying to think of situations that Scout could experience almost fully, even though he couldn't see, of being out in the rain. Had a lot of just rain-based themes as a thing I liked a lot, especially at that point. Me ooh, let's have rain be a thing we do. The Sniper TF2 plays the saxophone, and that is canon. It is canon that Sniper TF2 plays saxophone. It's real, it happened. He did an expiration date, and I refuse to let TF2 pull the wool over my eyes any longer. He plays a woodwind instrument like a little fucking dork. I made Scout Catholic. Scout's Catholic. Because that's really funny to me. It's my only quote-unquote evidence is in the comics. They have that bit of characters die and Medic goes to hell, which is very funny. And Scout goes to a version of heaven with guy with a big bushy beard and cherubs and shit like that. I don't know, it feels very Catholic. We need Sniper to play saxophone. Honestly, the implications of any of the mercs being religious is extremely interesting to me, and I will not be talking about it now because I would be here all goddamn day. Yeah, there's vibes. There's vibe adjacency. It's God. Also, this is just the chapter where I just talked about a lot of my headcanons for things that just make sense to me. Scout exercises, right? So many of the mercs almost definitely exercise at least a little bit because they kind of have to, but that also in some sense implies that they care a little bit about their own well-being, which is very paradoxical in the context of them being mercenaries. And that shit's really fucking interesting to me. Also, I think it's more therapeutic, I guess, for Scout. I know a lot of people with ADHD, they try and get exercise and they find it helps them with focusing. And this is obviously at a point in history where that, ADHD isn't a thing. He thinks he's just has a lot of energy. Shit like that. And he knows it's probably a thing. He knows there's probably something going on there, but yeah, it makes sense to me that he exercises. it makes sense to me that Sniper doesn't. It makes sense to me that Sniper probably gets a lot of practice with his rifle. And like does just like goes and does shit. For frame of reference, based on where my kind of headcanon moment is, let's see, where is it? This right here. This right here is the moment that I think Sniper fell in love with Scout. This is the moment when he really started catching some feelings. At least in my opinion. He liked Scout a lot. He really, really liked Scout and thought he was a really cool guy and respected him a lot. But this is where he caught feelings, in my personal opinion. Obviously, anything I say about this fic outside of, like, me elaborating on points, even then, like, you know, if you read my thing and think my shit, what I'm saying is wrong, that's very valid, because, you know, if I didn't say it in the fic, it's not quote-unquote canon. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know, the context of... Because what they do isn't military. And it doesn't even really feel like military. It feels like they're being... It feels almost adjacent to entertainment, like a sport, but for nobody. But there is still them grappling with concepts like death and murder and dying. So there's a very interesting way of thinking of it, because you have a brother who was in the military during the World War II era, and then you have a brother who's in the military during, like, you know, the Vietnam era. Extremely different. Very different social times, you know, very, very different times socially, very different times in terms of public respect, you know, shit like that. It's so relevant to me, I guess, to have there be at least some kind of conversation about how they feel about where they're at in their life, because there's no way that what they do for a job is completely irrelevant to them at any point in their life. You know, there's such a high relevancy to it. Haha, 69. Stretches. Imagine writing things. I'm gonna reply to that, the funniest person alive. Wait, you wrote reply? I love people on the internet. You know, it happens. I don't know how to phrase this in a way that doesn't sound like kind of mean. I don't like answering asks, because sometimes I feel like I just say shit that I think is funny, and that's it. You know, I feel like I'm not going anywhere with nothing. You know, I'm just saying shit all of the time. And I that's also my policy for writing, like, dialogue and writing comedy, is I write something that I think is funny and that I find entertaining, and then if other people also find it entertaining, that's great, but I write shit for me primarily, you know? Fucking speaking of which, okay. I have read my own fic, so I read my own fic all the fucking time. All the fucking time. Especially, the ficlets I have, just like, made into a little, the one, I have that folder on AO3 where I just have them all archived. I will just scroll randomly, click enter, and then read those. Because I like to read before I go to sleep. It helps keep my brain on track and not thinking about some dumb shit that I'm gonna want to get up and go do. I read my own shit a lot, mostly in the same way that when I'm tired, I like to listen to songs that I already know super well. Running familiar paths in my brain is very calming to me, and the most familiar path I can do is to, you know, read a thing that I wrote. I do also have a couple of I have so if you look at my page on AO3, it shows that I have 0 bookmarks. Drops my entire phone. It shows that I have 0 bookmarks, and that is exclusively because I've always been way too fucking embarrassed of shit that I like to bookmark publicly. And then now what's happened is people, for some reason, think that I have a good opinion in general about shit. So I don't want people being like, oh, this is a good fic, because I read a lot of fic. It's not good, I just like it, you know? And I don't want to fucking defend myself about shit that I like that's just silly. Regardless. I'm gonna stretch one more time, I'm gonna sip one more time, then I'm gonna go ahead and read Chapter 5, Exploratory. Welcome to my Exploratorium. Stretch was... One thing I almost did, instead of making Scott a choir boy, this is just about last chapter, I almost made him play trumpet in band, but also, you know, kind of hard to play, and like, instruments are fucking expensive. And, you know, a bunch of brothers and shit. Makes more sense that he'd be a choir boy, because that costs nothing. Also because it is very funny to me, the idea of him in his stupid little robes and shit. If I don't make fun of the church, assume it's not me, it's a clone. Regardless. Chapter 5, Exploratory. Hey, Snipes. What? I sure hope what they say about blind people isn't true. You know, Thayan is attractive. Who in the world says that? Dunno, apparently blind folks just don't look so good. There was no silence for a few moments before Sniper gave a world-weary sigh at the dumb joke. Scout was grinning. Hey, Snipes. What? I figured I'd go and take a run today. Thing is, I just can't see that ever happening. Bugger off, Sniper said flatly. Hey! Scout started again. No, Sniper replied. Snipes, Scout started again. What? Sniper replied. What do you call it when I think of something to do? Sniper didn't respond outside of another sigh. No idea. These are awful. I don't see anything wrong with them, Scout said cheerfully, waggling his eyebrows. Sniper groaned at the joke. God, it's bloody morbid, is what it is, Sniper said. It's not funny. You're totally smiling. I'm not. R2, I can hear it in your voice. You're smiling. And you're delusional, Sniper huffed. There was a short pause. Guess we'll have to agree to disagree since, you know. Scout waited for him to finish the thought. He didn't. Since what? He finally asked. You know, we can't see eye to eye. Scout gaped at him openly. Was that a blind joke and a short joke? He asked, awed. Yeah, guess I'm just better at looking for these. Holy shit. You sound surprised. Suppose you didn't see this coming. An oversight on your part. This is a bad look for you, mate. I think I just got owned. Damn right, Sniper replied, returning to cleaning his kukri. Most of the rest of the team was gone for the day on a trip into town, so Scout was okay with Sniper just dropping him off in the rec room for a little while that day. There was a baseball game going on anyways, so he didn't really need much besides the radio to keep him occupied. It was the fourth inning when he thought he heard something in the kitchen. He sat up from his place lying upside down on the couch. "Spy?" he asked, because only one other person ever walked that quietly. "Uncloak, dumbass. I can't see you anyways." "Why do you assume I'm cloaked?" Spy asked, annoyed. "'Cause you're sneaking around like a friggin' snake or something." "Not everything I do has malicious intent," Spy said, giving a long, suffering sigh. "I am just in the kitchen that we all use. It is my kitchen, too. I'm not sneaking anywhere." "Yeah, whatever." Scout flopped back into place as the game resumed, going quiet again. He tuned out the sound of Spy doing stuff in the kitchen until he smelled something baking. He assumed it was Spy's turn to cook dinner for the team. Sometime around the seventh inning, he felt someone standing near the couch and sat back up again. "What?" he asked. "Which team is winning?" Spy asked. Scout was silent for a second. "The hell do you care?" he asked suspiciously. "I have to wait 20 minutes before I can go any further with this recipe. I am bored. Who is winning?" Scout continued frowning, but eased back into his new position with his back to the couch, doing a half-hearted headstand. "Cubs. The Mets are getting their asses kicked, but they're trying their best anyways." Spy just hummed. Scout was quiet for a second. Do you actually even know anything about baseball?" "You hit a ball with a stick. It's not that difficult to understand." "Well, hold on. It's way more complicated than that." "I doubt it." "Well, okay, wise guy. How many innings are there in a game?" A short silence. 9. "And what's a foul ball?" "When the ball goes too far left or right." "And if the foul ball is caught before it hits the ground, is that still a strike?" Another pause. "Fine, I'm not an expert on the subject. What do you want from me?" "Maybe give the American pastime a bit more respect is all I'm saying," Scout said, shrugging, which in turn almost imbalanced him. He managed to catch himself anyways. "Not on my priority list," Spy said, walking away from the kitchen. "Dick," Scout huffed and tried to ignore all the blood rushing to his head. The eighth inning was well underway when he heard someone else entering the room. Sniper stopped by the couch and sighed, putting on a bit of melodrama as he walked over to Scout. He took Scout by the legs and pulled him back up the couch. Scout's face was long since red and he was very, very dizzy. "Thanks, Snipes," Scout said cheerfully. "Why were you upside down?" Sniper asked flatly. Scout thought for a second before he grinned. "I was imitating you," he replied. "What?" "You're from down under." Sniper batted at his dangling foot and Scout just giggled. "Alright, wise guy, I was just on my way to ask if you wanted to eat with the other few blokes today." "Yeah," Scout shrugged. "Could you be a bit more helpful?" "Yeah," Scout shrugged again. "One of these days, your bloody mouth is gonna get you biffed, you know." "Yeah," Scout shrugged once more. He heard Spy giving an overdramatic sigh from the kitchen. "Could the two of you not do this right in front of me?" he called, sounding annoyed. "Yeah? And what's the this that you're referring to?" Scout asked, raising his head slightly. "Please tell me that you are joking." "Mind your own damn well business, spooks," Sniper said, surprisingly serious all of a sudden. "You are very quickly making it my business, Bushman," Spy replied, also aggressively. Scout could practically feel Sniper seething over the next few tense moments of silence between the two, and he sat up, reaching out to try and find an arm. Sniper helped him out after a second, taking his hand carefully. "Hey, can we go to the camper?" Scout asked, tense. "I want to jump rope." Sniper just hummed in agreement, helping pull him to his feet and letting Scout all but rush them out the door. They made it a good bit down the hall before Sniper spoke. "Why the hasty retreat?" he murmured, sounding concerned. "Didn't you want to finish listening to the game?" Scout huffed. "Down like 20 points, and it's the friggin' Mets, Snipes. I think we all know how that's gonna pan out," he said. "Mostly I didn't want to have to deal with a fist fight or nothing." "Why's that?" Sniper asked, surprised. "I thought you hate that snake as much as I do." "He's a dick, yeah, but I don't know. In my head it, like, played out. I guess I just saw you getting in a fight or something and not being able to help if something real bad happened, you know? This all sucks. If something went real bad all of a sudden, I couldn't do nothing, and it freaks me out a little bit." "Huh." Sniper raised a hand to where Scout was resting on his arm, giving it a light pat. "Suppose I'll stay out of trouble then." "You better," Scout replied, turning his chin up, and he couldn't be sure, but he had a feeling that Sniper was smiling. Scout spent a good part of the next day learning to navigate the base by himself under the watchful eyes of some of the other mercs. He decided to let Sniper sleep now that he knew that the reason why the Australian was tired so often, simply sneaking out the door and managing to find the door to the base when he trusted his feet. He was lucky enough to run into Engineer the Door, who he explained his plan to, and after that the different mercs traded watch, guiding Scout with simple instructions and telling him where he was when he asked. He could sort of tell what Pyro was saying by the tone of their mumbles, and Soldier was a bit grating on the ears, and Spy was just kind of an asshole who very quickly found someone to replace him, but for the most part it was cool. At one point, Demo asked if he could go do something, and Scout nodded, telling him he could handle getting around or finding someone on his own, especially having just found the rec room and, by extension, the kitchen. Scout waved goodbye, and using his shoddy makeshift cane, he managed to find the door, entering the common area without trouble. "Alright, let's go," Scout murmured to himself, rubbing his hands together. "One sandwich, blind Scout style. I got this." He found the fridge and managed to pick out ingredients surprisingly easily. He wasn't sure exactly what kind of cheese he'd picked out, but he figured it'd be fine. It took a few tries to get the thing put together evenly and to clean things up, but the sandwich tasted fine, and Scout was crazy proud of himself for doing so well. He ate it with pride and put the plate in the sink, and it was only after he'd done that he realized he didn't know how long it'd been. He moved out the door of the kitchen, then into the hallway, and he didn't hear anyone around him. He shrugged off his nerves and walked down the hall towards where he knew the exit should be. He took a turn, then another, and when he turned left at one corner, his cane clacked against a wall sharply after only a few steps, making Scout stop. He didn't expect there to be a wall there. There wasn't supposed to be a wall there. "That's fine," Scout said slowly, turning left again and trying to find the wall so he could back up. This is... Whoa! His foot hit empty air, and he got lucky in that he managed to grab the banister of the set of stairs he didn't think he was at. Which staircase was he at, then? There were a good few of them. This is fine," he said to himself, continuing down the stairs with hesitation. "This is all cool. I'll just find someone and be on my way. Cool, it's fine." Except he took a few more turns, and he still didn't run into anyone. He walked more halls, and still didn't find anyone. He reached what he thought was one of those double doors to get outside, only for his cane to hit something metal a few feet out. A shelf in a storage closet. Scout sat himself down, panic mounting in his chest. This is fine, he told himself repeatedly, making a mantra of it. I'll just wait here, and someone will notice I'm gone, and they'll find me. I'll be fine. So he sat with his back against a box and waited, trying not to cry, because, yes, this was pretty scary, and yes, there was the chance that they would just give up looking for him if they tried to look for him in the first place, and yes, he was freaked out and alone and lost, and yes, he felt incredibly stupid with every passing second, but he was a grown man, and grown men do not cry. Scout repeated this to himself and pretended that his cheeks weren't damp. He only realized he'd fallen asleep when he woke up to the sound of yelling. "Scout," he heard, muffled by distance in the door. "Scout, where are you?" He was still too groggy from sleep to process much outside of the owner of the voice. "Snipes?" he murmured, half awake. "Snipe!" said Scout, "come on, you bugger, Scout!" There was a definite note of panic in Sniper's voice, somewhat hoarse from what Scout assumed was continuous yelling, a bit closer now. How long had Sniper been looking for him? "Snipes?" Scout tried to call, but his throat was dry and rough from sleep. He gulped and tried again, wobbling to his feet. "Snipes? Yo, Snipes, in here!" He heard the footsteps from outside stop for a second before there was the sound of the door being pushed open roughly, slamming into the shelves on one side. "Scout!" The runner was pulled into an embrace, strong arms wrapping around his torso and threatening to crush him. Scout returned it with little hesitation, relief settling on him like a heavy blanket. "Why the hell would you scare me like that, you lunatic?" Sniper rasped, voice shaky, holding tightly. "Never do that again. You're like giving me heart failure, scaring me half to death, just sitting in a dark closet somewhere because of your goddamn pride." "Sorry," Scout murmured, his own voice shaking slightly. Sniper let him go, holding him at arm's length, probably giving him up and down. "At least you look alright enough. Did you get hurt or anything?" "No, it's just sore from falling asleep on the ground." Scout stretched slightly, tilting his head back and forth to loosen up his neck. "It'll be fine, though. No need to go talk to medic or nothing." "You fell asleep?" There was a touch of horror in Sniper's voice. "How long did you wait in here?" "So no," Scout admitted. "Demo went off sometime before lunch, and I made myself something to eat. All by myself, too. It was impressive, let me tell you. Then when I tried to leave the base again, I got lost. I guess I took a wrong turn somewhere. I wandered around for a little while and ended up in here with no idea where here is, so I figured I'd just sit and wait instead of falling down some stairs somewhere, right? That almost happened, falling downstairs." "Did you have to wait in a bloody broom closet?" Sniper asked, exasperated. He paused, and Scout was cuffed over the ear, not hard enough to actually hurt. "Why just scare me like that, you hooligan? God, that was a nightmare." "Sorry," Scout repeated. He shifted on his feet, head held low. I'm kinda hungry. Is dinner soon?" "It just ended. I woke up to my alarm, figured I'd walk us over, and you were just up and gone. Nowhere to be found. I figured, alright, fair enough. Probably just got picked up to go to dinner by Soldier or something. No worries. So I walked over as well. I showed up as everyone was leaving, and wow, surprise, nobody knew where you'd run off to. I thought you'd gone back to my van, and I was too busy having a bloody heart attack to correct them." "Sorry," Scout said again, feeling shame welling up in his chest. Sniper sighed. Alright, enough of the kicked puppy look. I'm just mad because I'm worried is all. You held it right well enough. Let's just go get you something to eat, then to bed. You've had enough adventure for one day, eh? Yeah. Scout reached out and took Sniper by the sleeve. Lead the way. And if as they walked, Scout moved to hold on to Sniper's still shaky hand, neither of them said anything about it. End of chapter. Man, that's kind of fucking gay. Bast, I wanted to formally apologize in front of everybody for making you have to translate into another language, stupid, like, fucking so long of a dialogue that's just puns about being blind. For reference, before I was... What's hands? Kind of gay. For reference, before I got into TF2, the thing I liked prior to that was Undertale. And I really like... Not like that, but I really like Sans. I really like characters who make puns. Just puns in general. Like fucking Danny Phantom ass, like, stupid one-liners. Fucking Spider-Man ass shit. Puns are the best. They're so dumb, but I love them so much. The bit with Spy, literally, like, God. I love, like, so, Scout was in there listening to a baseball game for a while. For, like, a while, right? Spy literally had been, like, skulking around and was very worried about him and was like, ooh, I know what what will be an appropriate way to spend time with Scout. Cooking in a room adjacent to the one that he's in and arguing with him. Spy's not a well-adjusted man. And no one would claim he is, because he's not. In his defense, he was just in the kitchen. He didn't fucking do anything wrong. He was just in the kitchen. And yes, it was because he wanted to be a good dad just this once. But, you know. I should note, at this point, Scout and Sniper are kind of acting more like a couple in public, you know? Like, so the whole thing about, like, can y'all, right in front of my salad, can, like, the thing, it's, quit it. They are full of the PDA, which Spy's just annoyed about. Cause, ugh, love or something. Disgusting. Couldn't be me. So, the reason Scout got lost, I do have that in my brain. So, part of his problem is because he was trying to feel for the corners with his cane, like he was going along the wall. He miscounted some door and miscounted some distance and ended up turning through a doorway instead of around a corner, like a wide doorway, and just got very lost, as opposed to continuing along it like a different hallway. He thought he was turning a corner of a hall. He was just walking through a wide set door and didn't notice. I think that Scout has very good, like, directional memory, I think is what it's called. Like, he goes somewhere once and, like, remembers exactly where shit is. I like to think he's he's not, like, because he's not dumb. We're adults here. We can say that Scout TF2 isn't stupid. Just, like, you know, also he has to, like, he can't fucking help it. We should absolutely do a Father-Son YouTube, like, stream. That's another one I like a lot. I like making Scout get just the chance to not look like a fucking doofus. Um, oh, also a fun bit that is touched upon for like a millisecond here. Scout was literally sitting in a dark closet for like hours, which not like it makes a difference to him. It's just very sad. It's just so fucking sad. This sad little man. And Sniper genuinely wasn't looking for him very long. Like, genuinely, he wasn't. He was like fucking 4 minutes into trying to look for Scout. This was like. This wasn't like the last place he was checked. He wasn't in the final corner of the base, like, oh my god. He was in the closet. Poor man. It's okay, Scout. We accept you. Because it's not 2011. Scout just getting into kind of gay to get pulled out of a closet. Also, in Scout's defense, I'm imagining there's like a double door to get out of the base, you know? But also on some like large storage rooms, they'll also have those big double doors that are functionally like exactly the same. And I think this is like probably like I imagine there's a lot of storage closets in the base just of like munitions, like, and the engineer is constantly like building robots and shit. They probably have so many storage areas of just like robot parts and shit. You know, I like to think, and this is from a fic that I don't think I ever actually got there. I don't think I ever posted it. Now I'm thinking about it. I like to think the base is way larger than the team would ever fucking need. To the point where it's almost suspicious. It's like, who was this supposed to be for? Because clearly it's supposed to be way more than 9 people here. The idea of them all getting their own room in this setting, you know, would imply, like, there's an implication. You would definitely be bunking up with somebody in this context, except if there's room, that implies that the base is made for more people than them, you know? Unrelated. I don't know if this is something I'd put in a fic, but I also have this completely unrelated headcanon about. I like to think like they all picked their rooms or whatever, and they're functionally identical, and then they like fill them with whatever furniture. I like to think that Sniper does have a room on base and just doesn't want to sleep in it, and that's why he stays in his van. And I like to think that like Spy made a deal with Sniper at some point, like, because they like picked an adjacent room to the one Sniper fully never intended to use and went, you know, I'm gonna make you a deal. Is it cool if I use your empty room for some stuff? And Sniper went, yeah, I literally don't give a shit. And so I like to think that Spy's room leads into a room that looks like it's used, but it's not, and actually, like, you can pop out the back of the wardrobe or whatever, and there's like a door into the other room that's always fucking locked, and that's where Spy actually lives, you know? Like, just some dumb shit like that, of Spy just being so extremely much all of the time. Because he has to be extra. It's a requirement to do the most all of the time. It's in his job description. Alternatively, I've seen people conceptualize Sniper having a room in a lot of ways. It's very funny to me, like the idea of someone goes in there because it's like, yeah, like, Demo was playing with his explosives and busted his bed frame, so we're just gonna trade it out for the one that Sniper doesn't use, and like goes in there and finds like fucking like Pyro just has the place stuffed full of birds or what the fuck ever, you know, like you walk in, it's like 80 bird cages or some shit. It's very funny to me. Yeah, it's this is the part where this is just. Now they've just been hanging out a lot, and now they're like buddies, and everyone is like, ugh. Ugh, gross, PDA. I should also note, it's genuinely, like, what happened is Sniper walked in to the kitchen assuming that someone else brought him to food, and what, hey, where's Scout? And they went, wasn't Scout with you? And Sniper went, fuck, and ran out of the room. And everyone just went, did he just, like, leave Scout in the camper? What had to, just confused. Just like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on? Little Scout. I love it for him. I can't believe I'm still laughing at my own fucking jokes. Literally, like, years later. Alright. I'm gonna hop on to the other one. At this point, I have now reached, there's no goddamn way in hell I'm getting through all of this in one day. We would be here until 2 a.m., and I have work tomorrow, so I'm not doing that. Instead, I want to at least reach a healthy upwards of halfway point, and then we can finish running blind some other day. I'm not sure if I almost definitely won't be able to manage another weekend, but, you know, it happens. It'll also mean I don't have to edit multiple segments. Oh, the nicknames! Oh, okay, after this I'm definitely going to talk about nicknames in TF2, because I love them. Regardless. Chapter 6. Trial and Error. Shades. Sunglasses. Sunny McSunglasses. Shady. No, that's dumb. Mate, the hell are you on about? Scout was just lying on the ground of the camper, despite Sniper protesting that it was gross down there, and there was a Jimi Hendrix album spinning away quietly to one side. Shut up, he said. I'm thinking. Don't strain yourself. Hat guy. Cowboy hat man boy. It's not a cowboy hat. What's the name for your hat? Buddy Marianne. What are you on about asking the name of my hat? No, there's the name for different styles of hat, Scout insisted. I got a baseball cap, and she's got a hard hat, and you've got the... what's it called? Oh, a slouch hat, you mean? Yeah, that slouch hat guy. Or just slouch. Scout paused. No, that sounds mean. That sounds like it's supposed to be an insult. Scratch that one. Do you need to go see a medic or something? Are you having a blooming seizure? Sniper asked, increasingly confused. Nope. Not shades, not slouch. Vest. No. Tall guy. What are you on about? I'm trying to figure out some kind of nickname other than Snipes to give you, Scout finally said, a bit impatient. What? Why? Sniper asked. Because pretty much everyone else has, like, a separate nickname that I gave them, right? Scout said. Pyro is Mumbles, NG is Hard Hat, Medic is Doc, Dome is Cyclops, you know, stuff like that. But come on, Snipes, unoriginal. I can do better. I just gotta think about it. Are you really gonna try and call me Shades? Sniper asked with a mix of amusement and offense. Shut up, not all the ideas make it into the final cut, Stretch, Scout said sarcastically. Wait, Stretch, that's an idea. Not a real original one, but hey, it's a start. I got called back growing up all the time, no thank you, Sniper said, and Scout heard him returning to doing maintenance on his gun. Kangaroo, koala, crocodile, wombats. Those are just animals from Australia. Fine. Tall, Stretch, Beanstalk, Scarecrow. Now you're just being rude. Well, you try thinking of nicknames, why don't ya? Scout said snappishly. What, you mean? Sniper asked. Yeah, if it's so easy, why didn't you think of one for me then? Sniper paused for a few seconds. Alright. Jackrabbit, Slugger, Short Stack, Twinkle Toes, Roo, Mongrel, Half Pint, Chatterbox. Should I continue? There was a pause. Have you been thinking of those for a while? Scout asked suspiciously. Maybe, Sniper replied, returning again to his maintenance. I just started thinking now, so unfair, Scout sulked. What the hell ever, tall guy? Right out of a taffy puller? That doesn't make sense. He heard Sniper huff out a laugh and he grinned. Legs! Legs, that'd work, Scout said, sitting up. Legs. Yeah, because you're tall, you got legs, Scout said proudly. Because I got legs. Sniper repeated the phrase slowly. There was a beat of silence. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah. You know, I could have just done it for you, Sniper reminded from just behind him, hovering near his shoulder, leaving hardly enough room for Scout's elbows to move as he fiddled with one of his uniform shirts. And I keep telling ya, I can do it myself. Yeah, I was paying attention to the conversation too, Scout replied haughtily. Okay, right, I get it. You're a grown man, you can do things yourself. But there's no shame in getting help with stuff at first, alright? It's laundry, Snipes, Scout said dryly, searching through pockets for anything he'd accidentally left in there. Yeah, but Scout turned. Snipes, sit, he commanded, pointing towards the counter. Sniper sat down quickly at the bite in Scout's tone. Geez, no need to get mean, he muttered as Scout returned to his task. Just trying to help here. He rolled his eyes, dumping the basket into the machine. I can handle it. You, Scout, God's sake, are you going to try and separate the colors out? Sniper fretted. Scout turned to face him, expression flat. He was unfazed. Snipes, I've been wearing most of this stuff for at least 8 years now. The colors won't bleed. They're already faded to hell. I've been washing stuff like this since I got here. It's fine. I mean, if you're sure, Sniper said slowly. There was a pause as Scout poured detergent by muscle memory, going to fiddle with the dial. Well, why'd you ask me to come along then, if you don't want help? You complaining about it? Scout asked, moving to mess with the last, most annoying and finicky dial on the machine, guesstimating how much of a wash the clothes would need. No, I'm just confused, Sniper replied. Did you need help getting here? Nah, I could have handled it, Scout replied, hitting the start button and listening to the machine whirring to life. I get bored is all. That'd be the first time anyone considered me fun, Sniper said. Well, maybe I just like having you around. It was quiet in the room for a few seconds before Scout realized that was probably a weird thing to say. How clingy could he get? He'd only been hanging out with Sniper for like not even a whole week maybe, and here he was dragging him around just because he didn't like being alone. Aw, mate, Sniper finally said quietly, sounding genuinely touched by the sentiment, and Scout's face flushed. Shut up, he replied, turning and leaning his hip on the humming machine. Anyways, what you want to do until I gotta throw this in the dryer? We've got like an hour. He heard the sound of Sniper scratching at his stubble. Well, could go listen to music other than the same 3 albums you keep playing. Finally go visit the doc again, see if he's dug anything up. He's been bugging me to drag you back in, check you over and all. He's been having me go over every few days for progress updates on his research, and he's gotten naggy. I mean, now's as good a time as ever, Scout shrugged, standing up again. Hand? Sniper took his hand and started leading the way towards where Sniper was pretty sure the infirmary was. Scout hadn't been there again since he left the day he found out about his eyes, so the path was unfamiliar. Sniper's grip on his hand was firm, but mindful not to squeeze too tight as they went down the uncharted hallway. They stopped and Sniper knocked with his free hand on the door, pushing his way in. Doc? Sniper called. Ja, guten Morgen, Herr Sniper, Medic replied from somewhere nearby. For once, Scout didn't hear him tinkering with metal implements and flesh. Instead, he heard a book snapping shut, stack of papers being moved. Let me move some things, as I presume that you're finally bringing back Jean for the checkup I've been asking for all week. Yeah, Sniper said awkwardly. Sorry, kept forgetting. Yes, I'm sure that is why you've not brought him in here, Medic said cryptically, tone dull and almost sarcastic, and Scout felt Sniper stiffen at his side. Scout squeezed his hand and Sniper gradually untensed. What's that mean? Scout asked, frowning. Among other things, he also has a slight fear of hospitals, Medic said calmly. Huh? Well, me too, Scout said, turning his head towards Sniper. He felt Sniper straighten up slightly. I mean, I did when I got here. I'm way better about it now since, we're all in here so often. You not over it yet or something? Not particularly, Sniper replied, voice quiet enough that Scout couldn't be sure Medic heard him. Either way, I think he is simply being overprotective again, Medic sighed, coming over and placing a hand on Scout's shoulder, steering him briskly through the room. It took Sniper a second to let go of Scout's hand, but he did, instead following a few good paces behind the pair. It seems to be a bit of a pattern if her soldier's black eye is any indication. You gave him a black eye? Scout asked, glancing back at Sniper. Yeah, he finally said sheepishly. Snipes, that's frickin' funny. Please someone take a picture. Medic just snorted. Yes, his guard dog shtick shows no sign of stopping, nor does his needless worrying and his habit of bristling up at the slightest sign of danger when he considers himself to be taking care of you. To repeat myself, he is overprotective. Yeah, he does that, Scout shrugged. There was a beat of silence. I see, Medic finally hummed. And does it bother you? Huh? No way, Scout replied with a laugh as he was moved to a gurney, sitting down on it without need for instruction. He knew the drill by now, well used to the process of having gone in after battle so often for healing. I kind of like having someone worried about me all the time. It's pretty sweet. Not like cool sweet, but nice sweet, I mean. Does that make sense? I think it does. Just whatever, you know what I'm saying. It's nice having a friend to watch my back, you know? Yes, a friend, Medic said in the same cryptic tone from before. Doc, could you not? Sniper said simply, standing a good few paces away from them both. Fine, but it has to happen eventually, Herr Sniper, Medic replied calmly. What are you two talking about now? Scout asked, returning his head between the two. Nothing, they both said at the same time. Sniper hurriedly, Medic with a long-suffering sigh. Medic took his vitals over the span of about 30 seconds, and Scout heard him shifting through some papers. Next, I will simply ask you the same questions as last time. After that, I'll inspect your eyes and tell you what I know. Good? Fire away, Scout said, swinging his feet. For the most part, Scout thought his answers were pretty much the same, but by the end, Medic said that there was an improvement, which Scout just had to believe. He checked Scout's eyes next and said with mild surprise that some of the internal scarring had started clearing up, which was excellent news, even if Scout didn't understand it. This means that your eyes are indeed healing on their own, Medic said with a touch of surprise. I did not expect such drastic improvement. I assumed that I would need to find a way to heal them once I nailed down the reason why my medical fluid was insufficient, but it looks as though they may heal even before then. For real, Doc? Scout asked, beaming. Yeah, ideally we can expedite the process, however, so I will tell you my current ideas anyway, if that is okay with you. Yeah, for sure, hit me, Scout said. Medic explained that he had two ideas. First, the medical fluid, for some reason, might not work on certain soft tissues like the eyes or brain due to the precision of their build. Usually, if the mercs sustained an injury to the eyes or brain, it was in the form of bullets, and they would die instead of being able to ask for healing. In this case, Scout was just unlucky enough that he had his eyes open, and the damage wasn't severe enough to kill him, but if he died, he would come back fixed no problem. The second idea, which Medic admitted was really just a possible extension of the first, was that the medical fluid could only cause existing cells to replicate. And then if there were no more specific cell left, then the medigun would be unable to fix anything. But there was a problem. The respawn system was something Medic and Engineer were asked to talk about as little as possible, but he said that in general it would try and recreate as close a replica of the latest version of whoever died as possible. Wounds healed, hearts beating, but really close to how they would have looked before they died. He explained that this was supposed to try and countermeasure one side effect of respawn. It significantly slowed the aging process. Respawn was a sophisticated piece of technology, Medic said, but there was a possibility that it wouldn't know to reset Scout's eyes to how they were before if they had healed enough on their own. There was a possibility, and he was hesitant to just put Scout under and kill him if it meant pushing the healing back to how it had been at that first day and resetting his excellent process. Scout processed this and thanked the doctor for working so hard to fix him. He said that whatever the doctor decided was a good idea, Scout would most likely agree with. Then he reached out to Sniper. The Australian had been sitting quietly the whole time, but Scout knew he was still there, and they left. You feeling okay? Sniper asked as they walked down the hallway. Yeah, I'm fine. Scout was quiet for a minute. Laundry? Oh, bugger, I'd forgotten entirely, Sniper admitted. What'd I tell you? I'm a grown man. I can be responsible when I gotta be, Scout said cheekily, and Sniper guided them back to the laundry room. Yeah, wanker. Sniper stood aside and let Scout dump things from the washer into the dryer and managed to save a sock from the back of the washing machine before Scout had the chance to hit start on the dryer. Wanna just go get us some grub then? It's about lunch. Okay, I ain't making it though, Scout said as they left the room. You gotta cook. You actually know how. I regret telling you that, Sniper grumbled. You use it every chance you get. Yep, Scout replied, arm in arm with the Australian as they walked down the hall. Snipes, where are ya? He heard a slight shift to one side of where he'd just finished stretching post-workout. Don't know if I want to say, Sniper said slowly. Seems like you only ever ask that when you're about to slug me. Nah, that's not it. Where are ya? Scout reached out a hand and Sniper's forearm appeared under it. Okay, sweet, hold still. What? Sniper started, but then Scout was standing behind him and he was vaulted up onto his back and with his legs hooked around Sniper's waist and arms draped over his shoulders. Yeah, mate, what are you doing? Giddy up, Scout said, patting him on one shoulder. A beat of pause. I'm not a bloody pony. Then mush, Scout replied with a grin. Come on, I'm hungry. There was a long pause before Sniper reluctantly started walking. Only because you'll whinge otherwise, he murmured, and Scout beamed. Hell yeah, he said smugly. You're the best. Shut up, Sniper said. Scout adjusted his torso and noticed that there was no good way to avoid having the brim of Sniper's trademark hat threatening to poke him in the eye or something. He considered his options for a second before calmly taking the slouch hat and switching it with his own. Sniper paused for a half moment. Why is your head so much bigger than mine? Scout asked, flicking the brim up when it threatened to fall down. Sniper seemed at a loss for words, just walking for a few seconds in silence. Well, you got a small head, don't you? So mine ain't much bigger than normal, just a bit maybe. I ain't little, Scout protested, bristling. Sniper reached back and pulled the hat down over Scout's face, making him squawk. Never said you were little, love. Don't need to get so defensive, Sniper said, sounding a bit smug. Hey, rude! Scout went to poke Sniper's cheek, but got the side of his nose. Why are you so squirrely today? Sniper asked, wincing at the poke. Dunno, getting bored, Scout said. I need a hobby. Usually I'd draw or something. I could maybe try and get better at backflips. I nearly broke my friggin' wrist earlier. You can do backflips? Sniper asked, interest piqued. No, Scout said slowly, like a liar. You can! No, shut up, don't tell anybody, I'll never hear the end of it, Scout said quickly, clutching Sniper's shoulders. I told some kids on the track team once, and then it was all, oh, could you do a backflip for us all the frickin' time, and I am sick of it. I won't tell, I swear, Sniper assured, and Scout leaned himself forward, chin resting on Sniper's shoulder. You better not, he murmured, and Sniper just hummed. He felt the temperature shift, and the sound of boots in the dusty sand became boots on a concrete floor. You were in track? Sniper asked suddenly. Yeah, won a bunch of stuff for the school. Bet your mom was real proud, Sniper said, pausing to hike Scout further up his back as he threatened to slide down. Hold on tighter, you bloody div. The fuck is a div? Scout asked, snickering. You, Sniper answered, and Scout felt him pause at the door, hesitating for only a moment at the doorway, indicating that there were people inside. Hey guys, Scout called, and he heard a distinctly drunken scoff. Get a fucking room, Demo called back as Sniper walked into the kitchen. Scout flipped him off, and Sniper shook slightly with silent laughter. Cadet, Soldier barked. Have your legs been broken or otherwise mangled? That will simply not do! Nah, just kinda tired. My legs are as strong as ever, Scout replied, and Sniper deposited him on the counter as if this was all completely normal. You want coffee? I'm making some, Sniper murmured just loudly enough for Scout to hear. I hate bean juice, Shades. You know this, Scout replied, tapping his heels against the cabinets. On the nicknames again, are we? Sniper asked, and Scout just nodded with a grin. Alright, well, we'll see how that turns out. You saying I can't get you a good nickname, Stretch? I'm saying you ain't found one this far, kid. I'm gonna get you a nickname, Scout insisted, tapping out a rhythm. It's gonna be awesome. Sure, mate, sure. I don't know, I just feel weird about it, Scout said, crossing his arms and sitting back in the lawn chair, shades on. Like it was your bed first. You're the one without any eyes, Sniper replied, probably crossing his arms similarly if his tone was anything to go by. You get the mattress. That's that. I have a room, though. I could totally go back there and sleep in my own bed now that I know the base a little better, and my room is real close to everyone's else's. I'd be able to get other folks to come help if I need it. Last time, you relied on the other blokes, you ended up passed out in a supply closet, Sniper said, tone sharp. I'm not letting you get buggered over because you don't feel polite. My ma didn't raise the type of guy who waltzes into some guy's camper van and takes over his whole setup, Scout said stubbornly. That's rude and I feel weird about it. Too bloody bad, Sniper said. Well, I got news for you, pal, Scout said, glaring. I'll sleep out here if I have to. You're taking your bed back one way or another. And I'll sleep in the bloody chair until you stop being stubborn, Sniper replied. Then nobody sleeps in the actual bed then. Fine, fine! Scout stormed off towards the base and sulked in the common room for about an hour, his sour mood causing the other mercs to give him a wide berth. That night, he did indeed sleep outside in the lawn chair, and when he woke up, he had a blanket draped over him, keeping him safe from the desert's night chill. Sniper insisted he knew nothing about the blanket, had never seen the blanket in his life, in fact. What blanket? Even under Scout's deadliest glare. Their boycott of the mattress lasted at least 2 days, some of their other shenanigans overlapping with the event. Scout got tired of his sore back and neck right away, but he tried to hold out as best he could in the circumstances. He finally decided that it wasn't worth it on the way back to the camper from lunch, having been guided over by Pyro, and he intended to just swallow his pride and take a nap on the mattress. It wasn't like he was giving up. He could still spend the nights outside. He'd just take a bit of a rest on the mattress during the day. Nothing wrong with that. He entered the camper and was already at the top of the ladder when he heard even breathing from the elevated place, but he was tired and sore enough that he just shoved Sniper over and lay down on his own half of the mattress. It was a tight fit, but he could care less. Sniper woke up at the shove and cursed quietly. Shit, didn't mean to fall asleep up here, he said quietly. Yeah, sure, Scout muttered. I'm tired of outside, it's cold out there, I'm taking a nap. Well, too bloody bad, Sniper replied. Turns out I like it up here, I'm not moving. And neither am I, so there, Scout replied haughtily, tugging to get some of the blanket. You'll give it up and leave. Unlike you, I don't care about sleeping close quarters with folks. I'm over it, Sniper said. And who said I care, Wombat? Scout shot back, turning to lay on his side facing away from Sniper. Just shut up and let me sleep. I could say the same to you, Sniper muttered, and Scout elbowed him, and he fairly quickly fell asleep in the bed that was becoming so familiar. End of chapter. There was only one bed! Finish with 11, huh? Oh, interesting chapter to finish on. I genuinely have so much fun writing their dialogue. They're both very fun. They have very interesting rhythms. You do got legs. I can't stress enough. My girlfriend will make fun of my ass so hard for the No, I called once. No, it's not. So, yeah, it's supposed to be silly, obviously. Um, it's fun also because he ends up using a lot of these quite often, actually. Um, especially in the sequel fic. He's been calling Scout Love jokingly for a while. This is when he starts doing it often because Scout starts in on nicknames. Um, yeah, the mercs. I enjoy one thing in TF2 called the mercs have a lot of nicknames for each other. You know, like just thinking of like calling for medic. They all have like different nicknames for medic, for example. Um, it makes sense to me that a lot of them would call each other different names depending on their relationships with each other. Um, stuff like that. I really like the idea of Scout using it as a term of affection almost for the rest of the team to be referring to them by nickname so often. It's a good time. Don't call him Daddy Longlegs. First instance of Scout writing Sniper. Fucking heyo. It's not even also that Scout's oblivious. Oh, they absolutely do say one day they will say the phrase and it will be good. Scooter is a name that I love NG calling Scout. I love him calling him Scooter, or Scoots. I love nicknames that have like evolved from other nicknames over time, fucking like our cat, the cat that I live with now. His name's Ginger, short for Ginger Snaps Burger Head, and that's true. Not to dox him, but that's his name. I call him Ginger, and then I called him Gengar, and then I called him Gender, and now I call him Gingivitis. He does have a scooter now, and that fucking rules. I love the idea of like Scout having a motorcycle, it being like the one cool thing he has as an adult, and just everyone being like, "So how's your scooter?" You're like, "It's a motorcycle. This is a whole motorcycle." I was like, "Yeah, how's your scooter though?" It's very funny to me. God. Is that? I love the nicknames thing. I try to work it into all my fics to some degree. Give him a motorcycle. He drives a motorcycle in the comics. He's an adult man. Medic talking mad shit is in my head. This is the thing that's true. I've started multiple times writing the one of because we never see Sniper's point of view during this entire fic. It's Scout and goggles. Hell yeah. To some degree, he is like limiting point of view. It happens. I do think like Sniper has been going occasionally to Medic now. Like now, the thing he leaves to go do is ask Medic, "Figured it out yet? Can you fix it yet, please?" And to some degree, it is a thing of like, man, that's gay. What I'm actually gonna do is, I think that's where we're okay. What I'm actually gonna do now is I'm going to pause for a minute to go take a break and grab more water and stuff, because my throat's starting to hurt a little bit. Very brief break. I'm gonna set a timer for like 5 minutes if anyone else also wants to step out for a minute. Thank you. I appreciate it. I like my fic. I do good job. Regardless, I'm gonna pause for about 5 minutes. Yes. Heart emoji. Alright, and I'll be right back. Hello, hello. Hello, it's me, phone guy. Alright. Hello. Done. Alright. There we go. So, we just finished chapter 6 is where we're at. Hi, howdy. Didn't quite take 5 minutes. I just finished chapter 6. Yeah, we are definitely for sure gonna need more than one session to read this. Me with my optimism, me thinking I could stay on task. Couldn't be me. Just finished chapter 6, about to start chapter 7. Hee hoo hoo 69. God. The mattress boycott bit was very funny to me. Because on one hand, ooh, there was only one bed. On the other hand, ooh, there was only one bed, and they're both stubborn assholes, and neither of them wants to sleep in it. Very fun to me. I should note, at this point, I realized after I was almost done with the fic how fucking deeply unclear I was about the timeline. At this point, they've been hanging out near continuously for about a week and a half, 2 weeks in my own head. Lots of spaces in between that I mostly just denote by having them have a dumb fucking conversation about nothing. It's true. Shout out to the Eclipse profile. This is said slowly, you know, like a liar. I'm very fun. I like making myself laugh with my silly little jokes. God. I love it. Take my little sip and we can just hop right back fucking into it. Alrighty. Chapter 7, Learning. I don't know, I kinda like Beanstalk. There's like layers to it. Scout had taken a seat on the arm of the cushioned chair and was running a fingernail over the ridges of one of his records idly. Sniper was looking at a magazine or something from the sound of pages flipping. How so? Sniper asked idly. I mean, you're tall, Scout said, and you like coffee. Coffee from some coffee beans. Is that the one you'll stick with, then? Dunno, want to keep my options open. Scout tilted his head back towards the ceiling. You know, I could always just do the thing you do, make up words. When do I do that? Sniper asked, perplexed. All the frickin' time! You called me a mongrel earlier. What the hell is a mongrel? First off, not how it's pronounced, dear lord. Just because you Americans don't use the same words, that don't mean the words are made up. Yeah, sure, what other ones do you have, then? What's the sudden interest? Sniper asked, pulling the brim of Scout's hat down over his face. It ain't sudden, Scout protested, pushing his cap back up. Just tell me some. Now you're geared up to have a laugh at him. Well, whatever, Scout pouted, slumping back. He heard Sniper turning a page. What are you reading? Magazine, Sniper said simply. Not a new one, just how I pass the time. Well, tell me what's happening, Scout said. What do you mean? Narrate it, I'm bored. You're always bored, Sniper murmured. Well, it's an advertisement. You say advertisement weird, Scout said. Well, listen, if you're gonna have a go at me like this, then I'll just stop reading. If I'm what now? Scout asked, sitting up slightly. What do you... Now, are you being sarcastic, or are you really asking what it means? Sniper asked, sternly. If it's the former, I'm gonna dump you in the common room. I'm really asking, Scout replied, putting his hands up and pouting again. Sheesh, Snipes. Well, having a go is like gearing up to fight, I suppose, Sniper said. Oh, okay, that is definitely not what I thought you meant, and I was real confused, Scout said. You know what, I'm not even gonna ask. Yeah, don't, just tell me about the magazine, Scout said, sitting back again. It's an ad, Sniper said pointedly, and Scout grinned. It's a lady who's real enthusiastic about her new washing machine. Is she hot? Scout asked without a trace of humor. I don't know, I guess, Sniper said, sounding confused by the question. And the next page is an ad for cigarettes. Not the kind I've got, some other one. What kind? Philip Morris? Oh, that's the kind Smythe smokes. Sniper shifted and Scout was fairly sure Sniper was staring at him. And how the hell do you know that? Sniper asked, incredulous. I saw him taking him out of the box to put in his fancy case thing like 2 months back. Scout said, duh. And you just bloody well remembered that? Sniper asked suspiciously. Well, yeah, I remember all sorts of stuff. Come on, I know you smoke Camels, too. That was just a guess. You never seen me smoke, Sniper said, accusation in his tone. I have, way back before I was talking to you, and even if I didn't, I just know the smell. It's the kind my brother Tony used to smoke before Mom made him quit, Scout said with a shrug. Sniper was quiet for a second. Why do you pay attention to that sort of thing? He finally asked. I don't know, sometimes little details are important. Just tell me about the ad. We haven't even gone through 2 pages yet, Scout said, bumping his shoulder with his own. Right, he heard and felt Sniper shift. Well, it's the box and this older bloke, somewhere upwards of 50 maybe. Cool, next. He heard Sniper huff out a slight laugh, turning the page. Furniture ad, lady again. She hot? Well, first off, it seems like she's married, considering there's a kid playing by the couch. Hey, single moms exist, you know, Scout said. Shut up, Sniper replied, elbowing him. Next page is a liquor ad, some bloke in his 20s sitting in a bar like he owns the place. He hot? Sure, Scout. Nice. Hey, he might be married, don't get your hopes up just yet, Sniper said dryly. Come on, man, let me have this. How many hot, eligible dudes do you think I interact with on a daily basis? Fucking 8, Scout. I said hot and eligible, Snipes. There was a solid few seconds of dead silence. Jesus. Rude. Sniper sounded horrified. I'm not saying that none of you are hot, but at least 3 of them are old enough to be my dad, 2 of them wear masks, and 1 is friggin' crazy. That narrows it down. You think Angie is hot? That's not the point of this conversation, first off. And second of all, how did you pick up on me calling Angie hot before you picked up on me calling you hot? Sniper was quiet for a few seconds. Ah, shit, you did though, Sniper finally said quietly. You know, I'm done with the magazine thing. This went off the rails. Also, tell Angie I said he was hot and I'll have to end you. Later. And Scout got up and left the camper, sure his face was on fire. Scout was sat in the common room listening to the music on the radio instead of his record player for once. Engineer and Soldier were both also in the room playing Go Fish at the table with surprising restraint. Usually Soldier would have broken the table long before Engineer could get more than 1 set of 4, but they were both being fairly quiet. Off in the kitchen, Heavy was making himself something to eat, and Pyro was apparently helping, although Scout didn't quite understand what the verbal air quotes were supposed to mean, since it didn't seem like anything was on fire yet. Delmo was apparently content to watch the card game and getting himself drunk. He heard footsteps entering the room, and the two went quiet for a second. Hello, Sniper, Soldier said. Hey, Sniper said, moving to sit on the couch. Scout was lounged so his legs took up most of the space, so he had to sit a bit further away. What's the song? No clue, Scout said. The band, then? Sniper asked next. Not sure, some British band, Scout replied. I never remember the name. Right, Sniper said, and he felt quiet for a second. Any good? Dunno, Scout said, tapping the toes of his shoes together idly. You got yours too, what do you think? Another beat of silence. What's the sudden chill for, mate? Sniper asked, a bit confused. You tell me, Scout said, sitting up and glaring. He heard the card game pausing. Lad, what's gotten into you? Demo asked, just as baffled as Sniper. Really, I don't know what I've gone and done, Sniper said, a bit upset. Cut the shit, spy, Scout said, and there was a beat of pause before the room broke into laughter around him over the sound of French swearing as he shut off his disguise. And how in the hell did you know it was not him? Spy demanded. Because you friggin' suck at being Snipes? Scout replied easily, sitting back up again, arms crossed behind his head. Dude, I could tell pretty much from the second you walked in here. What the hell gave him away, boy? Angie said from the table, sounding amazed. First off, he never just waltzes into a room with this many people, not that loudly. Scout started, taking off on his fingers, face still tilted towards the ceiling. Second, he wouldn't sit way over there, he just shoved my legs over. Third, he knows what this song is. He loves The Who. I knew him about them when they were still called the Detours. Scout heard laughter coming from near the door, and he sat up when he realized who it was. What'd I tell you, Spook? Lad saw right through you, and he still hasn't got any eyes. Alright, blokes, pay up. Me and the Firebug won fair and square. Scout furrowed his eyebrows as he heard the other mercenaries walking over and grumbling as they handed Sniper what sounded like money. Hey, what the hell? Scout asked, bristling. I bet the bushman that you could not tell the difference between me and him when I am disguised, Spy said bitterly. He disagreed, and the others wanted in. That would take a good while before you figured it out, Engie admitted. Sniper said you'd see through what Spy didn't know. Pyro agreed. Those are the terms on that one. The big guy figured it'd take until you actually made contact with him somehow. Soldier thought you wouldn't know until Spy stabbed you, even though he wasn't planning on it, and Demo didn't know about any of this. I'd stay out of the bet anyways, Demo said nonchalantly. What'd you bet? Scout asked, turning to Sniper. Didn't doubt you for a second, Sniper said smugly. And you know, here's the deal. You get a bit over half of my share. That was a good show on your part. Yo, Heavy, is he actually handing me over half? Scout asked suspiciously, holding onto the bills. It looks like he hands you half, yes, Heavy replied after a second of inspecting both of their hands. Don't you trust me? Sniper asked, audibly pouting. Scout rolled his eyes. You just made a bet with Spy to trick me, so no, he replied, crossing his arms, and an ooh went through the room, Pyro giggling excitedly from somewhere nearby. Alright, sorry I tricked you, mate, won't do it again, Sniper said, and Pyro awed. Whatever, Legs, Scout replied, finally letting a grin onto his face. Oh, we're doing that nickname now then, are we? Sniper asked. Yeah, you've earned it, Scout said cheekily. That's fair. Turn the radio up, I like this song, Sniper said, shoving Scout's legs over and taking a seat. Sure thing, Scout said, and the world kept turning. Scout was a master of jump rope. He'd learned every trick he'd ever seen anyone do, from triples down to backflips, and he found that he was a natural at it. He already had the agility after all. At one point, he'd called Sniper out to show off to him, and he'd been thoroughly impressed by it. But now Scout had reached the end of that skill tree and was getting a bit bored. So he had an idea. Hey Snipes, can you toss me the rope? He asked casually, holding a hand out to the guy who just stood up out of his chair. Sure. His hand was taken and held to Sniper's, and he took one end of the rope calmly. Sniper didn't move. Mate. Scout calmly twirled the rope around Sniper's wrist, who tried to pull back. What are you? Then Scout took his end of the rope and started running, and Sniper, arm dropped in the other end, had no choice but to start running as well if he wanted his arm to stay attached to his shoulder. Keep up, Wombat! Scout yelled, dashing out towards the open desert near the base, and Sniper, yelping and cursing and stumbling, tried his best not to fall behind. Suddenly, Sniper pulled on the rope and Scout veered to the left. You can't see where you're going, you maniac! The Australian managed to gasp. That's what the rope's for, Scout said happily, continuing to run. I'm gonna run into something, just pull left or right! Come on, let's go, keep up! He only dragged Sniper along for about 5 minutes, and not even as fast as Scout would have liked to run, but Sniper didn't have the cardio training required to go that fast, and he didn't want to, kill the man. Instead, Scout ended up taking him on wide laps around the base. Finally, he let Sniper pull him slowly to a stop, and he heard the Australian drop down into the sand, breathing like an asthmatic as he lay face up on the ground. I bloody hate you, he managed to gasp. Nah, you don't, Scout said cheekily, not even winded as he sat down as well, and Sniper hit him on the leg weakly, still dying. You gotta stay in shape too, you're practically as slow as Heavy. Yeah, I'm not, Sniper protested. Yeah, you're all slow compared to me. Scout shrugged with a grin. Over the next few minutes, Sniper gradually regained his breath. How many laps did we get? Dunno, Sniper admitted. I was too busy making sure your loony ass didn't run into something. You're a bloody lunatic. You're the one who agreed to watch me, Scout shrugged. You can quit whenever you want. Don't tempt me, Sniper growled, and Scout laughed. Once you've got your eyes back, promise you won't make me run so fast next time. Scout didn't say anything for a long moment. You still want to hang around with me after I'm better? He asked, confused. Don't you? Sniper asked slowly, sitting up. I mean, duh, you're the freaking best. I just dragged you out and made you do laps because I was bored. I just figured, you'd be tired of me if you weren't already. Mate, Sniper said, and he took Scout's hand. I was tired of you. Off the bat, I've killed you to scare you off and make you leave me alone. I like being around you. That's why I'm doing this. From the get-go, you already liked me? Scout asked, even more surprised. Well, you ain't giving me any reason not to by then, so... Yeah, Sniper said, and by the shift of his arms, Scout could tell that he'd shrugged. Scout considered this, then stood up, and Sniper let him pretend to pull him to his feet. You understand that by saying that you're going to be stuck with me, right? Scout asked warily. I'll manage somehow, Sniper said sarcastically, and Scout flicked the back of his hand. Come on, I want water after all that mess. Okay. This is okay? Scout asked, voice quiet. Yeah, I don't mind it, Sniper replied, although his tone was a bit off. Scout may have just been imagining it. This Scout knew was definitely weird of him, but after spending so long without his sight, he was starting to forget what some people looked like. And he told Sniper just after they'd both woken up for the day, and when he'd asked, he was definitely not red-faced. No matter what Sniper would tell you, the man is a filthy liar, that he wanted to rememorize his face. Sniper hadn't asked him why, which Scout was extremely grateful for because he wouldn't have known what to say. He wasn't quite sure of the reason either. Which led to them sitting on the mattress. cross-legged parallel to each other, and with Scout, he was trying not to feel weird about it, but it was definitely weird, holding Sniper's face in his hands and feeling at his features. Sniper wasn't talking, which shouldn't have been nerve-wracking because Sniper was habitually silent and didn't really start conversation most of the time, but for some reason it was making Scout a little hesitant, a bit uneasy. But to be fair, what could really be said here anyways, as Scout ran his thumb along the contour of Sniper's cheek, eyes shut and brow furrowed in concentration as he tried to piece together a whole picture, feeling the slight motion of Sniper's facial muscles and pulse still at work beneath his hands. His fingers traced the outline of his nose, and he was careful as he felt over Sniper's eyes, closed but still fragile, Scout knew. Then his eyebrows, once and twice, his ears and his sideburns, his cheek and jaw again, his chin lightly covered in stubble. Sniper had just cleaned it up the night before and still smelled like aftershave, but it was back again now. It didn't grow as fast as Demo stubble, he once explained, but still quick enough. Scout tried to be thorough, moving slowly from one place to the next, every slight change earning some extra time. Sniper had a longer face than many people, but a fairly handsome one, the runner figured. Scout wondered if he'd appreciate a drawing of himself. He kind of wanted to sit down and make one once he got his eyes back. "What are you thinking about, love?" Sniper asked curiously, voice quiet and low and gravelly, and Scout felt goosebumps on his forearms despite it being fairly stuffy in a small camper. He paused. "When did you start calling me that?" Scout reflected, his own voice quiet as well. Sniper simply hummed in question as Scout's fingers were on the curve of his chin now. Scout's mouth was dry. "Love, you started calling me that at some point." There was a pause. "Do you want me to stop?" Sniper asked slowly, and the tips of Scout's fingers brushed his bottom lip as he spoke, and Scout's next inhale was shaky. Everything suddenly felt almost too close, too much, and even without his sight, Scout felt some mild sensory overload kicking in and threatening to overwhelm him. His heartbeat pounded in his ears as he considered the question. Really, truly considered it. He knew that however he answered the question, it would change some things. Did he want anything to change? He really, really didn't. "So, no," he finally said. "I don't." And he could feel Sniper's breath as the man exhaled a breath Scout hadn't noticed he was holding. Scout moved again, just resting a hand on the curve of Sniper's cheek and the other dropping into his own lap. When did they both lean forward like this? It felt like they were a lot closer than when they started. "All right," Sniper said, voice still at the whispering level, sounding a little breathless. Scout was sure his face was red, and he dropped his other hand as well, trying to ignore the surge of disappointment in his stomach as he did so, that little voice in his head saying, "No, go back." He swallowed back a tremor in his voice. I kinda wanna go back to sleep," he finally said. "That okay?" Me too." And Scout moved to lie down, and so did Sniper. "Good night," or, it's morning, so good sleep, I suppose, if that's something folks say." "Snipes, quit while you're ahead," Scout murmured, and he heard Sniper give a nervous sort of chuckle. "All right." Scout drifted off to sleep, feeling someone taking his hand as he finally remembered. He felt safe. And something else he couldn't name, but mostly, he felt safe. End of chapter. That's gay. That's pretty gay. That's gay as shit. That's really gay. Oh yeah. I love the I love listen Angie's good looking, first of all. The entire bit with Spy is also really, really funny. I have tried to include a lot of scenes that imply there are conversations happening off screen, and that's one of them. And the face scene was I have this is the closest in the fic, besides I can think of one other scene. This is the closest in this fic that Sniper ever got to kissing Scout. It was there, like, just this right here. Sniper almost kissed him. He really thought about it. It was him going, you know? Absolute maximum anxiety moments. Thank you, I appreciate it. I I had so much goddamn fun. Just, like, for a lot of the fic, it's... We could have had it all. They almost kissed. There are long periods of time during the fic where they're in these, like, limbo moments, where they're in almost a honeymoon phase of friendship for a while, of they're just, they get along really well, you know? Oh yeah. They like each other a lot already, even just like platonically, and I don't know how to phrase it exactly. It's they have this moment of being in this limbo of they're both they already really like the relationship that they have together, and it's you wanna kiss the scout. It's actually Pyro out there singing that. Yeah, it's they're having internal conversations. Sniper more consciously than Scout is. Scout's genuinely just not really thinking about it. They're having these conversations internally about whether it's important to them if this stops being a platonic thing, you know? Because caring about each other and trusting each other are a point they've already they've already reached. Now they're having conversations about how relevant they are to each other and how important it is that they address it, I guess. This is the one. This is the chapter that I never quite... this is where I believe I stopped replying to comments because I started getting nervous about talking to people. And other reasons I decided to do the live stream thing. Gotta get out of your comfort zone sometimes. Hee hee hoo hoo 69. This is gay. Who wrote this? Oh, I read this one. Okay. Sips. I'm very worried I'm going to just full body spill water all over my laptop, so I'm like turning all the way away when I do that. Okay, I have a headset, so it's like that. Also, apologies for any gross chewing or water drinking noises. Not that sorry, and I'm gonna keep doing it, but like... Alright, let's fire back into it. We gotta reach chapter 11. We gotta reach chapter 11 before my voice gives out. Chapter 8. Takeaways. He was sat outside enjoying the sun when he heard gravelly sand crunching under approaching boots. Not Sniper, because Sniper was inside. "Hey," Scout said, waving to whoever was approaching. Came the returned voice, and Scout deflated. "Oh, Pyro," he said, sighing slightly, having been hoping for conversation. Snipes is sleeping, I think." A series of happy murmurs that usually Scout would tune out in favor of just looking at body language. But he suddenly felt a small spark of recognition, and he sat up, frowning. "Hold on, just say that again but slower," Scout said. Pyro obliged, and Scout's eyes widened minutely. "You ain't here to see Snipes?" he repeated, and Pyro gasped, clapping their hands together happily and babbling something in return. Whoa, slow down. I can't understand you when you talk too fast, mumbles. Breathe for a second and repeat that." So Scout and Pyro, over the course of the next half hour, sat down and managed to have something like a conversation, despite the firebug needing to repeat themselves every other sentence. He asked questions about his eyesight and were fairly distraught when he broke the news that the enemy Pyro had been the one to do it to him. "Scout, who are you yammering to?" Sniper called from within the camper. "Pyro, Yeah, Mumbles showed up. We're hanging out, Scout replied. What? Sniper called back. Alright, just give me a second. There was a sound of movement and the camper door creaking open, clattering closed. Hi, Snipes, he said cheerfully. I was wondering what all the chatter was about. You two out here gossiping like old birds? Sniper asked, pushing Scout's legs over to sit in the same lawn chair as him. Pyro laughed and asked a question that had Scout bristling. Huh? Sniper asked. What'd he say? Nothing, Scout squeaked. Pyro just repeated the phrase. Don't sound like nothing, Sniper said suspiciously. In fact, it sounded like my name was in there somewhere. No, it wasn't, Scout said. In fact, Pyro was just saying it was time to leave. Isn't that right, Mumbles? Scout said pointedly. If you don't tell me, I'll just ask the firebug later, Sniper said, and Scout realized he was trapped in a corner. Pyro giggled. Or I'll get NG to translate if I really gotta. I don't even know where Hardhat is, and I'm telling the truth, it ain't important, Scout insisted. Actually, he's walking over right now, Sniper said with mild amusement. Scout's head whipped around to the sound of more boots on gravel. So if you're sure there ain't anything worth saying. Scout puffed his chest up. I'm sure, he said with a glare towards Sniper, dead committed now. He heard Pyro giggling madly to one side, and Sniper snickering quietly. Shut up, both of ya! Now what's all the hubbub about, son? You look right ready to blow a gasket, NG called, approaching. Howdy, Sniper. G'day, Trucky, Sniper said, not unkindly. So I was wondering, Scout's been learning to speak Pyro and refuses to translate a sentence for me. Keeps saying it's nothing important, but he's acting shady. I don't sound like that, Scout protested quietly, but no one seemed to be listening to him. So I was wondering if you'd do me a favor and tell me what it was said? Sniper finished, sounding very smug. Scout could practically see him smirking. Asshole. Alright, what'd you say to get the boy all fired up? Pyro, NG asked. Pyro repeated the phrase, and there were a few beats of silence. Scout's face was about 3 degrees away from bursting into flame. Well, that's really not much, NG said coolly, and there was a faint jingle as Scout assumed he shrugged. Anything worth making a fuss about, that's for sure. Alright, I get it, Sniper said, sighing. Teaming up on the old Sniper, I see how it is. Boots on gravel, moving back towards the camper. Alright, well, guess I'll see you a lot later, he called, and Pyro called back a goodbye, and then the door was creaking open, clattering closed. A beat of silence. If you don't mind me asking, what conversation would you and the firebug be having that Pyro'd ask you, so you and Sniper really are dating, then does that mean you two have kissed? And should I be at all concerned? NG asked. Scout buried his face in his hands. Pyro continued to giggle. Son, there ain't nothing to be so flustered about, NG started. We ain't having this conversation, Scout cut in, voice muffled by his palms. This talk ain't happening, Hardhat, not in a million years. Alright, fine, but just know that even if... Nope! I'm just saying we'd still support not in a million bajillion. Okay, no need to shout, boy, I can hear. NG laughed, and Scout just groaned into his hands. He heard NG walking to stand by Pyro. What'd I tell you about asking outright, Firebug? I told you that dog don't hunt, and look what happened. Nearly made him faint. Did you really think that'd work? Pyro just made a happy little sound, and NG chuckled. Well, regardless, we should head back. Someone was looking for you. We'll see you, Scoot, NG said, 2 pairs of boots walking away. Later, Hardhat. Bye, Mumbles, Scout replied, a bit miserable. And bye, Sniper, NG called, a bit louder. Bye. Also, to answer your question, no, we haven't, Sniper called from approximately where the window on the camper was. The open window. On the camper. The one he hadn't heard Sniper shout when he went back inside. Scout almost screamed. Snipes, I'm hungry. Then go get something to eat. I don't want to walk all the way back to the base. Then starve! Scout made a long, drawn-out whining noise, dangling his torso off of the bed, gone noodle-like with his abject, complete misery. If you fall, I won't catch you, Sniper said, sounding unimpressed. Scout made the noise again, but louder and for a longer period of time, now dangling everything above his waist over the abyss. His hat abandoned him, to instead hit the ground down below. You're gonna fall off and hit your head and die, and I'm gonna laugh at you, and then medic's gonna kill you, and I'm gonna laugh at you, and the medic's gonna kill me, and then I'll kill you. Is this really how you want to spend your Tuesday? Scout paused, considering the question for a few long moments. Then he took a deep inhale and made the whining noise a 3rd time, continuing to sink, now pretty much only held up by core strength and his toes hooked under the windowsill. What do you want me to do? Sniper asked loudly over the noise. I'm not carrying you all the way to base just because you don't wait an hour for lunch. Scout at that point was hanging upside down from the edge of the bed from the knees. His sunglasses fell off. I'm not picking those up, Sniper said. Stop being a bloody bat and go get yourself something to munch on, you goddamn lemon. Scout paused, swinging slightly from side to side idly, a slow back and forth. Who the fuck calls people a lemon? He finally said. Well, it's a real word, aren't it? Sniper asked. Could have called you a host of other names. Like what? Scout asked. You're being a real darrow right about now. Firsts off, Sniper said. Right, dag, yabo, larkin. Oh my god, Scout said quietly. That's not real English. And that's not a real shirt. Scout clutched protectively at his socks jersey. Hey! Anyway, I don't use those much unless I'm yelling at the other sniper. Insults don't pack much punch when you don't understand them, Sniper said. But I've got to be careful. Apparently, you blokes in the States are right near allergic to a word we use all the time down in Oz. Synonymous with mate where I'm from, starts with a C and it rhymes with runt. Said it in front of Trunky my first week and he went like a tomato, nearly passed out. It took Scout a few seconds to process what the word could possibly be before he blanched. Oh, what the fuck? He managed to gasp, moving to grip the ledge he was dangling from. Yep, there it is. See, we use it like a friendly thing. Had to train myself how to saying it. Right fucking mess that was. But it's nice going home though, makes me feel younger for some reason. You aren't that old, Scout said, rolling his eyes. Practically a foot in the grave, mate, Sniper sighed. You're like 30-something. Got it right up my will and testament. You can't die here. Hope the kids will bring around their ankle biters sometimes. Me and the wife would like to meet them. You don't have a wife! Kids these days don't know what it was like. Back in the war, you weren't in the army, and you're also from Australia. Any day could be my last. The fog's rolling in. Scout rolled his eyes, but the subtle motion of his head made all the blood that had rushed there rebel against him, and he felt himself slipping. Whoa! Mid-fall, a pair of fairly strong arms caught him around the waist, stopping him from hitting the floor. Scout froze up, eyes wide with fear. Christ, mate, be careful! Scout blinked, then grinned, letting himself laugh a little. What's funny? Sniper asked. I thought you said you wouldn't catch me, Scout reminded. There was a beat of silence. Thunk. Ow, the freshly dropped Scout said. He sat up from his new spot on the floor, crisscrossing his legs as Sniper walked back to the chair he was in with a bit of grumbling. We have a kitchen in here, though, right? Scout asked. Gotta have something. I don't use the cabinets to store food in, Sniper replied. I don't keep much of the stuff in here. Gotta have some incentive to go to the base. Otherwise, I'd never be in there. You don't keep much? Scout asked, leaning forward and grinning. There was a pause before Sniper sighed. Alright, fine. I keep a bit of candy. But candy? Scout practically shouted, already on his feet. Oh my god, where? But not, Sniper cut in, voice only rising a bit above his normal pitch. Any candy I think you'd like, and good god, my ears. Sorry, but dude, I haven't had candy in ages, Scout said, practically bouncing off the walls. Usually I keep some in case I run out of bunk, because in a pinch when I got an adrenaline, a sugar rush can work just as well as straight up caffeine, but also because candy is the best. Dude, come on, I promise I won't eat all of it. I just want a little bit, come on. Slow it down there, Sniper said, laughing, putting hands on his shoulders to stop him from bouncing in place. Alright, fine, I'll give you some candy, but don't say I never warned you, right? The moment the hands were gone, Scout was back to bouncing in place, grin threatening to split his face as Sniper started digging through the highest cabinets. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, he whispered in a quiet litany. Alright, hands out, Sniper said, the sound of something rustling in a bag. But I still think you'll hate it, mate. Impossible, Scout said, hands out before him. All candy is good candy. Fine, Sniper said, and something dropped into Scout's hand and he popped it into his mouth. Chocolate! Like a ball of chocolate sort of thing. He bit down and... What the fuck? Scout asked, voice controlled. Coffee-covered coffee beans. My parents sent them from home. This is not candy, Scout said. He finished eating the morsel because he wasn't a complete savage, but he made a face. It says candy right on the label, mate, Sniper said. Okay, whatever. Agree to disagree because you're wrong, Scout said. But do you have anything else? I mean, we got just chocolate. Hand it over. A beat of pause before he sighed, and something else ended up in his hand. He popped that in his mouth as well. He visibly flinched. Dude, why? What is this? Just regular dark chocolate. I don't see the... Scout made a big dramatic show of gagging. Oh, quit the whinging. You're trying to kill me. You're eating it without asking what it is. Scout scowled. Snipes, I grew up in a house with half a dozen dudes and 2 meals a day. I eat first, ask questions later. How are you alive? Sniper asked quietly, half to himself. Scout ignored it. Do you have anything else to poison me with, or should I pack up my disappointment nice and neat in my betrayal bag and hit the road? This last one ain't even sweet. Sniper started, but he cut himself off when Scout's hands already were out. So you're still not asking what it is? Nope. After all that, nope. Alright. Scout barely let the candy hit his palm before he ate it. his face reflexively scrunched up. Sniper sighed. See, I told you you'd... But then he stopped when Scout grinned, ear to ear, absolutely beaming. I love sour gummy worms, he explained, and Sniper breathed a sigh of relief. Dude, do you have more? Yeah, you could have the rest of the bag, Sniper said, handing it over to Scout. You'll get more kick out of him than I will. You're the best, Scout cheered, holding the bag close to his chest and shoving a fistful into his mouth. He tried to say something else, but it came out all muffled, so he finished chewing and trying again. I owe you one, Shades. You already owed me, Sniper said. Well, I owe you a better one, Scout replied. I'll get something awesome, just you wait. He trailed off, thinking. You know what, you just think of the thing you want, and I'll handle it. Anything, Sniper asked, sounding mildly interested. I mean, anything possible, he elaborated. I can't get you a dragon. Why would I want a dragon? Why wouldn't you want a dragon? Sniper paused. You know what, fair enough. Asked and answered. Get back to me on it, Scout said, climbing back up into the bunk. That's a lot of power to give to one man, Sniper said warningly. Yeah, well, I trust you enough to lead me around when I'm blind. Letting you have one request is no big deal, yeah? Sniper hummed thoughtfully at that. I'll get back to you once you've got your eyes back, Sniper said. Not much you can do for me right now anyways. Scout shrugged at that, going to town on the gummy worms, the two fading into a comfortable silence broken only by the sound of silicone. Scout could tell that something was wrong. He and Sniper would usually share the mattress now that they established it didn't bother either of them, and for the most part, their nightly routine was now Sniper turning in and Scout hopping up once he was done with his own process. By the time Scout went to bed, Sniper was usually well asleep, and he was heavy enough sleeper that Scout wouldn't wake him up. But this time, when Scout climbed up and plopped down, pulling on the blankets and starting to doze, he could tell by Sniper's breathing that the man wasn't asleep. Not even close. And he'd grown so used to the sound of his slow, even breath as he dozed off that knowing the other man was awake kept him awake as well. So they both laid there, unmoving, for a good while. Scout broke the silence because he knew Sniper couldn't. He turned his head and took Sniper's hand and squeezed it. What's up? He asked. Sniper didn't reply for a second, mulling over the words, his own head turning to look at Scout. What happened to your brother? He asked quietly, and Scout felt his blood go cold. He turned his head towards the ceiling. He could feel Sniper fidget slightly, the man probably nervous that he'd crossed some line on accident. When I was younger, maybe 4, he signed up to be a pilot in the Second World War, Scout began. It had been years since he told the story, but it was still clear to him in his mind. He survived until the very end of it. He was almost put in the cruise that would do Dresden, but he refused to go. He got in trouble for that, and so they kept him a little longer. He had to stay another couple of years, and he was one of the guys who transported troops out of Europe and back home. He came back home for a little bit right after the war got called, before they dragged him back out to keep working. He was a good guy, just as good as I remembered him. Scout raised his free hand to his dog tags. Sniper waited patiently for him to continue. Scout's voice was rough when he spoke again. There was an accident. The plane went down somewhere over Holland. He'd been in a crash or two before, and he was good at flying, but not that time. That time he didn't make it. Everyone else survived, but the cockpit went up in flames. They got dog tags and not much else. That was the first pass these things made coming home. First? Sniper asked quietly. Scout nodded, swallowed back the lump in his throat. Anyway, that happened. My second eldest brother, Henry, took the tags and wore them a couple years past. Summer, after my sophomore year of high school, Henry got drafted to go to Vietnam. It was 1957. Technically, they'll say he volunteered, but no, he didn't want to go. We didn't want him to go. A year and a half after he went there, one day his squad woke up and he was just gone. Just gone. He left his bag behind and disappeared in the middle of the jungle, and that they'd have to burn later. I don't think I believed that story, but they sent us these tags again. Not Henry's, because they said he wore those ones instead of these. Apparently he took these ones off and kept them in his bag instead of keeping them around his neck. He never took them off back home. Never. I don't believe him. Henry didn't disappear, but he's gone either way, so it don't really matter how, does it? The edges of the dog tags were digging into Scout's palm as he gripped at them now, bordering on painful. And now here I am, in a war zone, with these tags. And your mom let you go? Sniper asked, sounding confused. Yeah, I kinda lied to her, just a little bit. Said I wouldn't be in real danger. My brother Tony knew better. He told me... Scout swallowed back the lump in his throat again. Pulled me aside, told me, don't be the third O'Connell boy to die and leave Ma those dog tags. before I left, and I promised I might be safe. Scout was quiet for a second. I know we can't die here with the respawn and stuff, but do you ever get scared? Sniper considered the question. What of? Which part? I finally asked. Well, one day you're gonna get shot and not come back. Sniper was quiet for a few seconds. Sometimes. Scout waited for him to elaborate. I mean, sometimes I worry, yeah. It takes a moment longer to respawn, or I get right vaporized, and I wonder if I push my luck a bit too far. Sometimes I get nightmares that I don't die right, or respawn gets it wrong and I come back to life half dead again. Scout nodded. Yeah, those ain't any fun. He was quiet for a second. Before I left, my ma said to me, she says... Scout suddenly cut himself off, mouth clamping shut, eyes wide. Sniper turned to look at him again, confused. Alright, he mumbled, sounding concerned, giving a light squeeze to his hand. Scout didn't answer, just looking up at the ceiling, suddenly wondering very hard about whether he should just bite the bullet here. My ma goes, Jeremy, Scout murmured, and he felt Sniper tense slightly. She grabs me by the shoulders, hugs me like moms do when they're real worried, and she goes, You better call me, and write whenever you can. Else I'll track you down and knock some sense into you, even though she's half a head shorter than me. I said, Don't you go looking for trouble or trying to be no hero. You're already in trouble and you're already here to me, alright? Some real mushy thing, so... I call when I get the chance now. Sniper was still a bit tense at his side, because you don't say your name. Nobody does. The person who walks out of the battlefield is not the same person you were raised as. The person who goes home on holidays is not the person who lives at the base. Jeremy doesn't live in 2-4. Jeremy is a young man from Boston who played baseball and ran cross-country when he was in high school. Scout is the man who runs onto the battlefield, the guy who bashes people's skulls in with a metal bat while weeping and cheering. But where did Scout end and Jeremy begin? Was it Scout or was it Jeremy lying next to Sniper right then? He wasn't sure. I call home too. Scout turned his head towards Sniper at that. Sniper's voice was quiet. Dad don't much like it, the work I do, I mean, he said. Thinks I'm just some crazed gunman. He doesn't know the difference between killing for fun and killing for sport and killing professionally. Scout felt his grip tighten. I'm a professional. I'm good at what I do because of skill. I'm efficient. I'm not a crazed gunman. I'm not. Yeah, we already got Soldier on our team. That slot's filled, Scout murmured, and he heard Sniper exhale in a sort of laugh. Right. A few seconds of pause. A lunatic wouldn't do what I do. I don't bug around with fear tactics. I don't take hits or light blows, like blows on fire. I just take the shot. But that don't matter to him, huh? For folks, Scout asked, eyebrows furrowed. No. Well, Mom at least don't yammer on about it near as much. She'll avoid talking about it when she can. And I don't bring it up. It makes going home for holiday leave stressful is all. Scout opened his mouth to say something, but instantly stopped himself, just closing his mouth again. He heard Sniper turn his head to look at him. What's the look? Sniper asked, laced with suspicion. What were you going to say? Scout inhaled, exhaled, steeled himself, inhaled again. You should come visit Boston with me next time there's a holiday break, he said, all in a rush, words a little jumbled together. I'm not any good with crowds, Sniper said hesitantly, or people. And Boston's a city, ain't it? Yeah, well, you wouldn't have to deal with anyone if you didn't wanna, Scout said quickly. And I think my mom would like you, at least. Yeah, you've changed it from visit your hometown to meet your parents, mate, Sniper said slowly. Scout's face felt like it was on fire, but it might have just been their shared body heat. That was probably it, right? Yeah. Well, I don't know, it'd be kind of a dick move to come to my city and not at least say hi to my family there, right? Scout murmured, trying to justify himself. Don't make it weird! You heard that little almost laugh again. I'm just teasing, love, nothing to get fighty, Sniper said, and Scout mentally swooped himself down, trying to shut up the part of his brain that was still yelling at him. Well, if not that, you gotta take me to Australia. I want to see it, Scout said stubbornly. I suppose taking you on a road trip wouldn't be that much much more difficult than taking care of you while you're blind, Sniper murmured, shrugging politely. Alright. Scout blinked, surprised that Sniper actually agreed. You're gonna regret saying that, he said after a second. Nah, Sniper replied evenly. I'm gonna get real annoying at some point, and you're gonna start hating me, Scout insisted. And you're gonna wish you didn't promise that. Scout felt something like betrayal welling up in his chest as he felt Sniper letting go of his hand, only to feel his heart start racing as Sniper slung that arm around Scout's shoulder. Never, Sniper replied, voice just a murmur. breath hot against his face, and Scout felt something else entirely welling up in his chest. Okay, if you're sure. He lay stock still for a second before he shifted slightly, moving so his head rested on the dip of Sniper's shoulder, and he was surprised with how comfortable this all was. He almost didn't think he could go to sleep, but he drifted off soon enough anyways. If he could describe how he felt at that moment in one word, protected. He felt protected. The hand that hadn't been holding Sniper's released his dog tags. End of chapter. God. Imagine being gay. Opens a delicious little can of energy drink. Imagine dying. Kind of cringe. Cringe comp dying brothers. Sorry, I'm ending these and immediately making jokes. God. It scrolls back through. Listen, in Australia, it's not that bad a word. There's so many things about Valve character design. It's really, it is very funny to me how much Scout just looks like a kid. And I know it's 90% just that, like, he doesn't have any facial hair. And that adds years and years onto age when it comes to character design a lot of the time. But, like, Christ. Sniper, my favorite thing is the idea of Sniper being a young guy who, in fact, intentionally has so much of an old man energy to him. And acting 87 years old at all times. Oh, if you think I will not force myself into chapter 11, I am stubborn now. Now I'm being stubborn. Now I'm mattress stubborn. Trauma cringe comp. Where's Scout and of Jeremy begin? It's because in some ways this fic is a lot about the concept of identity. And you gotta lean into being an old man, right? I feel as though the fact that none of them have, the fact that we know so few of their actual names, the fact that we know so little about so many of the mercs, the fact that to some degree it feels so private. It feels so very private for all of them, these other secondary identities they have of the people they are outside of their jobs. To imply that they wouldn't act differently alongside the secondary identity they have is fucking insane to me. Even just like I work at a fucking ice cream place, you know. I make our sweet, cool ice creams, and none of my coworkers know what I'm like as a human being, because people act different in the different facets of their life, right? And to have the different facet of your life be being in pain and causing pain and harming other people and these adrenaline rush survival situations, and of course they aren't real, but they, for all intents and purposes, might as well be, for all the feelings and emotions that are associated with them. To imply that there's no level of dissociation of those concepts. It's in a way, it's almost this idea of the killing of your childhood self. This idea of there being this like previous version of him, this previous optimistic version of him that was the person who he was before he became a mercenary, is something that is, I feel, extremely, extremely telling to a character. It, I feel like, draws this very distinct, there's this distinct line alongside them getting these new names and getting these new quote-unquote identities, these new attributes associated with them, of like Scout being fast guy, Heavy being strong guy, Medic being fix everyone guy. And it has become a point of, now he is both stuck in the position of being Scout and also trying to cope with this concept of being weak, because I feel as though he definitely attributes strength so hard to the way that he acts, the way that he treats the other mercs, everything he does on the battlefield being like, I feel as though almost a fake it till you make it thing. Yeah, like, how did a boy who loves his family and draws and is shy around girls kill people? To some degree, there's an argument that can be made that all of the mercs, to some degree, have some kind, and I say this, I'm not saying this lightly, yeah, like these facets of your humanship, like the way that you interact with different people. And to some degree, there's this like, this nostalgia almost, this like ache of like going back to your hometown, like going to your grandparents' house, like returning to something you hadn't seen in a long time. And Scout is now trapped in this liminal space between being Scout and being in danger and being able to be hurt so badly, between that and being just a person who's not in danger. He's been hurt by his life, but he's not in danger right now, except that he is, you know? It circles back around. It's really recursive, almost, as a conversation. And it's a thing of, I feel like there's an argument that can be made, and I don't say this lightly, of them all having some degree of dissociative disorder at this point. Because it is unfathomable to me. Yeah. It's, to some degree, this, it's so hard to judge where character traits end and begin. Because even, like, one problem I've seen a lot of fic run into is this concept of assuming that the mercs, in the way that they act on the battlefield, like their domination lines, for example, yes, that these domination lines, for example, are them presenting their most authentic selves, which makes absolutely no goddamn sense. Them in this high adrenaline moment is not representative of them as individuals. There is so much of a conversation about identity, about sense of self, about the way your past affects your present and your future, the way, like, you never truly change, except that everything changes all of the time, forever. Yeah, Running Blind was a lot of conversations about me growing up, essentially. It's, yeah, like in that AAU, it's genuinely, like, kind of a grass is greener situation, almost. in a very similar sense. I play D&D. I like fantasy settings. These conversations of, we know that all of the mercs are deeply, if not traumatized, then mentally ill or at a very bad point in their life. We know that because this is what they're doing. By being here, they are admitting that there is somewhere worse that they don't want to be, almost. If they had anywhere else to be that was better than this, they would not be here. Because the place they're at right now fucking sucks. There is no way to argue that they have like a cool, fun life. Clearly something is very bad for every single person there. Some of them in ways that make sense of like, to be fair, this is what the engineer's family does. But also this sucks. And it would make absolute sense to me that he wouldn't want to keep doing this. If nothing else, just because this sucks. And to some degree, it's almost even, I don't know how to phrase it. Like, for Pyro and Soldier, my headcanon's often that they just have nowhere else to go. In my mind, how we know that the mercs get a happy ending is that none of them do that anymore. It's that they all go do other things. And I have an amount of headcanon for all of that. I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I like to think that, like, Soldier and Jana move in and have 80,000 fucking raccoons. And run the raccoon sanctuary in Marasmus's castle. Less jokingly, I think that, like, I would love if it was just, like, engineer goes and just does inventing independently and wins, like, the fucking Nobel Peace Prize or whatever, and writes a book and makes $1 billion. And, like, Heavy ends up just going into making weapons because people do that in real life. That's a thing you can do. Medic goes and does some sawbones shit and is just a freak for the rest of his life. He's just a freak doing fucked up things forever, because I'm okay with that. It makes him happy. Just let him. I like to think Scout just, like, moves back to Boston and is just, like, a coach of a fucking Little League or some shit. You know, like, I like to think Demo goes and becomes a chemistry professor at, like, a college, and and all the kids are like, I want an underage drink, and he goes, yeah, well, bet you, but it's gonna suck, though, because you know what, bet you're bad at drinking compared to me. Nah, just, like, giving, like, good advice, because Demo's, like, a nice guy. I feel like he'd be really good to, like, young adults. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's this moment of, like, they do have happy endings, and none of them involve being where they are now. And I don't think that means they can't be together or in the same spaces as each other. I do think that it's the only way any of them are going to be fucking happy, is if they stop doing what they do. Yo, 69 playbacks! This is a serious conversation, but I saw the number and I had to say it. So, I don't know if you guys can even see that. That's just part of analytics. I don't know if that makes any fucking sense. Yeah, it's all of these characters, even if they weren't traumatized before they did this, are definitely traumatized now. To that degree, I think there will never be a point when they all entirely move on from each other. I think that they need to stay in contact and need to still be around each other because they're the only people who would understand what the other ones are going through and how the other ones are feeling. But to some degree, it's also that, how to even phrase it? It's, they can't keep doing this. They shouldn't keep doing this. Not only is it unsustainable, it is almost by definition going to destroy them if they continue to be mercenaries, and especially in the setting with what that means for them here. But also, at this point, like in Running Blind, I very much touch on this. So much of Scout's identity is this. So much of Scout's identity is now tied to this idea that he is this throughout most of the story, one recurring theme for him is that he feels doomed. He feels like he's just fucked. He feels like he has this mark of death painted on his back. And that in the form of the dog tags, essentially. That's one way they represent. Also the fact of like his responsibility to his family, almost. He feels like he has to carry this burden for his family, that he has to be doing this because if he doesn't, you know, like they need him to be doing this. There's so much to be said about responsibility, about making responsibility part of your identity, about making yourself being potentially doomed part of your identity. I think all of the mercs are people who were failed by society. In some way, in some form. They're the people who fell through the cracks in some part of the world, in some part of their life. I don't think it is unfair, the iterations of them where, for example, for some reason specifically, I see a lot of fic of Scout who becomes very, it makes sense that he would have an addictive personality, who becomes a pretty active drug user, is one that I've seen. Yeah, you know, I literally just sit and think about this shit, like, of course shit would be bad. How the fuck would they ever do that? If they were doing all of this, and best case scenario, shit's not super bad, it's because they are completely dissociating the way that they have to do their job from the way that they actually are as people. There's a very sad reality to a lot of the way that some of this works, at least in my mind. I'm gonna say brief spoilers for the next. I'm gonna be circling my mouse, and when I stop circling my mouse, that's when I'm not saying spoilers for Taking Shots. In case you're not caught up on it, or if you just don't want spoilers ever. Also spoilers for potential future chapters. It is 101,001 quadrillion% in my script of Taking Shots that both Sniper and Scout make executive decisions to stop being mercenaries at some point. Because at some point I started drawing this line in this narrative of them being mercenaries almost being a form of self-harm. And I cannot in good faith allow that to continue. So that is absolutely in my books for a thing that's going to happen. Okay, spoilers are over. Funny hee hoo hoo shoot hat game. I gave him, he has 8 brothers and I took 2 on my way out the door. There's also implications in this scene as well about Sniper has a shit family, we'll be honest. It's understandable. I don't know, to me, the thing of his dad being like, don't kill people, feels almost like when your teen starts smoking cigarettes and you punish them for smoking cigarettes and do not ask, why does my kid feel the need to smoke? Are they doing okay? You know? Feels very shallow, and I dislike it a lot, and it has a lot of implications, in my opinion. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Then starve! Sniper really said die then. I really appreciate it. I think a lot about shooty funny hat game. I don't know, I'm very fixated on TF2 as a setting. to some degree, I like this line that can be drawn between sanctioning off your mind and identity and them living in a desert in the middle of fucking nowhere, you know? There's so many inherent metaphors that can be drawn here, and I like it a lot. I also like the little fucking GSA that they have out in the goddamn desert. It's my favorite thing in the world. They're being fucking gay. Oh shit! Oh, it's this one. We're at 9, hell yeah. We are going to reach 11. We are going to reach 11! After this one, I absolutely have something I want to say about the story, because it was 8 chapters previously of filler to establish mood, and now is when plot happens. It took 9 chapters to reach plot, like, properly, and I love that. I love that for me. I'm gonna start reading again. Gotta stretch first, though. I realized way too late that my snack of bowl of carrots is extremely ineffective for streaming. I have a little bowl with the world's crunchiest carrots that I'm eating like a little thing. I don't have chips. I want something crunchy. I have carrots. It is bad. Yeah. Filler's good for character development. You need filler in order to better establish moods in world settings. It's very important for writing. I think about this shit constantly. It's why people like filler episodes, is it gives you better context for the world and the innate state of the character, so that when conflict happens, you understand how extreme it is. I'm gonna munch exactly 1 carrot because it's the worst. Crunchy. Oh god, it's still crunchy. Oh fuck. What if I just said no? What if we stopped here like an hour and a half early? That would be so annoying. I'm not gonna, but it would be very funny. One more sip and then we read the stagger. ASMR. Carrot crunch ASMR while I talk about the consequences of introducing immortality. Anyways. Chapter 9. Stagger. The table was surprisingly quiet at dinner. There was little chatter, and while Sniper was fairly relaxed at his side, Scout was on edge. Finally, he put down his utensils. Okay, what the hell's going on? Scout asked sharply, and movement stilled at most of the table. He heard and felt Sniper turning to look at him, probably with concern. He heard someone sigh, and it was Engie who spoke. We're supposed to go out and start fighting again day after tomorrow, he said quietly, and Sniper stiffened at his side in the same moment Scout felt his blood grow cold. All of us. Are you having a bloody laugh? Sniper asked sharply, tone dangerous. Now there's no need to give me that look, Sniper. I'm just telling y'all what was on the message we received from the administrator, Engie said calmly. So she's not firing me, she's just making me go fight? Scout asked, frowning. 9. Medic spoke from the far side of the table, and Scout turned his head towards him with mild surprise. He hadn't known that Medic was there. He'd been silent the entire time they'd been eating. I do not think that is what this is about. It was quieter on the table. You should tell a story to them, Doctor, Heavy said gently from beside Medic. The German didn't speak for a few seconds. You are not the first mercenaries I have worked with for Red, he finally said. Scout frowned, but no noise of surprise followed the statement. Apparently the others had already heard this before. I couldn't tell if Sniper knew too. I joined shortly before the previous teams were disbanded, if we use the terms I'm sure were in the paperwork. All members of the team were fairly sickly and plagued by nightmares about the fighting, and I know several others around this table are today. I submitted a form, Medic said, only for his voice to suddenly grow tight, and he stopped. A few seconds passed. Can finish story for Doctor if he wants, Heavy said carefully, but Medic carried on. I submitted a form, saying that none of them were fit to fight, and during the next battle, over half of them died, and when they died, they were not sent to respawn. He finished dully. All who lived resigned as soon as the end of the battle was called, and most committed suicide in the year afterwards. Jesus, Sniper whispered to one side of Scout. So you're telling me, Scout said slowly, that if I go out and die in battle, I won't wake back up again, Doc? Is that right? The way I see it, she's giving you two options, Spy said. You can either go into battle and have the risk of dying permanently, very likely as you cannot defend yourself, or resign now if you do not think you could survive out there. If you try and avoid battle, she will terminate your employment regardless of your condition. Scout heard the telltale sound of a lighter being clipped. It seems we're backed into a corner, mon ami. Those ain't the only two options, Scout replied calmly, frowning. There was silence for a few seconds. Excuse me? Spy asked. Doc, remember when I first went into the med bay? You said you could replace my eyes, Scout said, turning his head towards Medic. Or do some kind of operation to help me? And I said it would be incredibly risky as well, Medic replied, a note of fierceness in his tone. Yeah, so's dying, Doc, Scout replied, crossing his arms. Scout, for all we know, if you were to die now, you wouldn't come back. We have no guarantee that it would not already be permanent, Medic said, and Scout felt almost like he was being scolded, and he bristled under it. This operation could kill you no matter how well I do, and I will not have you dying on my operation table. Yeah, Spy already said it. I'm backed into a corner here. If any of you have some options other than leave or die, I'm all ears, Scout said, sitting back in his chair. There was a long pause around the table. Scout tapped his fingers against his arm, waiting. None spoke. This is so bloody unfair. Scout turned his head towards Sniper at the tremor in his voice. It ain't right. You can't help it. You don't want to be blind any more than anyone else does. You didn't get a choice in this. It's bloody unfair. If we could fix it, we would have done it already. And as far as I can tell, she hasn't sent us any bloody help besides us all being put on unpaid leave. I'll tell you what the hell I think. He heard Sniper sitting forward in an uneasy shift around the table. If she's going to give our Scout the boot, I'm leaving too. Bushman, Spy started, but Sniper continued. And if I get it if you lot don't agree, but he's a member of this team, and he's damn well earned a spot on it, and he's put in too many years of his bloody life out here in the middle of nowhere just to get kicked to the curb the moment he gets an injury. Scout heard the sound of a knife being buried in the table. I've made up my mind. If he goes, I go. That's that. It ain't fair, and if it'd been any of you lot who lost your eyes, I would have said the same. Bushman, Spy said again, and Sniper finally stopped, seething in his seat beside Scout. First of all, if you would not bury your knife in the goddamn table. Second, I was going to say that I agree. What? Scout and Sniper said in unison. I said I agree. It is unfair and quite frankly insulting that she would react like this to the situation. I'm with you, Spy said, the slightest shift to indicate a shrug. If he is fired, I will also leave. A beat of pause. Fuck it, I'm with you too, lads, Demo said, clapping a hand on Scout's shoulder. He goes, I go. I also agree, cried Soldier from down the table. We will not be divided. Wait, guys, Scout cut in, turning his head back and forth quickly. Little Scout is credit to team, Heavy rumbled. He will not leave without Heavy. Pyro mumbled cheerfully. Guys, Scout tried again. I guess I'm in too, then, Medic said with an affectionate sigh, and Heavy and Pyro both cheered from either side of him. Well, she's a scary lady, but we're a scary bunch of folks too, huh? Angie said. And I don't think she'd take kindly to us all quitting. She wants to mess with the lamb, she'll be seeing the rams. Agreement rose up around the table, amicable and rowdy. Guys! Chatter around the table stopped. Scout felt pale, his pulse pounding through to his fingertips. Listen, I appreciate this, really I do. This is so great of you guys, seriously, but you can't do this. No, shut up, Scout said when Sniper started saying something in protest, pointing a finger at him, and the sharpshooter clammed up instantly. I gotta say this. Scout considered his words for a few moments, folding and unfolding his hands on the table, staring down at nothing. It could have happened to any of you, Scout said. I get that, but it didn't. And that means it's my choice what we get to do here and how we do it. And I don't want any of yous messing with your own lives up too just because of me. I'm not dragging you guys down with me. That ain't fair to you. If I have to go, I'll go alone, but it won't come down to that, so I'm not going to go down without a fight neither. We got a whole day to figure out how to fix this. There was murmuring around the table for a few seconds. Sniper had gone still. Well, Medic said, if you are sure you don't want us to make a suicide pact as a Hail Mary, then I suppose our next best option is the operation I finished drafting 40 minutes ago. Scout looked up. What? I want to say again. It would be risky and dangerous, and I would have preferred to wait and research a bit more, but I wanted to draft a procedure in case of emergency. I feared she might do this, and I have been planning accordingly for such eventualities. It would seem we have come to the eventuality. You heard medic standing up. Her Scout, if you are certain you want to follow this path, report to the medbay tomorrow at 9 in the morning sharp. If you want her sniper to accompany you, that is fine, but I prefer not to have anyone else nearby while I am working, so he will not be able to come with you into the infirmary. If you'll excuse me, I need to make sure I have the correct equipment set up. Danke for the meal. Medic left, and several others hesitantly moved to take away their own plates as well, Heavy leaving the quickest, presumably to go check up on Medic. Only a moment passed before Sniper had seized the back of Scout's collar, half pulling him up out of his seat, making him startle. Out, hallway, now. His voice was low and dangerous, and Scout swallowed hard. What for? He asked. We're gonna have a nice little talk. Scout felt unexplainable guilt welling up in his chest, alongside a pinch of fear at the barely repressed fury in Sniper's tone. Sniper practically dragged him into the hallway, and Scout's cane clattered to the floor. He heard Demo standing and starting to protest the rough treatment of the Boston boy, but Sniper's motion paused for only a second, and he clammed right up. They went into the hallway, and Sniper shoved Scout, sending him into the wall, not painfully, but roughly, before he closed in. The hell do you think you're doing? Sniper asked tremulously, rage threatening to bubble over, but his voice didn't border on yelling, not just yet. What's your problem? Scout asked, bunching his fists up, shoulders squared, trying not to look intimidated. My problem? My bloody problem? That's real rich. Sniper laughed breathlessly, though there was little amusement in the sound. I'm not the one about to commit to an operation that'll bloody well probably kill me without thinking about the damn consequences. I get it, I could die, but newsflash, Snipes, Scout returned, throwing his arms out. I don't exactly have many options. I'm okay with taking this risk, and if this kills me, then it kills me, but at least I've tried something. And there you go again, because you're the only one with anything to worry about, because if you cark it, you're the only one having something to lose, eh? Sniper had a hold on his collar again, pushing him into the wall. Has it even occurred to you to think about what this will do to the rest of us, or are you just that fucking selfish? Scout instinctively gripped Sniper's wrist in both hands, eyes wide with fear. Unseeing. He felt like the air had been pushed out of him. In some ways it was. What the hell are you talking about? He spat anyways with a sneer, and the words had already left his mouth when he realized Sniper was shaking. Shaking? You heard the rest of the lads when they thought you were getting the boot. They care about you. If you die, do you know what that'll do to the team? Sniper's voice suddenly dropped, in volume and pitch, sounding a bit rougher. What that'll do to all of us left here? That wasn't how he'd planned on ending that sentence, Scout could tell, but he didn't have the time to parse that one out. It's my choice, Scout replied through gritted teeth. Well, maybe this isn't just about you anymore, you dense prick, Sniper replied sharply, voice shaky again, hands shaking. Why was Sniper shaking? Could you maybe think about the bigger picture here for a moment? Just take a step back and just... He trailed off. Whatever you're trying to say, just say it already, Scout said bitterly. Sniper's grip loosened slightly. His voice was quiet now, almost whispered but still intense. What'll I have to tell your mom, Scout? He asked, and Scout's blood went cold. You're really gonna make her lose another son? I didn't want it to come to this either, Scout protested, but it sounded weak, even to him. I didn't want to do this to her. I guess she at least knows how to handle losing a kid. She'll know what to do with my body at least, huh? She can handle it. It was morbid. He regretted it the moment he heard the words leave his mouth. What about the team? Sniper managed. They're grown men. They'll get over it eventually, and someone else will get hired. They'll survive. What about me? Sniper croaked, and everything froze. What about you? Scout finally asked, slowly. He didn't quite understand, but he could feel understanding just millimeters from his fingertips. If he could only stretch out just a bit further and... Never mind, Sniper managed to say, voice thick with something and with disappointment, and he released Scout's shirt, pushing himself off. You know what? I'm done here. He almost didn't process the sound of footsteps moving away from him. Is it Snipes? He asked, and it was that first day again, waking up blind on the operating table. And it was the second day waking up blind in the camper van. It was that day alone in the storage closet, waking up blind and... Well, where are you going? Home. The camper. Don't bother following me, Sniper replied bitterly. If you're so determined to get your eyes cut out, you can sleep in the infirmary, huh? Scout's fingers dug into the wall, but he didn't dare push off and follow, not without his cane left behind the common area, a stupid oversight, because he got himself lost again. He just couldn't do it. That ain't fair, he protested. Neither's dying on me, Sniper replied coldly. You can't just ditch me like that. Oh, can't I? Sniper snapped, and Scout flinched back. Remember how you said you owe me a few days back? I'm cashing it in. Here's my request.
His voice dropped into a dangerous growl, the type of intonation that made people's hair stand on end and the faint of heart cower away. He said the sentence slowly, with emphasis, and each word felt like a punch to the gut. Stay the hell away from me. Goodbye, Scout. The sound of 2 familiar boots against the hard floor, and Scout felt like he'd been stabbed in the chest. He felt like he'd been shot in the stomach. He felt like he'd had his eyes burned out. Moreover, he was very, very scared. Snipes? Snipes! Scout called as soon as he could find his voice again, and it sounded just as fearful as he felt, just as desperate, but Sniper didn't turn around. The sound of his footsteps finally faded into nothing, the walls not carrying any more reverberation back to Scout to tell of where Sniper might be. It was silent, but for the noise coming from behind the door into the common area. And Scout, for the first time since Sniper took him by the arm as he tripped leaving the infirmary, was alone. Medic apparently only took one look at him standing in the door to his office, probably looking properly pathetic and miserable, clutching his cane like a lifeline, before he sighed and ushered Scout in. What did you do? Medic asked shortly. I don't know, Scout said, letting Medic just pull him along without struggle. Sniper just got through getting real mad at me for agreeing to let you do the operation tomorrow and told me I wasn't allowed to sleep in the camper tonight, to go stay in here. Just ditched me! Just chewed me out and ditched me, just like that! Medic sighed, muttering something in German, and Scout was sat in a chair as Medic was busied about doing something just a few steps away. What did he say to you? He asked levelly. I guess he said something about, well, one of my brothers was in World War II. I read your file, I know, Medic said, messing with something ceramic on the table a bit away. If you could skip ahead. Oh, well, he said yes, what I was thinking, that I'd risk being the third son of my family to go off and die in a fight somewhere, and I'd said, at least my mom would know what to do, because she was right, she's done funerals and stuff before, and she's probably figured out this job might be dangerous and stuff, and then he asked what the team would do if I died, and I was like, I'll get over it, because all you guys are grown men, right? It ain't the end of the world, it'd suck, but you'd live, and he said something like a, what about me, sort of thing, and I don't know what he meant, and now he's pissed off, and I don't know how to fix this. My friend, are you sure you do not know what he meant? Medic asked bluntly. Pausing his task and turning to him, Scout could imagine the look on Medic's face, unimpressed, cynical, judging. Scout, being both the enabler and the risk-taker at the same time, had gotten fairly used to it, and it wasn't as effective when Scout couldn't see it. Do you really? Next, stop and really think about this, Medic said before returning to his task calmly, giving him an excuse to sit silently and think. So Scout did. He considered how angry Sniper had gotten. Scout, even before his eyes got taken out, had never seen Sniper really enraged. Not like that, not like he was in the hallway. But he'd been angry before because everyone got mad sometimes. He considered what caused Sniper to get bitter at their teammates. Usually it was things like running in front of his scope right when he was about to take a shot, or when he'd spent the day getting hounded by the enemy spy. He didn't think much in that line though, so he moved on and considered the last time he'd seen Sniper angry at him, which was the day he'd gotten lost in the base, the day Sniper had to come and find him. He'd been angry then, too, except he'd said he wasn't angry with him, hadn't he? He said it in as many words and moved on quickly enough from it afterwards. He'd said that he wasn't angry with the runner, that he'd just been really... He's worried about me? Scout said finally, tilting his head back up at Medic. Medic huffed out through his nose. We are all worried about you, Jean. Try again, Medic replied patiently. He turned around and took Scout's hand, put something in it. A saucer on top of which was a cup. Tea, maybe. Scout took a sip and was pleased to find that Medic had apparently dumped a good amount of sugar into it. Okay, so not just worry. What else was there? Sniper was nice to him. He let Scout stay in his camper, let him play music and drag him around to do stuff. He didn't mind when Scout babbled on about nothing in particular, and didn't get mad when Scout pestered him about things. He gave Scout a piggyback ride to the base, and nearly got into a fistfight with Spy over almost nothing. He'd refused to let Scout sleep anywhere but on their only mattress. He'd play a song on his instrument just because Scout had wanted him to. And he went looking for him when nobody else did. Scout started only to hesitate for a few moments. He heard Medic taking a sip of his own tea. He tried again. He likes me a lot? Cares about me, Scout said, each word feeling odd in his mouth, stilted and awkward. Surely it is not that difficult to believe, Medic said, clearly surprised by his tone. No, I mean, not just like how we all usually get along, more than that. I'm important to him, more than most people, Scout tried to clarify, still a bit hesitant. Medic gave a world-weary sigh, and Scout heard the clink of his cup against the saucer. I suppose that is close enough, he murmured, and there was the sound of the saucer being placed down for a moment. All right. Her Sniper might seem angry with you, but I am fairly certain he has no wish to fight. At least subconsciously, he is hoping that you'll be upset enough by his negative reaction that you will reconsider and find a less risky option. Huh? Scout asked, blinking. Yeah, he seems mainly upset that you would be at risk at all, but he's also upset that you made the choice without talking to him first. He expected you to think it over, I suppose, which is admittedly wishful thinking. You are a reckless person by nature. That is not how you make decisions. Still, he expected you to consider what would happen to him. Scout mulled over the words, taking another gulp of tea. That isn't fair, Scout said finally. This is my problem, not his. I mean, this affects me, not him. You really think this does not affect him at all? Medic asked, sounding a little surprised for a moment and just a little sad. Scout nodded. Medic sighed again. God, why are young people so against just communicating like adults? Okay, alright, Joe, think with me for a few moments here. Let us suppose you die. He cares about you. You go through with the operation and do not survive it. How would he feel? Take a wild guess, just a wild for dumb guess. Go on. Slowly, understanding washed over him, and Scout pressed a hand over his own face, frowning. Oh, God, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it would suck. He'd be upset. Someone taking care of me. Of course he'd feel bad if I died, Scout said. He would probably be real sad about it. And there you have it, Medic said, apparently finishing off his tea as he set his cup a good bit away. The revelation of the year. God, you two can be so dense. Did you know that her sniper has been swinging by periodically trying to get progress checks, and when I have none, instead of trying to get my advice, it is exactly like this. Exactly. Every single time. What should I do? I don't want to go into this with him mad at me, Scout said, glossing past Medic's biting remarks, putting his own cup down after taking the last gulp. He knew that it was just how Medic was and it wasn't personal, so he didn't let it offend him. I gotta fix this somehow. Simple, Medic said, and Scout's cane was pressed into his hand. Go to the camper and talk to him. If you think you should, and for the record, I think you should, then apologize. I can promise with almost complete certainty that he regrets yelling at you, although I suspect he will be too proud to admit it. You two are also very similar in that way. Okay, I'll leave you to... What, you said you gotta prepare, right? Scout asked. Medic laughed. Oh heavens no, I wish to be left alone so I could sleep. I have not slept well for a few days, if at all, too busy planning this operation and assembling materials. But heavy is getting... What is the English word? For a moment, Medic hummed, thinking hard. Ah, yes, Maggie. No, well, we'll leave you to that then, Scout said, turning and heading for the door. Night, Doc. See you tomorrow. Yeah, good night. And do not eat breakfast tomorrow morning if at all possible. I'd prefer you not vomit in my medical bay, Medic said, and Scout gave a thumbs up, letting the door close behind him. And there he was, outside the door of the med bay. He stood in the hallway, knowing his path, knowing his goal, but unsure of what would await him in his destination. And wasn't that just the way things usually were for him? So he began to walk. End of chapter. Bro, that's the second time that Sniper almost fucking kissed him on the mouth, was when he was yelling at him. He was like, Understand already! And he didn't. Scout's not smart. It's okay. Thank God Scout's so fucking pretty. Oh yeah. Literally, it was... Where is it? Where is the exact moment? Bilingual rights! Oh, where the fuck? It was, this. In this moment, pretty boy privileges. This is the other time that Sniper almost just fully kissed him on the fucking mouth. It was so close. It was so close. It could have happened. Oh yeah. Just colloquialisms in general, as well. Heavy nags. Almost kissed. Almost made out. I can't stress enough how bad shit would have been if they kissed here. A lot of people would have been upset. Stuff would have gotten bad. Scout had to sleep on the couch. Imagine having to sleep on the couch. Imagine being medic. Imagine everyone for a minute, thought experiment. Imagine for a minute your name is medic TF2. Medic J Medic TF2. Like imagine this being you. Imagine. You've just figured out how to make a man fucking immortal, and then he comes in asking you about his fucking love life. My man. Could not be me. Hell world. I wanted to circle back to two things. First of all, they should have fucking unionized. It would have worked. Second of all, it would have worked. I can't stress this enough. It would have worked. But also, it would have. This was also about Scout being able to fucking take care of himself. You know. To some degree, like this is also a story about Scout being like, I do what I want. Imagine being medic. I would die. It's also such a story about Scout finding, I can't even think of the word, like ownership of his own actions, responsibility, like the ability to do things without needing other people. On one hand, it's him learning that it's okay to rely on other people, but also to have more trust and confidence in himself. Honestly, more that first one, but also the second one to some degree. If they just unionized, then it would be very unfulfilling for his character arc, I think. Yeah, it's, I have the headcanon that Medic has been working with mercenaries for, like, way longer than this current team. It makes so much goddamn sense to me. And I wanted to talk about something that I'm legit super sad I didn't do. So, prior to this chapter, prior to Stagger, which is the first outright plot-heavy chapter that I had at this point, this is like, there is a line now of events that happen, cause and effect. Before this, it's degrees of, like, slightly more friendly, slightly happier together, slightly more trusting in each other. And I could just shuffle around scenes at will because it did not matter necessarily what order things happened in. Only that as new things happened, it would change contextually the way they interacted with each other. If we had opened with the face touch scene, the fact that they hadn't already kissed immediately would have been insane. It's a degree of you like spreading out the moments nice and evenly, with an amount of diversity in the tone, the mood, the length, whether it's more heavy on dialogue or description, etc. This is the one that made a line of, after this I know exactly how things have to happen and there's extremely little room for filler. So, you know, it was the transition into, from here on out I have to write things in a very specific way. Every day, every time I read this, I think to myself, God, I fucking wish I'd known how to write demo. I can't stress enough. If this entire fic had happened with the undercurrent of cutting away to Scout hanging out with Demo and them having conversations about, like, concepts of identity, about specifically, if Scout and Demo had been talking about what family means for, like, I could have doubled the length of this fucking fic. Easily. No goddamn contest. I could have had those two having little philosophical discussions. But I, to this day, cannot write Demo's dialogue. I'm so bad at it. I can't do the Scottish accent. I consistently just, like, forget his speech patterns and have to keep reminding myself. I love the way that Demo talks as a character, and I'm really, really bad at translating it onto paper. It is genuinely perfectly adapted for audio. For audio and physically emoting along, too. to adapt it onto paper is really, really difficult for me because it's too good. But every day I wish. Bad habit. Yeah. It works for them. Yeah, I think a lot about how good it would be if I would have had Demo be so significant. I have a lot of trouble writing Demo Man. I have a lot of trouble. Oh yeah, it's Demo's such a good character, and I just have so much trouble writing his dialogue. I know how to write Soldier's dialogue. I don't know how to write Soldier for very long without making him unlikable. He's very lovable. He's also so slapstick, and I have a lot of trouble translating that into long-form fic. Talking about Soldier now, sorry. Demo also is such a... To ever write Demo in the long run without centering him in the story as a main character would feel like a fucking betrayal. He's so goddamn interesting and intelligent. Demo's the most interesting character in TF2, I'll say it. He has a ghost for an eye. What the fuck? He's like nobility, maybe? He has a super complicated relationship with his mom, the concept of employment, the concept of responsibility. Like, the idea of being, like, quote-unquote useful to society is such a toxic mindset. We can't even talk about how, like, Demo definitely has a complicated relationship with masculinity. Like, we could have so many conversations. Demo's so fucking cool, and I can't do it, and I'm so sad every day. If Valve found Running Blind and went, that's gay, but we like you anyways, and they found it, and they went, we want you to make something for TF2, I would walk up to them and I would hand them my 15,000 word script for the TV show of Demo and Soldier running around solving ghost adventures. Genuinely. Like, I'm not joking. I want them to be buddy cops, and I want them to solve ghost adventures, and I want them to be best friends. Yeah, every time they tell us more about Demo, I'm like, Jesus, he's so cool! He's the most interesting character ever created! What the fuck? God, I fucking love Demo Man, and I'm so sad that in a story about someone losing their eyes, I didn't get to include him very much. 'Cause I couldn't write his dialogue. I was so shit at his dialogue. Genuinely, like, he was failed by society over and over and over again. He interacted with the concept of magic at a young age, which is universally accepted to be a force of, like, good and optimism, is often used as a vehicle for, like, the concept of... it's just me talking about Demo now. This is not... That's it, we're done talking about Running Plot. I'm gonna talk about Demo Man for the next fucking hour. I'm joking. I'm gonna try to get to 11 still, but yeah. It's... Magic so often used as a vehicle for, like, childish optimism, and to have it be part of his backstory that as a child he was damaged so badly by magic is so fucking intriguing! That's so cool! I want to talk about that! But then they don't! To have that, and then to have him being an alcoholic, he feels like the pinnacle of, like on the fantasy adventure, they meet the adventurer, the failed adventurer who tried to fight this evil long ago and failed, and now sits in the tavern and tells you, no, it's your turn. He's so goddamn intriguing. I love Demo Man TF2, this fucking alcoholic. I love his ass. He's so interesting to me. I just have, like... There could be also so many interesting conversations between Demo and Sniper, because I absolutely, deep in my heart of hearts, believe that if Sniper does not currently have a substance abuse issue, he has in the past. I love Demo so much. He's so goddamn interesting to me. He's this character who's set up in such a way of, like, he clearly has such a big heart he's so brave, and valor is such a core component to his character. And he's so consistently displayed as thinking of himself as so pathetic, and that's so interesting. There are so many interesting conversations you could have about Demo Man JTF2, and I want to. I love him so much. Demo Sniper I love. I love Swordvan, and I wish there was more Swordvan content, but there is also such a very specific way I want them to interact, which is called them addressing their trauma, and it's never gonna fucking happen. Where's the demo game? Where's the demo comic? I want the demo comic. I have so many concepts for things I would want to make of demo, and all of them the problem is they can all so easily be adapted into just a different story, like just an original piece of work. I want the buddy cop of Demo trying to solve all these magic things, because he knows so much about magic, which is fucking insane. I want it to be Demo trying to solve magic crime, and Soldier, the fucking magic magnet. Oh yeah, I'm uploading this, I'm just gonna cut down at the very beginning because there were like 3 minutes of silence. And then I'm going to cut down a second version of it to function as the podfic. Because I'm also grabbing a recording of at least the audio. But yeah, fucking Christ. I want Buddy Cop, Demo, and Soldier to be hanging out. Oh shit, taking a walk? Couldn't be me. Imagine walking and it cuts to me and I don't have legs. I was projecting all my dreams onto Sniper. That's why his name's Legs. Just suddenly. I love that. Reminds me of a thing my coworker did. It's very good. I love Swordvan conceptually because they feel very adjacent in terms of definitely complicated issues of masculinity and identity and family and responsibility, whereas Demo is expected to have this deeply traumatizing existence. Sniper has instead chosen it, you know? Like, there's so many interesting... It's so cool! I want Buddy Cop, Demo and Soldier solving magic mysteries. I want 15 years post-canon, Demo Man, the chemistry teacher, telling stories to his class, because he's on fucking tenure now. I want he's such an interesting character to be focusing on. Also, the bit with the liver in the comics is the funniest fucking thing ever made. Genuinely, he's so funny. He's so intriguing. Like, I fucking love Demo. He's so cool. Why the fuck can't we talk about Demo more? For a while, one reason I didn't feel super comfortable writing about Demo too much is because I didn't want to steer around his alcoholism altogether, because that would feel really disrespectful. Like, if we're going to talk about Demo, we need to talk about alcoholism conceptually. And part of my problem is I just didn't drink up until last, year or so. Now I've gotten a lot more comfortable with drinking casually when around people I like. And I didn't feel right having a conversation about it when I don't even drink myself and wouldn't know how to talk about it appropriately, I guess. Like, I didn't know the lore for what drinking is like. Shit like that. There's so many conversations to be had about Demo, and I want to so bad. But I'm still not even through with Scout TF2 as a character, you know? Like, there's a lot of conversations you can have about Scout, just in that I feel like need to be had on the basis of we don't have a lot of options for ADHD coded characters, I guess. Like, they didn't mean to. He's super ADHD though. And I enjoy having conversations about those characters in a more mature and intentional environment. And Sniper I often use as a vehicle to discuss things like depression, existential concerns, things like that. Demo is so fucking cool. He's too cool. I can't do it. He's too fucking cool. Same way I only ever write Miss Pauling in passing, and it's just me being in love with her. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's it. God. Christ, God. I love demo TF2. I literally spent almost 20 minutes talking about demo TF2. What if I stopped here? That'd be so mean. I'm gonna take a couple more sips because now my throat hurts because I got too enthusiastic about demo. I am somewhat used to talking for long periods of time, not quite this continuously. The only other time I ever do this would be when I'm DMing in D&D. And we're starting to go towards the runtime of like as long as I would do that for. So I'm starting to feel it. I'll be fine, like genuinely, but Demo T, I'm in love with him. I want to kiss him, Your Honor. Every day of my life I wake up and I think about Demo Hawaiian shirt TF2, you know? Demo embracing the dad bod, wears a Hawaiian shirt and socks and sandals TF2. Every day I think about Demo in that one outfit from when they were going to the trial in the comics. I want a poster of Demo Hawaiian shirt TF2. I'm too in love with him. I'm too in love with him. He's so fucking cool. Not to out myself, but yeah. I'm really gay, I'm sorry. My type is whatever the fuck was going on. It was such a good look. My type is whatever the fuck was going on when Pauling and Demo went to go see Sniper. That's whatever was going on there. Oh my god, wait! Miss Pauling also in the buddy cop. Thank you. Okay. I love that Miss Pauling is the main character of the comics. That's very entertaining to me. God. I can't engage with the actual important canon information of TF2. I'm just sitting here thinking about Demo and Hawaiian shirt, you know? Now I'm distracted. Now I've distracted myself. Now I'm just thinking about outfits for the mercs. For reference, writing isn't actually. First of all, I do original work outside of fan fiction that I like to keep. No thoughts, just Demo. Unless he is the thought. Fucking heyo. They, any. I really don't mind pronouns. I can't stress that enough. Genuinely, I will not get offended. I'm not saying that in a way of like, they, any. But secretly, you're supposed to use this one. I don't care. I really don't mind. I mind ever so slightly more in real life, because in real life it's more likely people might want to date me. That's a joke, that's a joke, that's a joke. That's a joke. Yeah, I like genuinely I don't mind. They, any. What was I saying? I also outside of fic, I write a lot of original work that I like to keep disconnected from fan work, just on the basis of there's not going to be a crossover in people who like things. Not like, I don't know, it doesn't seem super important to me. But I also, outside of writing fic, I also do art. I do art, I do drawing. I was going to school for it for a period of time. Then some stuff happened and now I'm not. Now I make ice cream. I love drawing outfits, and I love, every time I see this, like, I drew Sniper TF2 but in clothes that I wore today, like shit like that, it brings me immediate and infinite serotonin. It makes me so happy. I just fucking love those. God. I love people who make shit for TF2. I try and check the tag as regularly as I can, and I stock my queue up with just like art and stuff, and I'm gonna get gay for a minute. I love the TF2 fandom. People are really cool, just like in general and overall. Helps that there's such a dichotomy between people who play TF2 and people who engage with fan work for it, with not necessarily a lot of overlap. I kind of do. I'm a medic main. I'm a medic main because I'm a baby. I'm not good at it. I'm not good. I play medic because I can't read and I can't aim. What if medic actually just fucking sucks? What if the entire fight with the dude, it turns out that medic just sucks and is really bad at fighting? God. Got so distracted. Oh man, well, right, we were reading a fanfiction, weren't we? Talks about demo TF2 for like half an hour. Yeah, it's... We stopped here. This is where we stopped. I can't believe that. I'm hilarious. I'm gonna hop right back into it. Chapter 10. Dust. Scout stood outside the camper, clutching his cane hard enough that the wood creaked in his hands. His heart was going 1,000,000 miles a minute. He hadn't been this nervous since the first day they'd gone into battle. He hadn't been this nervous since the day Medic had installed the Uber implant, and that time he'd had a literal fluttering in his chest from a bird. He hadn't been this nervous since he stopped himself. He couldn't psych himself out like this. That wouldn't do him any good. He had to calm down and focus. Breathe and focus. He very carefully considered the sounds around him. Inhaled, exhaled, and focused. The sounds of various nighttime bugs and animals were the first thing he noted. He also couldn't feel sun on his skin, meaning that it must be dark out. In the distance, the generators for the base's electricity hummed away. The steady buzz of the light on the side of the camper, light that was always left on at night, as well as the second, subtler, lower buzz of the other light, the one over the door. And he strained his ears to try and hear for anything within the camper. Movement, music, glassware clinking, anything at all. There was nothing. But Sniper had left the light on, the one over the door. He always turned that off before he went to sleep to save the battery on the camper. He couldn't be asleep. And if he wasn't, he couldn't help it. His mind was already spiraling again. What would he say to Sniper? What would Sniper say to him? What could Scout say? Was there anything at all? He should apologize. Would that be enough? God, if it wasn't, if Sniper didn't forgive him, he didn't know what he'd do. Scout tugged at his dog tags nervously, and the old, worn, long-rusted chain, after all these years of service and abuse, finally snapped. Scout yelped, jumping back at the surprisingly loud noise, and for a minute he didn't comprehend what had happened. Then he was on his knees in the dirt and sand, scrabbling wildly to try and find any trace of metal, and in his panic he batted something aside. A rock or the only remnant of his brothers, he couldn't tell. He didn't know where they were, he couldn't see them or anything else, and couldn't tell, and he couldn't lose these two. If he lost these, he wouldn't have anything. He dug his fingers into the sand and froze when he heard the sound of the door clattering shut. He felt more than heard the presence of someone standing just before him. He didn't tilt his head up, and after a long moment of silence, he returned to searching the ground, with some urgency, but not nearly as much as before. Even with Sniper mad at him, his presence was enough to make Scout feel that much safer, that much more in control. He wasn't that sad. Scout getting too attached too quickly, like he always did, far too attached. The thought hurt. He blinked it away. "What are you doing?" Sniper asked, tone calmer than expected, leveler. He didn't expect his voice. He didn't raise his voice or start yelling, which was honestly already what Scout considered a best-case scenario. That didn't stop Scout from flinching minutely when he spoke, but he knew his hat would cover it, or he hoped that it would cover it. "Looking for my dog tags," he replied, voice hardly a murmur, raking his fingers along the ground, sifting through the small rocks and dirt always littering the ground. His hands were hurting a bit now, scraped up from the sharper pebbles. He didn't care. "That's not what I meant," Sniper said, voice just as level. He sounded detached, cold, mechanical. It hurt Scout worse than shouting would have. He was sure his pants were ruined, but this time they were stained red from sandy clay, not with his or anyone else's blood. He continued searching, not dwelling on the thought. "I mean, what are you doing here, outside my house and home," Sniper drawled, "when I've made it perfectly clear that you aren't welcome here?" Scout's eyes stung, only partly from the dust. Still, he remained silent. Still, he searched. "I called in my favor, remember?" Sniper reminded him, boots scraping along the ground as he shifted his weight onto his other foot. Scout could imagine it. Sniper standing with his back straight, arms crossed, staring coldly. He had seen it before. When he wasn't particularly happy and wanted to be left alone, he would stand like that. Scout had never dared to challenge it. He ducked his head down. He felt a sharp rock cut into one of his cuticles, hands not careful enough. It would probably bleed just a bit. Scout had definitely had worse. He continued searching. I only asked that you stay away from me, that's all. Just to get the hell away from me. So why? Sniper asked, and there was the slightest offset in his voice to betray him, to convey the hardly restrained emotion threatening to spill over and out into the air. Are you here? The sudden spike of pain hit his hands, and he clutched one to his chest for a second, squeezing it into a fist, clenching his teeth for 1-2 seconds before he shook it out and kept searching despite the distraction of the pain. He found one tag finally, and he picked it up, sat it next to his knee for safekeeping. The air was thick enough with tension that he could cut it with a butter knife. It threatened to suffocate him. So he did what he always did when things were tense. He spoke. I told you I couldn't get you a dragon, didn't I? He asked, and he tilted his head up for a moment to look at Sniper before he returned to his task. I can't do the impossible here, I'm just one guy. His hand connected with one of Sniper's boots, and he heard the Australian step to one side to let him search. A beat of silence. What's impossible about it? Sniper asked, and it was less cold and closer to normal, or was that just wishful thinking? Scout's hands paused for a moment, and he dared to try and crack a smile up at him, but it felt pretty pathetic. Hey, I warned you how hard it would be to get rid of me, Scout said, and his voice felt rough, not just from the dust. Even I can't stop me now. He found something, and realized it was the chain, and pulled it over and felt it out. But the area right around where it was, nothing. It was placed next to the first tag. If you really hate me now, Scout finally continued, and he didn't know how, but his voice was still level, albeit rough. I'll fuck off and leave you alone, I promise I will. I won't bug you no more. I'll head right out into the base and stay there, and you won't have to deal with any more of my garbage. But if you're just mad at me, and I can try and apologize and maybe make it up to you... He didn't know how to end that sentence. Here he was, probably for the first time in his life, left entirely speechless. Words failed. What could he say now? A hand encircled his wrist, stopping him in his search. He turned his palm up. A piece of metal was placed in his hand. Best leave finding lost dog tags to me, Sniper said quietly, now similarly knelt on the ground from what Scout could tell. I've got more practice with it. Scout struggled to find words, inhaled and turned his face up towards Sniper, but nothing came out. Crikey, you've really gone and buggered up your hands, Sniper said, looking his more injured hand over in his own warm, calloused one. He brushed away dirt and sand off to get a better look at the damage that Scout had been doing his best to ignore. That's not good. I ought to clean these off, maybe get you a bandage. Scout blinked at him, eyebrows scrunching up. He had no idea what his own expression was or what the feeling in his chest was. Medic can patch you up when he sees you next tomorrow, Sniper said, and he had to be smiling. Nobody could sound that warm without smiling. For the operation, I'll walk you over if you'd really like, but I can't promise you very good company. If you'll still have me, that is. Scout lunged forward and nearly tackled Sniper in a hug. The sharpshooter was unsurprised, returning the embrace without hesitation, walking with the momentum of the tackle but managing to keep from being knocked over. Scout held on to him for dear life. You ain't mad? Scout managed to ask. No, I'm mad, but not at you, love, Sniper replied evenly. You're just doing what you think is best, and if you could trust me to cart you around when you're blind, I can trust you to do what's right for yourself. A light thump on the back, and Scout just nodded. Let's get you to sleep then. Big day ahead of you. I'll fix the chain on the tags. Done it once before. It weren't hard. Come on, up you get. I can't carry you around like a koala. Neither of them acknowledged the sniffle Scout gave, or how rough their voices had gone. Or at least not out loud. Instead, they went through their nightly routine. Everything was just normal, as if Scout was forgiven. As if Sniper still cared after everything. And Scout somehow still couldn't believe it, not until Sniper wrapped an arm snugly around him and fell asleep within only a few moments. No hesitation, no barriers, and it was really hard to argue that Sniper didn't care when he was holding Scout to his chest close enough that Scout could turn his head and hear his heartbeat. So instead, Scout finally allowed himself to believe it. I carry you best. I don't know if you're still here, but I carry you. I appreciate the translation and also just the support in general. You're a joy. You're a pleasure to have in class. It was fall, cross-country season, and Jeremy was still the fastest kid on the team. It was the last meet of the year, and Ma would be there even though his brothers had games going on that day too. Tony and the twins had football, and some of the others had soccer, and the meet was pretty far out of the way anyways. Nevertheless, it was still really pretty outside. Jeremy wished for a little while that he'd brought his notebook, if only to try and draw the trees, but he knew he wouldn't ever be able to get the colors quite right. Ma came over to him and gave him a crushing hug, nearly lifting him off the ground despite his 4 inches of height over her. He laughed, picking her up instead as he hugged her wholeheartedly and unabashedly. She was where he got his smaller features from, he'd always figured, But apparently his dad wasn't that buff either, and the other brothers got their muscle from Ma's dad, Pops, who was built like a brick wall and had fought in World War I voluntarily. He was always a good guy, stayed strong into old age, up and living well into his 90s. He hadn't lived to see any of Jeremy's track meets, unfortunately. He had always been completely convinced that Jeremy would be the star athlete of the family, despite being the scrawniest of his brothers, and there he was, winning every award he could track down in running, already building a name as the Bullet of Boston. Some days he could hardly believe it. He wondered if this was the peak before a fall, whether things would get better or worse from here on out, and he couldn't be sure. But he'd made something of himself, that was for sure. Jack would be so proud of you, Ma murmured quietly as if she could read his mind, and Jeremy felt tears stinging his eyes at the words. But then Ma pulled back from the hug. She was smiling, eyes clear. She'd recovered from the worst of the grief, had rebuilt from the rubble, and was back to smiling, to laughing with her boys. She wouldn't stop being sad about it, not so soon, but she could try to move on. Yeah, he said instead of any of that. Well, never proud as me, but still, real proud, she joked, and that earned a laugh. As much as he wanted to, Jeremy couldn't stay long and had to go off to be with the rest of their school's runners. Most of them didn't really like him that much, and he sort of understood why. Who wouldn't be mad at some upstart sophomore or some kid who'd been held back a few times, showing up and breaking records left and right, stealing all the glory? He tried not to let it get to him and made sure not to bring it up to his brothers. A team full of people who were a bit snippy with him was better than a mass murder investigation. He was at the start line, falling into the runner's starting position without any trouble, concentration ready to fall down in his sheet once the countdown began. But he took a minute to quadruple check his laces, roll his ankles around, crack his knuckles. His sacred pre-race ritual, the same one he used before baseball games in the spring. Call him superstitious, but he hadn't run or played poorly ever since he started doing it the first game of every season. He stuck to what worked. "Little Jay!" He looked up in surprise towards the rope separating the runners and the spectators, and picked out his Ma without any problem, right at the front of the crowd, and behind her was, "Henry?" he asked, surprised, and then looked further and, "Tony? Doubles? You got this shrimp!" Tony called, and his entire family, all 7 of them, were cheering for him. And other folks in the crowd were laughing and cheering as well, caught up in the smaller crowd's overflowing enthusiasm. Other runners were probably ogling at him. He didn't look around to check. He'd been stunned frozen, jaw dropped in disbelief. He could hardly hear the countdown get called over the sound of his heart singing. He broke a state record that day, ending the race and spinning to take a running tackle at Tony over the rope line, who was whooping and cheering as he went down. It took Jeremy a few minutes to finally get his breath back and to try and get down some water, but then he was sitting with his family staring at them with amazement. "How the heck did you guys all get here?" he demanded, leaning forward. "I thought you have games happening, like now." "We know," Benny started to say. "Soccer starts in half an hour." "But we ditched," his twin Terry finished. "We wanted to support our baby brother." "Guys, you didn't have to," he said, looking around at his brothers. They all had the same smile on, the one that most of Boston knew to turn and run from by then. "You didn't have to do that. Your coaches are gonna kill you. Why'd you do it?" "They wanted to," his Ma said, a hand on his shoulder and love in her eyes. "Couldn't have stopped them if I tried, sweetie, and oh lordy, did I try." "Come heck or high water," Tony said, the barest moment of hesitation as Ma gave him a look. "I'll be there, supporting my favorite little brother." Benny and Terry rolled their eyes in unison. Tony had been using that joke for years, but he still found it funny. "He's your only little brother," they said in deadpan unison. "For now," Tony said, grinning at Ma. She pursed her lips at him. "Nuh-uh, no more. And even if I had another boy, I'd leave it on a doorstep somewhere," Ma replied, chin held high. "I've got too much rowdiness already from you wonderful, horrible troublemakers." Most of them grinned sheepishly at that, while others laughed. "Love you too, Ma. But anyways, we should get home to celebrate, Little Red," Archie chimed cheerfully from somewhere in the back of their small crowd. "Yeah?" "Yeah, let's head home," Tony agreed, and Ma nodded. But then Henry was looking at him, and the youngest of the O'Connell brothers felt the memory shifting into something else. Somewhere else. A street, or maybe a track field, or maybe their apartment's living room. The rest of the family faded in the background noise, and Henry was pulled into sharp and sudden relief because he'd remembered something just then. Henry hadn't been at that track meet. He'd already gone off to war. There were a lot of things about this dream that didn't line up, not at all. "Nah," Henry said, and he was wearing dog tags around his neck now, dressed in the uniform of a draftee, hat pulled low. "Lil Jay has some stuff he needs to do before he comes home. He's earned some extra time." "Does that sound right, Big Jay?" "Yeah," Jack said, and he was in that suit he'd been put in for the wake, although there was nothing over his face, which was uncharred and clean. The same clothes he wore at the funeral. The same outfit that he was presumably cremated in. "He's got time left." Henry nodded. He looked 17, not like he'd have been when he died in his mid-20s, nameless and forgotten. If Scout concentrated too hard, he could tell the memory of his face was a bit foggy after all the years. "You're a good kid," Henry said, always one for fewer words. "You know that. Keep being good, right?" Jack reached out and flicked the dog tags around his neck, making them jangle against Scout's red shirt, and flicked the brim of his cap to look at him in the eye. Keep taking care of Ma. You're braver than I ever thought you'd be, stronger than any of the rest of us, and you do me proud, little Jay." Jack pulled back, sat there next to Henry, and both of them just looked at him, smiling faintly. "Come on. I believe in you, kiddo." Scout woke up and spent a few minutes staring at the blackness above him. He heard breathing next to him, felt a muscular arm hooked around his middle. He thought about the letters the family would receive from Henry and getting shit from Archie because Scout had always been Henry's favorite. He remembered them getting letters in the week following the news. Henry had wrote in his last letter that he was proud, that he believed in Scout. He remembered coming here not wanting to write letters home just in case. Instead, he would always call at least once a month, and he'd try and pass along as many messages as he could get to his brothers in that short time. He remembered missing them back when he first got here. He didn't have brothers on base. He heard slow, even breathing to his side, and no, it's true. He didn't have brothers here. He had something else. He wiped his eyes and waited patiently for Sniper to wake up. End of chapter. Eats a carrot. Eats a carrot. Carrot time. Boggs in chat for carrot. There's some gay shit down here. There's some gay shit up here. Man, that's like sad. Imagine, couldn't you be? I texted my brother yesterday. In case anyone was wondering. We still get along. We don't live in the same city now. And we didn't at the time that I wrote this as well. He had left to go to school somewhere. For reference, what he does now is he's not much older than me. He is a little less than a year older than me. 11 months and 16 days, I believe it is. No, it's a year, a month and 16 days. He's like genuinely the nicest person I've ever met in my life. I fucking love my brother. Not to be a nerd, but he's the coolest person I know. Not even in terms of like wearing sunglasses and doing kickflips. He's just like such a genuinely nice human being. Like he's just got all the world's kindness stored in his little marshmallow man heart. To the point where even though I was the younger sibling, I was the one who would have to get aggressive. Yeah, he's got a lot going on. Family is very relevant to him. Finding out, like, growing up with people means that you pick up so many traits from them. And especially a lot of taking shots is finding out why Scout is like the way he is. All of his brothers are just different and distinct people, but they're all so very like each other in different ways. Family's relevant. I realized this is the chapter that I wrote, and then I was like, why am I writing this much? Why am I doing this? Because fic tells you things about people and can tell you things about yourself. This is the part during the fic that I realized why I was writing this as any part of Running Blind. Because you could feasibly write Running Blind without any of the subplot with the brothers. It's relevant to his concept of identity, but we didn't need to talk about it this much. I realized this is to some degree also about that I just like miss my brother a little bit. At this point in time, I was having a lot of fear because like, we grew up together, right? We would be on the same bus on the way to school, like, every morning for, like, as long as I could remember. You know, with the only gaps being when we transferred from, like, elementary to middle and high school. And even then, we still both were, like, you know, together, like, in the same house. And we're very different people. We never really, like, hung out much. Me and my brother didn't, but, like, not because we didn't like each other. He liked sports and had a lot of friends in the neighborhood, and I was much more introverted and liked reading and stuff. But some of my most vivid and happiest childhood memories involve just silently sitting with my brother and watching him play a video game. I love Medic. He's very fun to write. But yeah, the shit got personal here real quick, and then I didn't notice it until after I wrote it and reread it and went, uh-oh, I miss my brother. Yeah, this was written at a point when I had a lot of anxiety just because he had kind of, like, finally actually moved away to some degree, like, actually headed out. And I still saw him, like, I didn't see him much less than I had been seeing him for the last little while, you know? It was just that he was so much further away. And it wasn't even that I was worried he wouldn't be able to help me if I needed help. In fact, the other way. I was very worried that something would be bad for him and he wouldn't reach out to me because I was too far away. He's my older brother, but I very much took on the protective role between the two of us because he's a little fucking teddy bear man. He's just the nicest man alive. For a point of reference, often growing up, I would have friends who, you know, people get crushes. And some of the girls I knew would end up getting crushes on my brother at some point because he's in our age bracket. And instead of it being like, oh man, you guys hear about fucking, you guys hear about, I'm trying to think of a name. Why can't I think of a name? What's wrong with me? You guys hear about, like, Caleb, you know, like, fucking, is like, oh, you guys know Caleb's cute, you know, I want to smooch him. Instead of that, it would be like, yeah, Jacob rules. I feel like he would work really hard to support our family, you know? Just too goddamn nice and respectful to people. At one point, there was this girl I knew I really didn't like her. And one reason why is because she was the only person I'd ever met who was straight up just not nice about my brother. People were usually like, oh yeah, he seems chill, or like outright like he's the coolest person I know. Was one I got a lot. I really didn't like her because she was like, he's not that cool. Specifically, she, you know, had bad ideas about what is valuable in specifically men, and was essentially like, he's such a pushover, you know, like no masculinity, what a little weakling, kind of. Real fucked up, did not like her. And then she was dating his best friend, is how she had met him. And then, like, she and the boyfriend and my brother and that friend group were all going to go hang out at this, like, restaurant. By restaurant, I mean, like, it's like a diner. And she got there, like, 10 minutes early, and my brother got there, like, 5 minutes early, and nobody else was on time. They were the only two who had shown up anywhere near on time, and the rest of them, like, texted to be like, yeah, we're gonna be, like, an hour late. And so she was slightly annoyed about it. Not super annoyed, but slightly annoyed. And my brother was like, that's really not cool of him. You know, he should have let you know earlier. You're already here. Like, he really should have communicated that better. I'm really sorry for my friend. And out of genuinely the goodness of his heart, because she was not his type, he was just like, that's really shitty of him. I'll buy you food while you wait to make up for my friend being shitty. And she thought he was kidding, and so jokingly I think, listed off about 4 or 5 things. Like, you know, chicken sandwich and a burger and 3 hot dogs and a slice of pizza and blah, 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 blah. And then he left, and then he came back with exactly all the things she asked. At which point, she then, next time I talked to her, was like, yo, why is he the nicest human being alive? I was kidding. He wasn't even mean about it. He wasn't even being sassy. He just went, yeah, okay. He's such a dork. I remember growing up, I was the one who was more responsible with money because he was too busy buying his friends food constantly if they were feeling snacky, you know? Nicest man alive. To the point where, to some degree, a lot of the way every, like, good thing I write about Scout's brothers is to some degree me projecting a thing my brother does. Tony is a pretty direct rip of what my brother is like and what I assume he's going to be like. I know for a fact he's going to have kids at some point because he's just a dork. He's got too much goddamn love in his heart to not have a family. He's so nice. He's the coolest man alive. And yeah, just Christ. Fucking, at one point he's gonna have kids because of course he's gonna have kids. Of course he's going to have kids. And I'm going to spoil them so hard. They're gonna get so spoiled. I'm gonna take them to candy stores and shit. I'm gonna buy them bikes and stuff. I'm going to be saving my money so that I can show up on Christmas and just, like, deposit riches upon them is my goal in life. Yeah, I love my brother. That's the thing I figured out after I wrote this, which I knew, but, like, yeah. The good news is we do still have a really good relationship, even though I don't see him as much as I'd like to. I try and visit at least a couple of times a year, and, you know, like, he texted me on my birthday, like, things like that. Nicest man alive. Oh yeah, it's taking shots is me going, and here's what I will be like. I love him. I also need to... Another thing about him is he's far too nice for his own good and keeps dating girls who suck. Because they go, ooh, squishy marshmallow man. I can take advantage of this. And who will just, like, not treat him with the amount of care and respect his squishy little heart deserves. He got straight up cheated on in the last relationship that I can think of. And he was talking to me about it when I was over visiting him. And I believe this is almost verbatim what he said. He was like, yeah, it's like she was, like, coming over anyways for, like, something that was going to happen. And he was like, and I'm gonna have a talk with her, and you know something? I might even swear. And I was like, what, you gonna tell her to fuck off? And he was like, no, I just, like, ask her to leave, and I'll be like, no, get the hell out of here. I was like, Jacob, she fucking cheated on you. Jacob, Jake, please. I told him I'd kill her if, he asked. I'm just saying. And he did not take me up on that offer. Literally, bro. And in her defense, I believe she was, like, 2 years younger than him or something, and also, I would argue, less emotionally mature. So he was like, she hasn't realized how bad this shit sucks, and one day she will know, and I don't want her to feel defensive. And I'm like, no, she should, because she sucks. Like, she needs to understand how fucking unacceptable it is, the way that she treated you. He went, yeah, but... I'm like, no, I'll kill her. I'll kill her, Jacob. I'll find her. You think I won't? You're too nice to, but I'm not. God. Nicest man alive. Love my brother. So yeah, that's a lot of shit like this. It's just me carrying my brother so much. Nice guy. Should not be such a fucking pushover, like, genuinely. We're gonna go a little bit over the time. just a little bit, because I want to read chapter 11, and then we can call it there, and then we can finish this on, so I don't know, fucking maybe Thursday. I don't want to wait until the next time I get a weekend break, because it's never going to goddamn happen, but yeah, maybe Thursday. I'll update with more information on it. Remember that optimistic thing I said about, yeah, then we'll do other things after we finish reading Running Blind. Fucking Christ. I'm a fool. God, my voice hurts. Now here's the thing though that I did is I own honey that I can have and make my voice not hurt so bad. Oh, wildflower honey. 12 ounces. Some are clipped for flavor. It doesn't hurt that bad. I'm fine. I enjoy being dramatic far too much for my own good. Sorry for killing Soldier TF2 and just eating honey. Immediate improvement. Ah! Ah, it happened! Ah, water! Ah! Fuck! Ever have a bad day? Taking one down, sing a sad song, just to turn it around. I just remembered I have soup. We're reading this chapter fast. Alright, let's get into it. Let's do it. Chapter 11. Chances. Sniper decided not to eat breakfast out of courtesy, not wanting to tempt Scout since he wasn't allowed to eat before I went to see Medic. It was a nice sentiment. Scout pulled on his uniform pants, uniform shirt, baseball cap, tags, socks and shoes. He might not be capturing points that day, but he was still about to face battle. He hadn't been hanging on to Sniper while taking pictures for almost a week. Fully independent and capable of getting around without help, but instead he walked shoulder to shoulder with the sharpshooter, clutching at his arm. Sniper tried to pretend that his hands weren't shaking. Scout pretended not to notice. They walked into the base as a single unit, moving steadily and with purpose. They didn't rush or hurry. They still had time before Scout was supposed to be there after all, so no need to make haste. Instead, they just walked. At a turn towards the residential hall, Sniper paused for a second. "Do you want to go see your room?" Sniper asked. "Pick anything up?" Scout thought about it. "Nah, I don't need anything out of there. There's not really much for me to see anyways." He tried to go for a joking tone, but the words felt a little dry in his mouth. Sniper just hummed and began walking again. At the junction of the hallway, one hall leading towards the medical bay, the other towards the common areas, Sniper paused. There was the sound of life down the second hall, off to the left. Everyone would be awake and eating breakfast, probably. "Do you want to say anything to the rest of the blokes?" Sniper asked, and Scout knew what he really meant. He was asking if Scout wanted to say goodbyes to the rest of the team just in case he didn't make it. If he had last words for any of them. Scout was still for a little while, face turned to the hall, contemplating, well, everything. All the time he'd spent with the team, everything they'd done for him, everything they hadn't. He considered how he'd been living his life all this time. He wondered for the briefest moment if he'd been honest with all of them. And if he hadn't been, would he be honest now? Was there anything important left, any truth left to tell them? "No," he finally said. "I don't have anything to say that they don't already know, yeah?" Sniper didn't reply to that, just continuing down the hallway. Scout knew when they reached the med bay, even before Sniper stopped. Neither of them spoke for a few long moments, the only sound the faint hum of generators and other machinery within the depths of the base. "Are you scared?" Sniper asked, head turning towards Scout. "You know, I thought I would be," Scout replied. "Figured I'd be real freaked out. But, I don't know, had a weird dream, thought about some stuff. And I ain't scared now, just kinda calm, relaxed. It's pretty weird, huh?" Sniper hummed. Scout thought for a moment. "Are you?" he finally asked. "Scared?" Sniper barked out a laugh. Crikey, nearly to death, Sniper replied, voice a bit reedy. Scout moved from holding onto his arm to instead squeeze his hand. I'm not even the one who might Karkin. I mean, it should be me comforting you, shouldn't it? Not the other way around. Scout shrugged. I was never one for doing things the right way. Yeah, Sniper said, and there was the sound of a grin in his voice. Still got about 15 minutes till the doc expects you to show. Anything you want to do? Places you want to go? Scout shook his head, resolve stealing somewhere in his chest. Nah, I'm ready. Cadet! Scout's head spun, turning around to look behind him as suddenly the sound of boots slunking against the ground hit his ears. Huh? Helmet head? Scout asked, confused. What? He was suddenly pulled into a chokehold, a hand snatching off his hat to muss up his hair, the sound of vaguely drunken laughter meeting his ears. Aye, and me as well, laddie, Demo called from his place just behind him, letting Scout go and putting his hat back on good-naturedly. I am also here, although I will deny associating with them, Spy said from nearby. The whole team, in fact, minus the good doctor, NG piped up, approaching. Pyro made a sound of agreement, and Heavy rumbled. I thought you could get away from us without saying nothing, did you, son? Ain't that easy, boy, you should know better. Indeed, we refuse to let you enter that room without approval. That would be desertion, the only proper punishment for which is a swift but humiliating death, Soldier barked. There was another rumble of agreement. Heavy will not let little Scout see Doctor until he has seen rest of Team 2, the giant said, and Scout turned his head back and forth around the now crowded waiting area. Sniper had taken a step back once they showed up, but was stood at his shoulder now, calm as ever. Scout struggled with words for a minute. Sheesh, guys, he tried, but he trailed off. Come on, have some faith in the doc, would you? All be fine. Did not come to say goodbyes, Heavy said, resting a hand on Scout's shoulder as gently as possible, but his hand was still rather weighty despite the effort. Came only to wish good luck. Little Scout is not baby, he always fights. He will not die so easy. Takes more to kill him than most think, Heavy does not worry. Scout had to swallow a lump in his throat. Jeez, big guy, really laying the sappiness on thick, huh? He managed to laugh. Gonna make the Cyclops cry over here. Heavy just laughed, stepping back. Scout heard the Scot in question take his spot. Nah, lad, no waterworks for you just yet, Demo said, hitting him on the arm, not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to make Scout grin. And none of his mushy nonsense. I'm not so good with the words unless they're curses. I'll just give you all the good luck I've got to spare. I'm no wizard, so I can't promise it'll help, but I bet my last bottle that it's still worth something. See you soon, laddie. Scout nodded at him, and Demo stepped aside. Cadet, Soldier barked, and Scout stood up straight out of reflex. You are about to enter a battle, the sort of battle that none of us on this team have so far seen, and I must say, the odds of your survival are looking very, very grim. Scout's grin faltered. Grimmer than ever, in fact. Grimmer than grim. The grimmest. Scout turned his head towards Sniper, who he felt just shrugging in response. I, for one, do not foresee this procedure ending with anything except a body bag. A very short, very thin body bag. You are not helping, monsieur, Spy said from one side. So instead I have come to offer reassurance and guidance in this, your darkest hour. I do not feel reassured, Scout said warily. Now, with the odds stacked so high against you, you might see there being no hope left, but I am here to say, no, sir, not today. He heard the telltale click of shoes coming together that heralded Soldier moving to stand at attention. When things looked bad in Gettysburg, Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain did not give up. Instead, he and Abraham Lincoln charged those dirty grays with their God-given bayonets and won the whole stinking Civil War. Is that what really happened? Sniper asked Demo quietly. Demo made a non-committal noise, bottle sloshing as he took a swig. When Alexander the Great fought the Battle of Issus, all the way across the river and uphill through the battlefield to go up against the Persians, he did not hesitate. He was decisive. He was aggressive. Their horses ran down those damn Persians like nobody's business. I think that there is the closest he's ever been to accurately citing historical events, NG murmured to Spy. I cannot believe it, but it appears he is actually helping, Spy said slowly. And so in this battle, no matter how bad things look, do not give up, cadet, Soldier concluded, voice ringing loud. I do not give you permission to die. Fight across the river and uphill to win this civil war. We're all counting on you, son. Do us all proud. Scout was left stunned for a moment, but finally he smiled. He found himself standing up straight, heels clicked together, raising a hand up into a crisp salute learned when he was a kid from his grandfather, the veteran. Soldier seemed satisfied by the gesture and grin, moving aside. Scout let his hand drop as someone else stepped into place. Spy didn't speak for a few seconds. I will only state the obvious, as you often seem to miss it, he finally said, voice dry. Do not die. It would be very inconvenient for the rest of us. We would need to move all of your things and get a new scout, and I can only imagine with our luck, you would somehow be even more bratty and annoying. Sniper stiffened at his side, and Scout moved to lightly elbow him, otherwise not outwardly reacting to the words, keeping his expression impassive. I, for one, do not want to have to go through the trouble. Miss Pauling would undoubtedly blame us, perhaps particularly me, for your death. That would be irritating, to say the least. Spy moved in a way that suggested he was gesturing at Scout. No, probably pointing for emphasis. Scout couldn't even see it, he was just being dramatic. It is not difficult to understand, but I will repeat myself regardless. Don't die. Scout didn't reply for a second, but then he extended one hand in front of him, calmly, without fanfare. A beat of pause fell over the hall, and finally, Spy accepted the handshake. One firm movement, wasn't it? See you, Spy, Scout said with a nod. Spy didn't reply. He released Scout's hand and moved away. Angie sauntered into place. Well, I don't have much to say that these here folks haven't already said, he drawled just a little awkwardly. But I may as well make like a bad record, I suppose. A hand on his shoulder. Best of luck, son. You'll be fine. You always manage to bounce back no matter how hard you get thrown. You just keep getting back on that horse. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And no matter what happens, know that we're all real proud of you. Scout nodded and accepted a brief embrace from the Texan, who then promptly stepped back to allow the final of the mercs to move into place. He heard the muffled sniffles even before they finished changing out and felt a stab of sadness frowning. Well, mumbles, he said, and then he was practically tackled, lifted into the air by the pyromaniac, who was sobbing openly now, nearly in hysterics. They babbled on completely incoherently, sounding inconsolable. Angie was about to step in when Scout spoke. Oh, come on, none of that, he scolded, tapping them on the head, and Pyro put him down reluctantly, still clearly crying in earnest. Words made all the more unintelligible for the grief and tears. He put his hands on their shoulders, straightened them up. Hey, look at me. Look, I'm gonna be okay, alright? No crying, you'll make Angie cry too, and then everyone will be crying, and we're all grown-ass men here, Pyro. No one wants to see that. It's all gonna work out, alright? I'll be fine. So you gotta keep your chin up, alright? A few more sniffles, then some sort of dampened, weepy affirmation. Hey, and if I don't make it, he said, leaning in, voice lowering so the others couldn't properly hear him. I've decided you gotta be the new funny one, okay? Someone's gotta keep this place lively, right? And usually that's my thing. Don't let them get mucked down no matter what. They need someone around to cheer them up if I don't end up making it, and you're the best person for the job. Keep the flame going, it's what you do best, pal. A sniffle, a shift that Scout interpreted as a nod. And also, if something happens, Scout said, and his eyes crinkled with humor, I'm Irish Catholic, I'll have to get cremated, so even if I get shipped back home, go and make sure they don't fuck it up somehow, okay? I'm counting on you. Pyro sniffled once more and pulled Scout into a hug, nearly squeezing the air out of him. He returned the hug, patting them on the back reassuringly. After a few moments, they finally pulled away and made off down the hallway. Engie followed, and Soldier and Demo. There was a pause, heavy lingering for a moment. Scout knew Spy was probably still standing there too. He didn't hear his footsteps leaving, at the very least. Little man is brave, Heavy finally said appraisingly. Scout shrugged. I guess. It's not goodbye, Heavy said firmly. A doctor would not let you die, and is too good at being doctor. No reason to say goodbyes. And he did very nearly sound like he believed it. Scout appreciated the effort and had enough of a heart that he pretended to fall for it. I know, Scout nodded. I'm no good at goodbyes anyways. How about we just go with the see you later? That's way easier, and it's also kind of funny, you know, since next time you see me, I'll have my eyes back and all. Heavy rumbled a laugh. Yes, we'll see you later, he agreed. And then Heavy was leaving, and after a moment, a second pair of footsteps followed him away. Silence between him and Sniper. Scout wasn't sure for how long. Why did you tell the firebug that? Sniper finally asked curiously. Didn't think you two that friendly. Not really, no, Scout said, shrugging. But they always act like they're best friends with everyone, don't they? And I mean it, someone's gotta keep you guys on your toes. Pyro's easily the best one for the job, no contest. A few steady heartbeats passed, drumming in Scout's fingertips. Cremated, huh? Yeah, just figured I'd tell someone. It's definitely in my file, but I gotta be sure, just in case. But I don't need burned, I'll be alright. Do you believe that? Sniper asked, turning to face Scout, and there was nothing guarding his voice, just genuine curiosity. Scout nodded. I really do. I mean, after Spy's inspirational speech, how could I not? He joked, turning to Sniper, eyes crinkling. Sniper huffed a laugh, elbowing him. Scout grinned. Is this really the time for jokes? Sniper chided. Always. Die as I live, you know? Laughing. He and Sniper stood in the hallway before the med bay, only maybe a foot apart, and they had an understanding. Unspoken, something they both knew without a doubt, but neither could figure out how to say it. So Scout didn't speak. Instead, he moved a hand up towards his own head, pulling his hat off, slipping his dog tags from around his neck. He put his hat back on and took Sniper's wrist, putting it so his hand was palm up before carefully putting the war-worn pieces of tin in his palm. Questions hung sedentary in the air, statements, phrases, confessions. Scout tried to wade through them as best he could, let words fall from his mouth. Just in case, he said quietly. Sniper was frozen. Scout couldn't even hear him breathing. You're in charge of getting these back to me once I'm done, okay? I don't want the doc to lose them or nothing, and the infirmary's always a mess. He'd definitely lose them somewhere. Sniper didn't speak. Scout trained his eyes somewhere around Sniper's chest, grip tensing just a bit. Just enough. And you gotta make sure you get these back to me safe, alright? You know I get when I don't have them, so be careful. Chain's already broken before. Try not to let it happen again, or... Well, actually, if it happens, you already know how to fix it, I guess. Still, don't break them, and don't worry, I'll be okay in there. I'll just be super bad if you lose them, okay? So, just keep these safe. Scout finally stopped talking, closing his mouth, moving his other hand to close around Sniper's around the tag silently. I will, Sniper said solemnly, words carrying the weight of understanding. I promise. An exhale, the jingle of the chain, the soft bump of the tag against Sniper's chest. Then he took Scout's hand, holding him in place for just a moment longer, delaying the moment that Scout would need to walk through that door, if only for just a little longer. A little longer is all they wanted, a little longer. Scout's heartbeat thrummed steadily in his chest. He wasn't afraid of what lay on the other side of that door for him. He was ready. Sniper seemed to see it, or sense it, because after a few moments he seemed to steady, to calm, find his own courage somewhere in Scout's expression. And suddenly, he spoke. I want to cash in that favor, he said. The favor you owe me? Scout couldn't help but smile. Yeah? What's the request? I'm kind of on a limited time frame here. Got an appointment coming up, he said. Sniper hesitated. Well, alright, I suppose it's two requests. The first of them should be easy, according to you. Scout just nodded, waiting. Sniper inhaled, exhaled. You come back safe, you hear me? I'll have no choice but to hate you otherwise, Sniper said, earnest, and Scout's smile widened. Done and done, Scout said assuredly. I will. What's the second thing? Promise you won't be mad at me for this, Sniper said, words all in a rush, and Scout could hear him grimacing at himself. Scout blinked, raised his eyebrows. Mad for what? He asked slowly, face going a bit concerned, smile falling away. I can't tell you that, just promise, Sniper said, practically a plea, and his hands around Sniper's smaller one were a bit fidgety, twitchy. Scout only hesitated for a second. Alright, I promise, he said, nodding once confidently. He trusted Sniper, he really did. Okay, thank you, Sniper said, anxious, breathless, and then he kissed him. Scout pretty much short-circuited. He froze up, eyes surely wide, uninhibited by sunglasses. The impulsive press of lips only lasted for a second or two, but it felt much longer, left him with his lungs mysteriously empty, the inside of his ribcage buzzing not unlike a trapped bird, but there wasn't any pain with this one. Just a hammering pulse, a weightlessness in his muscles, a dizziness in his skull. Then Sniper dared, had the audacity, the gall, the absolute fucking nerve to release his hands, to step away and break into a brisk walk, trying to flee the scene before... Fucking excuse you, Scout said, dashing after him, grabbing the back of his vest and whirling him around, taking him by the front of the shirt and giving him a fiery glare. You can't just do that and walk away, Casanova! Who the hell do you think you are? I'm sorry, Sniper managed to choke out, his voice tight, arms rising in surrender, tensed and prepared for a verbal or physical barrage. Yeah, you better be! You gotta give me time to react, Slick! Scout said, and he yanked Sniper down by the collar, kicked up to stand on his tiptoes, and kissed him right back. His aim wasn't perfect. He ended up kissing at the side of Sniper's mouth, but the moment Sniper came to his senses, he corrected it. Sniper was warmth, and safety, and unsweetened coffee, and aftershave, and old records, and magazines, and quiet. The friendly kind of quiet. Sniper was a strong arm around his shoulders, and waking up peacefully, and genuine, if awkward, words of compassion. Sniper was coming back and resting after jumping rope, and half-remembered song lyrics, and snippets of good memories that he hadn't bothered with for a while. Sniper was trust, safety, protection. He really did like Scout. Then Scout pulled away, plopped back onto his heels. He wished he could see Sniper's expression, but he knew that if he could, then, ironically enough, none of this would have happened. He also knew that he had to leave now before either of them could rope themselves into staying, before the fear caught up to them. Much like ripping off a bandage, it really fucking hurt, but it had to happen. So, I'll see you later, Snipes, he said, pushing himself back, and he turned and walked into the medbay. The door closed behind him, and he leaned on it, still breathless, still stunned, but rapidly coming back down to earth again. He couldn't let this distract him just then. He could celebrate later. He needed to be alert, just for a little bit. So he committed the moment to memory and filed it away for safekeeping. He almost jumped when Medic spoke up. "Done with your heartwarming moment? I could hear soldiers shouting from in here," he said, sounding surprisingly casual considering the circumstances. The Medic had never been one to stress over doing surgeries. Instead, he stressed over pretty much everything else. And even if he was worried, he was too much of a professional to show it. He moved to take Scout by the arm, leading him briskly through the infirmary. I would appreciate if he had much more confidence in my ability, but unfortunately that is not entirely inaccurate. Scout's eyebrows furrowed as he hesitantly moved to sit on the operating table. "I have already told you before, there is risk here. I have no way of knowing when respawn is turned off for any individual, and with your lower body mass percentage, you are even further at risk of dying in this operation," Medic said, the very exemplar of brutal honesty. "I will not give you numbers because I do not wish to discourage you, but understand that if you have changed your mind and wish to simply resign as our scout, I will not blame you, nor will I shame you or allow others to do so. I will make something up. I will say you contracted amnesia and were forced to go home, or that you needed the kidney from my brother, or I could simply find some random cadaver and claim you died in the operation if you so wish. There is no shame in self-preservation." Scout didn't dwell on the words. He simply shook his head. "No way, Doc. Not happening," he said firmly. "If you want to simply go into battle, as you are now, and hope for a miracle, you could. I would not stop you. I could claim that it did not work." "No," Scout said before Medic could continue. "I'm doing this." Medic paused. "Leclerc," he finally murmured, "I suppose we can start the procedure. If you would lie back on the table and remove everything on your torso and arms, Bidet." Scout just nodded. A cold dread settled in his stomach as he pulled his t-shirt off, lying back. The table was cold. His mouth felt dry. Medic began to move his equipment, setting up his station with a nearly mechanical efficiency, adjusting the height of the table, wheeling carts into place, clicking on equipment. But then he paused in his brisk movements for a second. "And for the record, I will not be saying any sort of goodbye," Medic said after what Scout deduced to be a moment of contemplation. "Especially considering I do not intend to simply let you die. That would be admitting defeat before the battle has begun, and I am not the sort to give up so easily. For that reason, no farewells. Not from me, nor from you. Understood, Joel?" Scout nodded. Inhaled. Exhaled. "Yeah, okay," he said. "Now, it is a bit redundant to ask this now, but are you ready?" Medic asked. It was, perhaps, his very last chance to back out. His last chance to walk away, to change his mind. If he continued forward, there would be no going back again. Nowhere to run or retreat. On the battlefield, that was the scout's worst nightmare. But this wasn't the usual battlefield. These consequences would last until the end of his life, or maybe they would be the cause of it. The choice meant something. For the first time in a long time, his choice actually meant something. So Scout said, "As ready as I'll ever be." End of chapter. Sips. We make some pogs in chat. It is so important in my heart of hearts to me. We did it! In my heart of hearts, it's so important to me to make Pyro and Scout best friends. There are so many things I enjoyed about this one. I enjoyed that being the only time I feel like I've ever correctly written Soldier CF2. I enjoyed a fun moment of Scout being infinitely more emotionally mature than Spy in this moment. You know, going so far as to almost comfort Spy with a, "No, we're cool." Oh, Spy's fucking dying. Spy's having the worst goddamn day of his life. Imagine being Spy 2F2. I was very proud of Soldier's Bit. I was very proud of getting to talk a little bit about, for a very brief period of time, I was really interested in battlefield strategy. So I just did a lot of research on some famous historical battles. That's his boy! It's rough. It's rough out here for Spy TF2. Because this is not a good time to bring it up. This is such a shit time to bring it up. Literally, Spy is basically having this moment of like, okay, it's not even that he's doomed, it's that he might die, which is worse. Because if it was like, Scout's for sure gonna die, he could at least make a choice and commit to it. You know? It sucks. This sucks for Spy right now, and it's very, very funny. Could not possibly be. And then Scout died. No. Yeah, we're gonna have to do. We're definitely gonna have to do another day for reading these, just because I also know that. Oh yeah, when Scout died in the comics, it was a moment of Spy going like, okay, I know I'm going to lie, and I'm going to find the best lie to comfort him the most. This is a situation of Spy doesn't even know for sure what the odds are, because there is no accurate source to ask. Because at best, Medic could be overconfident, or at worst, actively lying. Because Medic absolutely fucking knows. Yeah, I just make a tier list. I have done that. I did make it. Oh my god, where is it? Now I have to find the tier list. Oh, I gotta find the tier list. Oh, I gotta find the tier list. Oh, I gotta find it. Oh, where the fuck is it? No. I made a tier list of all of the characters. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? That's like 15% a joke at best. I found it! I have a tier list. All the TF2 characters. This is like 80% a joke. Especially this part at the bottom. Number 1. Bidwell and Larry and Jerry. Bottom tier of France tier. Most favorite characters. This one. I believe what it is I rated them by funniest character. Character who I found the most entertaining. Sniper's Mom is extremely funny. Every time I see that person who's running the Sniper's Mom roleplay blog, I appreciate it so much. Obviously women. Obviously Archimedes. Bomb-and-Omicom is B tier. Sorry, is A tier, not S tier. Don't at me. Most of the mercs are B and C tier, I think. A, B, and C tier. Tom Jones is on it. Literally, we found every single character. Every single one. Including the girl from Ghost DA. And then poor France tier. I would kill for Maggie. Not that I would ever beat her to it, but I would die for her. I love her far too much. God. What's up with this fucking... There are Karens! There are Karens! Abraham Lincoln is C tier. Sorry to say. Lamp Judge is very funny, but I did not win that argument. Yeah, they're just fine. And then you know, didn't contribute fucking much of anything. I also did. God. Saxton, I love you, but like... Anyways. I forgot I put them on here! Where the fuck is Freud? I wanna say probably this tier. What was it? Oh yeah, there he is. B tier. Just because the idea of Sigmund Freud killing people for money instead of any other fucking thing. Look! Every character, put every character. It's very funny to me. I feel like... Shout out to whoever the fuck these people were. Also, I'm never going to reach a point in my life where I stop thinking about Scout making a sign that said single moms to sort the lines. That's the funniest thing to ever happen. The coolest woman alive. Yeah, mostly I was like, you're like kind of okay, but you're sus, I'll be real. old ladies. The old ladies. God. France tier being bottom tier, obviously. Yeah, I just have all my favorite characters. I just Medic and Pyro were both almost going to be lower, but then I remembered just like the shit that happens in the comics is so fucking funny. He literally went with the pen thing is so funny. God, okay. I gotta put him in the tier list. I mean, we're done reading for now, because we gotta pause for sure, and like pick it up again later, but God. The mayor is fine. I don't know. Like that, he's fine. I just don't give a shit about him. Well, now I gotta pull it back up to figure out who were my least favorite characters. I so deeply hated the thing that happened with the babies. I didn't like it. It made me very uncomfortable. Sorry, I forgot! Amelia Earhart's on here! Rip. Rip, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. It's rough out here. Yeah, there are people in the board meeting. The eagle, just because the eagle makes I hate the fucking eagle. Get out of here. I just don't like Saxton. He gives me too many vibes that I dislike. Also, I didn't like whatever this was. That made me uncomfortable. Also, we talk about spy absent father of the year. What the fuck are you doing here, sir? You know what? That's very valid. In his defense, they're terrorists. Like, you know, God. These guys, they just suck. I was like, this is really funny that they're having this philosophical conversation and they're going to die. No, wait, oh wait, they suck so much worse. I don't like them. I'm mad at this lady because she only tried to talk to Soldier. Why did she not try to talk to the other ones outside Visibly Cold? Wee hat. God. God, the TF2 comics are too fucking funny. And what for? And what for? Every once in a while I remember what happens in TF2. You ever do that? You ever remember? Couldn't be me. Imagine remembering things. God. Yeah, I'm probably gonna call it here. I appreciate everyone who showed up to the stream. I appreciate y'all very much. This was really fun. Thank you for entertaining my rambling about like Demo Man TF2 for several hours. I like talking about themes in media quite a lot, in fact. This is the shit that I do all of the time. Just talking about implications. God. Hold on. Oh, I have a funny little joke I can do. Can I do this joke? It's some good shit. Good shit right there. I'm trying to think of a dumb meme I can end this off with. Ah, well. Fucking, here we go. Fucking, see ya. Bye. Bye, folks. You're dismissed. Bye. Bye.